Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun, but today we're not actually going to be writing a game. We're instead going to be going over two, maybe three of them. Also, hello, thank you for following FlowJam. Why am I streaming later than usual, you may ask? The answer is pretty simple. Mandalore put out a video at noon today and I wanted to watch it. So yeah, that's really the answer right there. I just wanted to watch a Mandalore video, and everyone else probably in my audience did as well, so c'est la vie. But what are we going over today? Well, there have been two games that have come into my purview a little bit here, and these two games are both pretty unique in their own right. Now, what do I mean by unique? Are they really good? Are they really bad? Are they something else? Well, no. Generally speaking, the two games we're going to be going over today are... Let me open it up. Come on, let me hit the right button. Wait up a moment. One moment. Hello, okay. A lot better. There we are. Hi. I opened up the wrong thing. So, games we're going to be going over today, if I click this magic button here, is going to be Fabula Ultima. Yes, this game's kind of hit the news a little bit, did very well for itself. It's been a very interesting game, hence the relative theming of this being Japanime. We're also going to go over Dames of Asstoria. If you've never heard of Dames of Asstoria, there's probably a very good reason for this. These are on opposite sides of the scale of importance, pretty much. Fabula Ultima has received actually quite a lot of coverage, people really enjoy it, and it's a platinum seller already on fucking drive-thru. Dames of Asstoria has sold not even bronze tier, and is generally considered to be an unknown product that nobody really understands. However, I had to legally acquire Fabula Ultima, and the guys from Dames of Asstoria, Dead Tree Studios, actually sent me a copy of Dames to go over. They actually reached out to me and said, Notepad, I want you to go over my game. I want you to go over our game. So obviously, I had to do that. Also, thank you, Lucatin, Luxuan. I don't know what to say, man. I'm trying. They actually sent me, they literally sent me this copy, being like, please rip into this game. Please let us go over it to us. We need to go over it. So we have to make a decision right now. All 10 of you right here. Wink, wink, wink. Which one do you want to see first? Do you want to see Dames of Asstoria or Fabula Ultima? I have a very distinct opinion on both of these games. I'm hearing one for Dames. I just open up Fabula Ultima a little bit to sway the vote. We got one for Dames. We got two for Dames, one for Fabula. We got an either, which doesn't count. Okay. I'm gonna count down. 10, 9. Okay, that's a third one for Dames. Okay. Why would we want to hear about something popular? All right, it's this is Dames of Asstoria. Now, we're going to talk about naming for a second here, everybody. Let's just take a second to pause and speak about something which is very important, which is the concept of naming a game. This is not how you name a game. Dames of Asstoria is about on par with Jizreel, the fucking FAP setting. It's about, like... yeah. Ass. Yeah, truth be told, when I actually first received this, I thought he mistyped it on accident. Just you double tap an S, you don't think about it. Then I received a copy of it. I actually had to comb through this game at first, just looking at all the images, not actually even reading the text, to make sure this wasn't a porn game. It is not a porn game. Luckily for everybody involved, this is not a porn game. So, well, maybe unluckily for all of you. But, yes, Dames of Asstoria is a Monster Girl role-playing game. You kind of see here, Monster Girls are the main one. However, they are not referred to as Monster Girls, they are demi-fauna. That is the official name for them. And it's by this company called Dead Tree Studios. I'm like, all right, gamers. Yeah, it's not a porn game, amazingly. Now, let's just Google Dames of Asstoria. First thing that pops up is actually Drive-Thru RPG right here. And as unfortunately you can see, there has been absolutely nothing. Hasn't really sold all that much. 20 bucks. 1 rating. No character sheets. It's like, oh, yeah, they actually get a character sheet to this game, mind you. You have to go to a link. You go to this Dropbox. Once you go to the Dropbox, you have to download all the PNGs and then you can print them off. There are 7 pages to the character sheet, mind. Or you can go to the digital version over here, which allows you to fill everything out here. Yeah, it's boys, guys, you gotta know this. Please, guys, I'm begging you. I am begging you, guys, please. This was actually added last month. Well, yeah, about last month at this point, which is September 22nd. Now, interestingly enough, this was actually on Indiegogo. Not Kickstarter. This was an Indiegogo project for a grand total of $5,000. That's what they needed for, and they made a little over 12 grand, which is pretty good. Now, artwork was a little bit rough back then, but you know what? Interesting. This is a brand new system. This is a brand new idea. And, okay, we're going to talk about this right now. We're going to take this, we got to sit down. We got to talk about something very important. And before you write this game off, before you immediately toss it aside, do not. I need to address this because this is going to be important. These guys are actually known for one very important thing. If we go to Dead Tree Studios, you kind of see here, this is all their stuff. Fallout Equestria. You want to play the Fallout Equestria game, this is what they do. This is how they exist. As you kind of see here, you can kind of see all of their various things. Here's their Facebook. We don't need that. Here's their Patreon. They make about $171 a month with 9 patrons, mind you. So actually, let's do a little bit of a... each patron pays about $20 per. Yeah, you kind of see here. They have a full OST for this game. Eccentricity in gaming. But it is important to address this. Because if you do not address this, everything is going to get a little bit weird if you start looking this up. So, founded in November 2014, Singular Purpose bring a new level of insanity to the gaming community. Starting off with our ever fun and popular Fallout Equestria pen and paper series, they pulled a Pixar Studios during a drunken escapades one night and planned out the next slew of projects for the next 10 plus years. Yes, Fallout Equestria. Now let's talk about what Fallout Equestria is. Now, do we have any... Now everybody, do we have any bronies in chat? Do we got any? Do we got any bronies over here, everybody? Yeah, this is Fallout Equestria. This was a fan fiction, effectively, that was written during the Brony era. Yes, during those dark hours. But this is the full, and this is probably one of the largest and most extensive fan projects out there. There's official audiobooks, there's side fan fictions, there's full other fan fiction, there's multiple interpretations of this game, of this series, you could even say, which does, again, boil down to My Little Pony Fallout Edition. This is a thing that exists, and God is dead because of it. And again, this, I don't know what you plan on doing, but it's there, all right. Dead Tree Project, Dead Tree Studios actually created the pen and paper version of it. Now, we make tabletop games because leaving the 80s scares the shit out of us. Okay, so here are the designers. Yes, every single one of them does have a pony sona. Is that how you would refer to it as? No, I wouldn't feel Chinese horses. I've never read it. I've never seen anything about it. Every single one of the designers actually have their pony sona, which, again, this is why I want to say, do not immediately write off Dames. Don't immediately write off of it, but you gotta understand where this comes from. These guys are bronies. These guys are pony guys, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody's got their thing, okay? Everybody's got a thing. Some people like ponies. Some people like, I don't know. Some people like Fight Club. I don't fucking. Also, HTML is my passion, as you can tell. The main person we're going to be really talking about more than anything is this person. This is Zen. Zen is the shortest member with the longest hair, head of the Inspiration Brigade, head of alpha testing, implementer of game mechanics and ideas. Now, you see, Zen's the game designer. Let's just understand that right now. Zen is the game designer of these partners. Tank Girl, Nuclear Horseman Studios. Yeah. Here's their shop. The shop is a separate page entirely. You can join the Discord if you want to. Dames of Asstoria is their brand new project. Is there any like distinct ponyisms in here? Yeah. They've been trying to transfer their site, but this is like the new site. All Out Equestria. This is the Dames of Asstoria gallery. Dames of Asstoria is their new project. This is what. Here's our people. These are our important people. We're going to be talking mostly about Zaquan here. Well, hello, Zaquan. You see Moonhoof here. All I'm saying is, bitch, you post your images, I'm going to show them people. Because I'm a nice person. You sent me this. You sent me down this rabbit hole. I would have never seen this if it weren't for you. But yeah, you kind of see this is just... We need to establish right off the bat. Have I found anything else about these guys? Absolutely nothing. It's a bitch to find anything about these guys. Because it's a lot of... It's one of those things where it's difficult to find out about them because it's searching their name, so it doesn't find anything. What finds you things is their usernames or anything like that. A lot of people are actually cited by usernames. But here it is, Dames of Asstoria, a monster girl role-playing game. This is what we is. Now, we're gonna talk about something here real fast. Just note this name. But yeah, right here it is. Everything you need about this. We're gonna open this thing up. We're gonna talk about something here. This is the odd thing because we have the lead writer of Nick of Lapallo. Nick Lapallo, otherwise known as Moonhoof. Then the lead game designer is Zaquan Carroll, or Zen Chain. The creative director is L9OBL and Lachette. If you kind of notice here, though, it's like, these are kind of like the main ones behind this. You see like, oh, here are the editors, but mainly it's these guys. Game and System by Zaquan. Legal stuff. Thanks to all, all our special supporters. Here's all these guys. Dead Tree Studios, Dames of Asstoria, Demi-Fauna, Demi-Planner, all associated logos are trademark of Dead Tree Studios LLC, all rights reserved under Universal Copyright Convention. All incident, the situation, a person portrayed within fictional and similarity without satirical intent of characters living or dead is strictly coincident. Welcome to Dames. Where do we begin with Dames? Dames. This is a 350-page book. First things first, praise Aquarius. He saw it, everybody. Yes. So, the first thing that kind of hit me off that this was a little bit weird, I was looking through, like, okay, here's some interesting bits. Coins are called queries, based off the sealed god Zaquarius. Through barter and favors, though barters and favors still happen. Did he write himself in as the chief god? Yes. The lead game designer, I think, wrote himself in as the lead god of the setting. Now, at first I was like, okay, maybe he's like a little side thing, like, haha, kind of like a wink to camera kind of thing. It's not. Like, he's like a main character. There's an entire religion based around it. There's a little bit of ego stroking, and there's not. Now, the thing about this is, I got a little bit suspicious. How much other references are actually through this book to the lead designers or anything like here? And there's some other odd references. My discerning eye saw some odd things. I actually went through this game with Manly last night, and let's go into it. 350 pages. Let's fucking go. Here's all the basic. Here's the Asstoria works. I'm gonna have to do the basic lore. Now, I'm going to do my best to give you the lore. Let me see if I can't find a good map. Okay. Welcome to Asstoria. We're going to talk about the lore real fast. Okay, so. In the beginning, Zaquarius was all things at once, and he decided to create everything. And he molded humans in the face of himself, which were... He molded humans in the face of himself out of clay. Now, this is a full-on legit piece of the lore in which we must understand that this is going to be written down. Soon after finishing his creation, he sought to populate the world, and through his endeavors created humanity's own image out of clay. After 100 years of living among man, being loved and loving and kind, Lord Zaquarius, out of boredom, decided to lay with the animals of the land, giving birth to the Demi-Fauna, children of a union between the god Zaquarius and the many animals, plants, elements of the world, and whose bodies look to be half human and half creature. He fucked animals. He fucked the animals. He fucked the rocks. He fucked the trees. Here's the thing. Replace Zaquarius with Zeus. You know what? Zeus fucked animals. Fuck it, cool. It's mythology. Zeus fucked animals. Neato breed. If these were all like mythological, if it wasn't Zaquarius, if it was Theon or whatever, Lord Theon was this mega god who was an ethereal ethereal nothing creature who was like, yeah, I'm gonna bang everything because I legitimately am just a mythological demigod. I can do whatever I want because I created reality. Cool, fine. That's okay. You know what? That's fine. You kind of get what I mean? Like, that's okay. You know what? Mythology's weird like that. Zeus did a lot of weird things. But the fact that you named it after yourself a little bit, it's like, oh no. But, okay, so back to our lore. Now, mind you, the lore continues for... The first 33 pages are actually just lore. There's no mechanics or anything. But I'm going to do my best to give you all the base, kind of the basic rundown. God comes down, he creates everybody, he fucks a bunch of animals. Oh no, The problem is, since he's so radiant and so holy, is that he actually sheds aspects of himself. He pretty much creates by virtue of being himself. He creates other minor gods. These are his aspects. They take on aspects of him, and the people worship the aspects. Okay, very simple enough. However, oh no, these aspects have godlike powers like him, and he doesn't want this world to be destroyed, so he builds a super dragon to lead them. Please teach my children the proper way of living. Teach them to be good. Alright, easy enough to understand. All the aspects over time gradually becomes a little bit mad. I'm mad. And obviously they want to try to kill God. They kill Dad. They recruit the demi-fauna. And the massive war breaks out. It's the demi-fauna and the aspects versus the chief god himself. Now, unfortunately for everybody involved, this war was a nightmare, and nobody really won. So, chief god is like, cool, I'm going to fight 7 champions of the aspects, and oh no, but the dragons betrayed everybody as well. No, that's kind of a side note in the middle of there. Generally speaking, things go poorly. The chief god is like, hey, I'm gonna curse you all. All demi-fauna can only have female daughters, can only have daughters. No more male demi-fauna. You are cursed with this knowledge. You are cursed with this. Thus, monster girls come into existence. They are designed to pretty much have to deal with humans. However, the humans hate the demi-fauna. You killed God. You sealed God in a mountain. We hate you. You are evil. And so the demi-fauna are enslaved, or, during the wars of subjugation, it's claw, it's collar or sword. Very dramatic, very detailed. However, in the modern era, we have some major nations. The Kingdom of Asstoria is pretty much just Byzantium. It's just Byzantium. We have the Isvriki Republic, which is the really nice republic where everyone's working together and everyone is hunky-dory and great with each other, but it's that. You have the Artheon Empire, who are evil bug people. Don't comment on that. They're all actually bees. Yes, the bee girls are all out to fucking kill you. They take a lot of slaves. We have the Kanda Empire, which is in fact just a bunch of loosely conglomerated tribe people together under a very powerful individual. We'll get to them in a second. And then we have the Alphabaean Kingdom, which is a export economy of glass. We also have the United Federation of Isles, which is another kind of good people, but kind of not. They're good, though. These are the good guys. But what about those super powerful people? Well, there was actually there's a very big problem that went on. There was the slime mimic wars. Slimes, angered by this, rise up not too long ago and declare war on humanity, and humans are suffering. Using the power of friendship, they come together with their demi-fauna allies, and together they fight the good fight. They drive back the slimes, and a handful of these demi-fauna women are knighted as Dames of Asstoria. Title drop. The Dames of Asstoria managed to kind of become superheroes in their own right, and is noticed to be a distinct shift in opinion. The demi-fauna are not evil. They're just like us, and they're willing to help. And they're also all attractive women who may or may not have monster bodies. Damn, them. And that's kind of the state of the world. Now, that seems a little bit detailed. You may be wondering, oh man, the Kingdom of Asstoria seems really big. There has to be some detail. There is. There's the Countship of Rosa, the Duchy of Marcella, the Courtship of Schmidt, March of Numentor, the Countship of Lionel, Countship of Porter, Duchy of Atticus, Courtship of Matteo, Barony of Cornelia, Courtship of Selvis, Courtship of Schroeder, Courtship of Celerius, Duchy of Cassidon, March of Marcellus, Courtship of Grace, Courtship of Baron, and of course all of the various Astorian politics. The map of the various Astorian lands, and we have all the cultures and bits here. Yeah, don't question it. Mind you, each one of these is also fairly well detailed, give you enough to kind of work off of if you feel like them. Mind you, this is the Alphabean Kingdom's entire lore section. This is the Cant Empire's entire lore section. The fucking Harpies don't even really have a homeland. They just are there. We have the United Federation of Isles. Flag design is my passion. The evil bug people who just literally just enslave. Yeah, we also, page 20, everybody, is when we get the primary line. A primary made up of 5 insect demifauna. They enslave humans to serve as labor and breeding stock. Page 20 before we got the term breeding stock, everybody. We did it, everyone. Every time. Every time. The Altabian Kingdom. No, don't tell me. No, it's Alphabean. Yeah, this is where we deal, yeah, this is where we have a bit being like, oh, we have, like, it's, oh, the Alphabeans deal with a glass export economy. Socioeconomics of Asstoria. Slavery in the world of Asstoria. Because, yes, slavery is a fairly big deal, but it's not really a big deal. But it's evil, but bad. We have crime in the world, life in the world, the history of the world starting from year 0 to year 1208. We have our various factions, the Cult of the Red Cloaks, Order of the Usurper Bane, the Azure Pyre, but don't forget we have the most important job of all, the former Cartographers Guild. Was their monster girl, the Dames, yes. Yeah, this is the Adventurers Guild, formerly the Cartographers Guild. It's exactly what you fucking think it is. They even have little symbols. This is their official system. Don't forget about all the magic academies, all the covens. Then we have all the demi-fauna races. We have, of course, the Arachne. Okay, these. Okay, 6 races stand more recognized and more numerous than their sisters. Canids and Felinids. There's this weird bit with this. I do not know. Like, this was, like, kind of weird. Or Lucius Oros, in decision with the other heroes, came to the Canid and Felons with an ultimatum. The collar or the blade were spared under this new doctrine. While with certain cruelty, their loyalty kept them alive in these troubling times. It was like, defanged pets by their ancestors and contemporary. I'm like, oh, okay, that's getting kind of weird. Then we have all the Lamia. Let's talk about all the Lamia stuff. Yeah, so it's like, oh, yeah, we also get some graphic layout is my passion a little bit here. But as you can tell, the most important bit of lore, though, that you really need to know is bazonkers. Since we've, solidly determined what bazonkers are. Snoozy, yes. Did I miss Fabula Ultima? No. Is this not a porn game, no bad? Really? Yes, it's not a porn game. It's not actually one. We have got the Merfolk. The Merfolk get like an entire fucking page. We also get the entirety of the religions. Yeah, we get all the aspects, including our favorite aspect, which we learned to be the aspect of chaos, which has, jeez, I'm not even gonna try to put out. Jeez, chaos, you get 3 fonts. Yeah, I did actually have to ask Manly what this actually meant, and what this is unbound or untied, effectively. Pretty much someone who is just doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, these are the aspects, pretty much the sons and daughters of Mega God, but may or may not be Mega God. Yeah, the mother of monsters, the aspect of Chimera. Not much known about the mother of monsters. She exiled herself early during the War of Dethronement, otherwise known as the war we tried to kill God in. Yeah. Okay. We've managed to get through the lore. We did it, everybody. lore is very detailed, but I'm gonna give you a secret about the lore. This is gonna be a reoccurring point. There's a lot of lore, but most of it means nothing. Most of this means so little of what you're actually going to be doing and how you're going to be doing it. Because, like, the Kingdom Asstoria is bad, but it's like, this is where you're supposed to kind of live and kind of do things in. Because if you've noticed, everything is fucking islands. Islands are everywhere. Do you like boat campaigns? Because we've got a boat campaign for you, everybody. And it's going to be like, oh, Lord Almighty. Yeah, we also, I'll let you just look at this image of, like, what she's holding with that belt. I'll let you think about that real fast. Now, even if you get things like this, like the demi-fauna races, they don't actually talk about these elsewhere. Like, yeah. Character creation. This is the big thing. Now, obviously, I have a very special person here to help me with character creation. Say hello to Tyrgan. You may be wondering, Notepad, why is the page here looks like it's being run through about 9 different fucking, upscalings? Well, the official character sheet PNGs are actually 6.38 by 8.5 by, not even 8.5 by, it's 6.38 by 8.25. If you scale it all up the way, it is not, 8.5 by 11 by, 8.5 by 11, a standard page size in the US. I have no fucking clue why, God, you made it this size. And it's like, just make it 8.5 by 11, guys. Just make it 8.5 by 11. Just make it bigger. I'm not asking for all, just make it bigger. I couldn't find another character sheet. I didn't really want to use the Googled character sheet because that was just going to be a bitch. But this is not really much better. These aren't like a, as I said earlier, these are a bunch of PNGs. And you kind of see here, I had to kind of put everything together. All of these are really small. The character sheets suck. Get a real character sheet, my friend. I am begging you. I am praying to God, get a real character. Please get a real character sheet. Like, yeah, but here's our character. You may be wondering, wow, Notepad, that's a lot of fucking information. Wow, there's a lot of shit going on here. There is. There is. But let's get through it. So, we just want to build a demi-fauna, a monster girl. We have to first do a few things. First things first is we actually get demi-fauna, which is result of the ancestors aquarius forming unions with the animals. You gain the demi-fauna family ability of fight or flight. You just get this. You do not learn about this until about page 170. Bestial instincts. Whenever a fight occurs, you flip a fucking coin. You either get more HP out of nowhere, or you get +5 movement speed. Is there a reason this exists? No, this looks like ass. Stop this. I hate you. This is a really weird inclusion here. Are there official slurs for monster girls in the lore? No. Surprisingly not, but you can probably think about it. Now, of course, we have our demi-fauna families. You can swim at +5 movement speed. You're used to bird's eye view, gain +1 to survival for navigation. You're a hot-blooded survivor, gain +1 to your healing rate. Your scales are tough, gain +1 natural armor, or you're agile and intuitive, gain +2 DC. Yeah, that's, you can also build a human if you want. I don't know why you would. Now, this is some things that we gotta talk about. This is one of the weirdest fucking aspects of the game. You do not actually have set character races. When they were talking about, oh, here are the centaur, here are the arachnid, here are the insect girls, here are the felinid, the felines and the cat and the dog girls. Here are all of these. They're lying to you, in fact. They're lying. Those don't exist. This race builder exists. You have 8 points between each section of your body. Go to Tiergan here, you kind of see you have 8 points to spread among every single aspect of your body. You have your miscellaneous, which is kind of like more you personal traits. Your arm traits, which are more about what's in your arms. Your leg traits, which are your legs, your body, of what your body is composed of mostly. And finally your head, which is mostly like your senses. You have 8 points to spread between all of these. Pretty simple, right? You can spend attribute points to actually get more. But you only start with 28 attribute points. I decided to go a little bit harder core on things like charm. I wanted to make a talkie character. I wanted to make a face character. But as you can kind of see here, I literally have barely any combat attributes. I'm not actually very good at fighting, but I'm pretty smart and I'm pretty lucky. I got a little bit of coordination in there, and coordination's pretty useful for some of the more melee-focused weapons. But generally speaking, I wanted to make a charming character. Now, the weird thing is, and I looked around this for quite a while, you can't get any more attribute points. You will never get more attribute points, normally. So it's like, yeah, you cannot spend, so each section has 8 points for you to spend. You cannot spend unused points in any other section. Traits with negative point values are negative traits. Okay, traits have 3-point values, negative 1, 2, and 4. That's lying, by the way. That's not the case at all. There are some with negative 2. So this entire section is just wrong. So if traits have multiple ranks, you can spend points again for additional ranks. Demifauna have 28 attribute points, which you can sacrifice attribute points as a section. Other outside factors can bring attributes past 10, both permanently and temporarily. You can find a list of traits on page 72. Building a human. You can build a human if you want. I don't know why you would, though. Why are you here? But there's an entire thing on building humans. If you want to, that's fine. There's nothing really bad, like... Yeah. As you can tell, you get your basic attributes of body, coordination, perception, mind, charm, spirit, and luck. Pretty simple stuff. You can make 20. Humans only have 28. Pull that from me. But humans may not, with the exception of temporary modifiers. Each attribute is equal to a 1d10. Yeah, they tell you again for the race builder. At first, I thought you could maybe like change your race building points to attribute. You can't. That's not a thing. How that. So Guargura would be aquatic, correct? Yeah. Oh, in the age. Someone finally noticed. Great. So, then we have our side stats. This is how you calculate your hit points, which is your level times 3 plus your body times 2 plus your mind and spirit, which is the average of your mind and spirit. Then you added plus 30. I ended up with 41. Action points. Because this uses an action point system, actually, for combat. You have your mana, which is very important. That's how you cast your spells effectively. You have your dodge chance, which is 10 plus coordination plus perception. As you can see, Tiergan's dodge chance is 17. Your initiative bonus, Then you have your basic movement speed, which is only 15, but you can change that pretty actively. You have your critical success range, which is 99, which is your luck divided by 2, rounding down. You have your critical failure range, and then you have your magic potential, or potency, and your magical versatility, your basic healing rate, and your basic carry weight. We got all that? You did calculate all this. This may seem like a lot. It doesn't take too long to calculate everything out once you got the basic numbers down. But it's like, what the fuck? You're already opening up with this. So we've got our base. I actually had to read this section a few times. Skills are your learned and trained skills. Start with 1 point in minimum in every skill and gain 5 skill points every level, which they may distribute however they please. Each then gain 5 per level per after that. Each point is a skill equal to a d10 for purposes of skill checks and up to a maximum of 10. So Tiergan here, obviously invested very heavily in mercantile persuasion, street smarts, and small weapons. Alchemy with a little bit of alchemy and investigation, but won in pretty much everything else. I wanted to keep things pretty simple. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make it nice and easy. Now, martial skills: unarmed, athletics, survival, leadership, great weapons, smithing. This is the first time that somebody actually commented on this, and I thought it was interesting. Great weapons: knowledge of hitting things with a big effing weapon. A big fucking weapon. Smithing is in here. It's like, okay, that's kind of odd. Then we have survival. Note, characters must choose between survival and streetwise to be their stealth skill upon character creation and cannot change it afterward. This game doesn't actually have a stealth ability. You have to choose survival or streetwise to be your stealth skill. I have no idea what possessed you to think this. I have no idea, like, what coke you were smoking. What fucking drug you were on. Or if you were you just in a fucking orgy when you're like, man, this is a great fucking idea with a fucking pony in a hole or something. Jesus Christ almighty. It's a stealth skill. Stealth is everywhere. Just put stealth in, man. You don't need half of these fucking skills. Just put stealth in, man. Just put stealth in. But yeah, we have the arcane skills: arcana, history, alchemy, enchanting, investigation, staff, I guess. Then we have finesse skills, which are things like perform, mercantile, persuasion, then streetwise, small weapons, and then ranged weapons. Yeah, so it's like, now, this is one thing that kind of tipped me off as well, that I thought was very interesting, and what kind of sat there and kind of made me think about it a little bit more. Alchemy. Making brews, chems, potions, etc. What other game franchise out there refers to things as chems? You may be saying, bingo bango bongo, I don't want to leave the Congo. Da 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 da. And what did these guys work on previously? Fallout Equestria. Yeah, so I'm like, would they, like, in a I don't know how to word this, in a Fallout game, would this make a little bit more sense? I don't know, but then you have things like enchanting, but it's like, got all the various skills and shit, like streetwise being that, like, why? Fate skills, these are like empathy, medicine, religion, interrogation, talismans. Disciplines are not needed for talisman magic, which is different. Give out that holy energy like it's candy. Speaking of writing different languages, identifying and translating, figuring out dialects, here does not have the ability to read. This only covers speaking, because you have to actually buy the ability to read in this game. Skill perks, because every single skill has a perk tree. At 3, it's a 3, 7, and 3, 7, and 10. You get a new perk in that skill. Did they just know? That's the weird bit. They didn't. They clearly did not. But I think there were parts where they copy and pasted aspects in. I think there would be like lines where it was just copy and pasted and put into someplace else. But then they would write other things out. If it was just a reskin, I think it would be a lot simpler. But it's not. But because again, you get things like the skill perk system, which, mind you, every single one of these skills has 3 skill perks associated with them. Every single one of them. So it's like, what the fuck? Okay. Disciplines. Because you actually have a class system on top of this. You have a legitimate class system. What? Okay, awesome. Yes. Alright, yes. Yeah, maybe. Alright, so we learned discipline. And then we have our basic starting wealth. Now, you only have 150 to spend on gear. I said, fuck that. I didn't really care at that point, so I didn't really spend on that much. All I really did was buy a dagger. That's all I bought, because I felt like buying a dagger. Because I was dying on the inside. I was legitimately dying on the inside by the end of this. Yeah, artwork's deep. Character advancement. This is what I mean by your AP. I was weirded out by the attributes. So, forwards, and please note, abilities effect denote plus or minus number D10 to a skill or attribute. This notation is plus or minus. Since attributes and skills are D10s, we have noted them down as plus or minus number D10, as if the modifying amount dice would roll. I have no idea why this is fucking here and not earlier or in like a system area. It's kind of just here in character advancement. So you get your level. When you level up, you get 5 skill points, and you just increase your health and mana. Below is a chart of XP. So if you advance to level 2, you get 2, and you get a little bit more health. You get to level 3, and you get a little bit more health and mana. Cool. Let's do rewards gains. So below is a list of rewards. These rewards do not include AP, HP, or other stat increases. You gain talents at level 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and technically 10, but not. You gain a lot of talents, but you don't gain any skill bonuses on attributes. There's a problem with this. There's a very, very, very important problem with this. There are stat requirements for classes. There's some pretty heavy stat requirements for some of them as well. You did invest your points right, because these aren't going to change unless you get the right things. Yeah, no, interesting thing, like boons are party perks effectively. That's what this. You can replace talent with perk. They're just perks. That's all they are. But they're not. They're perks. Yeah, talents are here. Boons are pretty much like, again, they're things that the party has gotten. That I think the boon system is decent. I think it's fun. Destiny. Once you hit level 10, you actually become legendary and get bonus abilities, things like this. This is the only time where you will actually be able to increase your attributes naturally. But most of these are also like Destiny abilities. This game does technically go to level 10, level 20, but it's completely separate from the level 10 stuff. I have a strange feeling a vast majority of the game is going to be right here. Level 1 to 10 is the game that you want you to play. Everything beyond that is where things start getting fucky-wucky. We don't deal with fucky-wucky things. Here's this, obviously. Also, do you like layout? Layout is my passion. Layout is my passion. It's pièce de résistance. Lovely. So, what's the actual honest-to-God system? We are 41 pages into this game. What is the honest fucking system? At its core, it's a D10 game. Let's say, for example, I need to make a coordination check. I'm going to take 4 D10, and I'm going to roll them. Everything above a 6 is a success. A 1 is a critical failure, which takes away a success, and a 10 explodes the die. So let's roll. And I rolled a, fuck all roll. I rolled nothing. I'm going to roll again. Okay. So I rolled 2 10s, a 3, and a 6. I've scored 3 successes, but I have to re-roll those 2 10s. I scored another success and another 10, and I scored an 8. I scored successes in there. I will bypass the check. Pretty easy to understand. Nothing too extravagant. Yeah, unmodified 1 negates the 6. This is pretty easy, pretty simple. One of the ideas is supposed to be flexible. If it's about level 1 to 4, you're going to need a target number 3 or higher. 1 target number of critical failures to succeed. Okay. Generally speaking, you're going to be needing to make a roll, and it's going to be say, oh, target number is 6, or target number is going to be 5. You have the option of choosing the target number. I don't know why they didn't just say target number 6 or target number this. They let you choose whatever you feel like. So you may say something for, let's say, a level 3 move, might say target level, target number 4, actually we'll make it target number 5. Roll a 5 or higher, you only need to hit once and you can succeed. But if you're a little bit higher level, it may be target number 5, you gotta hit it twice, you need 2 hits. And you might get higher, or you might get lower. So yeah. Now, these are actually not just tied to your attributes, these are tied to your skills as well. So anytime I'm rolling, for example, my small weapons, I'm not going to roll my attributes at all. I'm just going to be rolling my skill. I have a 3, roll, I've scored 2 successes. Pretty simple. This is not a complicated system. It's a little bit awkwardly worded though, because it goes from here being like, okay, this is pretty understandable. Then it's like, oh, well, here's success scaling. Okay. And then it was like, oh, well, here's a bunch of difficulty modifiers. This is an optional rule, which allows you to add or remove dice. And then you have the optional D6 system. So storyteller system. Picture storyteller system as explained poorly. Because this isn't the full game. Combat, on the other hand, is D100. Yeah, I was lying to you a little bit there. Sorry, everybody. But combat's actually percentile. If I want to hit somebody, what I need to do is I need to beat their dodge chance. So I'm going to roll and be like, oh, well, I'm going to stab you with my knife. I'm going to roll, and I've rolled a 58. I've successfully beaten my beaten their dodge chance, and I've stabbed them with my knife. Or, oh no, they're coming to, I need to dodge or something. You don't roll anything, they just need to beat your dodge chance. Roll, ah man, they beat my dodge chance. 17. They're going to deal damage to me. Now, damage isn't usually very high. As you can kind of see right over there with my dagger is only going to do about, 7 to 10 damage. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you actually have a decent chunk of HP, so you can actually survive getting hit a few times. And your damage threshold does go up, so you might be only taking 4 or 5 damage, even for some of the bigger hits. If you have a decent armor, that is. Why? I don't know. I cannot tell you why this is the case. This is a little bit of an interesting idea. Because one of the main aspects of combat is the idea of spending action points. Because at base level you have 3 action points. And certain weapons or certain items may have different action point values. So for example, let's take my dagger here, for example. If I want to stab you with my dagger, that's going to cost me 2 AP. But if I wanted to stab you with my dagger and walk away, I totally can. Or if I want to move up and stab you. But if I want to stab you twice, I can't. But you increase your AP every level by about 1. So at level 2, I'm able to attack you twice with my dagger. At level 3, I'm able to attack you twice with my dagger and walk away. At level about 5, you're going to end up with about 7 AP. That means you can do multiple actions. You're able to stab someone a few times. You're able to do some abilities. You're able to maneuver around a lot more. I think it's pretty neat. It also makes combat feel pretty deadly. Because everyone can hit each other relatively actively. It's hard. The thing is, it's really difficult to boost this up reliably. There's a 17% chance of me dodging an attack naturally. 17. It's like, shit, damn. This is pretty hardcore. For no reason at all, but like, all right. Poggers, this seems poorly thought out. But let's, again, close your eyes. What was... But let's think about what was another game that also had action points in it. Let's close our little eyes real fast and think. Bingo bango bongo, I don't want to leave the Congo, ba da 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 da, boo doo doo, da da da, with a big eye on his hip, big eye on his hip. It's Fallout. It's Fallout. This is actually how Fallout does it. So your joke a little bit earlier about being like, oh well, this is a fantasy game built on the back of Fallout, actually entirely wrong. Calculating damage is weird because it's base damage plus attribute plus skill plus the number of dice. The attribute flat number. So 6 plus bod plus small arms plus number d4. Character will do with body 2 and small arms of 4 would do 12 plus d4 damage. This does encourage you very heavily to just invest in bigger and bigger things and bigger weapons and things like that. I like the idea of this combat system. I actually really do. But then they fuck it up because there's standard lethal damage, non-lethal damage, which stun damage is not... Stun damage is equal to your current HP, and if you end up with negative 30 stun damage under your current HP, that means you're unconscious. Or you have elemental damage, which ignores DT. You bleed. There's an entire section on bleed damage, which all bleed damage does. You know, it's... all bleed damage does is it hits you and then you roll. You're going to be rolling just a little bit of damage every round. That's pretty much it. And critical failure and success. This is your crit fail and crit success area, as you can kind of see by the Pixely Nightmare. Congratulations, gamers. You've rolled a 90. Let's say you roll a 99. You crit. You add a d20 to your damage. Oh no, you've rolled a crit. You fail. Your critical actually dips below and you lose your weapon, hurt yourself, or hurt an ally, or something like that. Yeah, and don't forget there's also weapon conditions in this game. Well, I don't know. Because there's also an Iron Age setting. Did I forget to mention that? I forget to mention that this is also an Iron Age setting. Yeah, here's stealth, here's sneak attacks. I'm surprised they didn't add bushwhacking in. But yes, there's an entire section on the nature of stealth attacks. If your dodge chance here, your base dodge chance is equal to 10 plus coordination plus perception. Your armor is here. Your damage threshold, which subtractive. If you have 10 damage threshold and you take 12 damage, you take 2 damage. You can raise and reduce your DC by the nature of the armor you're wearing. If you're wearing just regular clothes, you increase it by 5. If you're wearing light armor, you don't. If you intend on getting smacked a lot, you're going to probably get heavy armor. Medium armor is kind of that weird middle ground that I don't think anyone's really going to be like too excited to get. Because always remember, damage avoidance is always going to be better than damage mitigation. Why is a crit fail? It is... Crit success is the average of your luck. It's pretty much half your luck. While crit failure is just I think it's 15 minus your luck. It's, yeah, critical failure. If you're very unlucky, you will crit fail more often. But if you're really lucky, you have a higher chance of critically succeeding. Like, to get this, the minimum is 99 on this. Like, I kind of get the way they're doing it. The math is a little bit wonky on it, but it does work. Yeah, so you can die, damage over time effects. Then we have the wound system. Yes, we have wounds in this game. Let me open up Tyrion's stat sheet. This is the wounds. This is 7 pages, mind you, of character sheets. This is very important that we have 7 pages of fucking character. But here's the wound section. So, if you drop to 0 HP, you fall 10 feet or more, receiving 25% of your max HP and falling damage, have the hollow bone and cartilage skeleton traits. Being struck with a weapon ability spell that has chance of imparting wounds. Receiving a clawed shot to a limb has 10% chance. Receiving attack with a critical success has a 40% chance. Receiving half your total HP worth of damage in a single round gives you one any particular extravagant turn of events. What are wounds, though? Wounds, however, are things that impart problems to you. And each of these are tied to actual limbs. You might take, oh, your arm bit's broken, you'll get a nasty cut, you sprain your leg, you get a concussion. It's shit like that. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, this seems really in-depth for no reason. And the answer is yes. Remember what I said? Because yeah, you roll 100, wound receives one with rolls land on, character receives same wound and already has maximum amount of ranks for that wound, maximum limb, does not have a body part in question, then you reroll in the wound chart. If you are crippled, however, you can't use it anymore. So if you have 3 non-crippling wounds, it's crippled. If you receive 5 wounds on a limb, it is considered severed. If your torso or head are pretty much ever severed, you're fucking dead. Now let's play another game here real fast, kids. What other game had an extensive limb-based trauma system? Lonesome Road. I know it's a Lonesome Road with big MT in there as well. My life post. Is this a Kenshi memento? No, it's Fallout. It's Fallout again. It's Fallout again. This is the exact method they do it in Fallout. Now, here's the thing. Okay, we're gonna talk about this a little bit. It's okay to copy systems. You know, if you've already done something, no need to reinvent the wheel. But what you need to do, though, this is the very important part, you need to make sure that it's impactful. It actually has a little bit more identity to itself. Fallout is able to support itself based on the fact that it's Fallout. It's a rich and storied history behind it. This game doesn't have that rich or storied history. So, with that, let's get to it. So, we've managed to get through all here. We have all our various 2-hit modifiers. Because yes, you can get a 2-hit modifiers on these, which increase it by flat amounts. Don't forget about your size charts. The damage die reductions may reduce that. Opposed rolls. Pretty much, I don't know why opposed rolls are after combat, but they are. Then we have item conditions. These are an option. Then we also have weapon and armor types. Because yeah, if you want to actually break down and have different armor types that cover different things or different damage, you can, if you want. Some of them do damage, some of them don't. Don't think about it too hard. Fuck you. Not as any armor type of DT, they state natural DTs factored in after any modifiers to damage have happened because of weapon armor type pairing. Do not use this system. It is pointless. This is really bulky for no reason. Also, here is we actually were having a very deep conversation about this girl the other night. Kind of love the autism in this. Like, we'll get to that. Like, here is Yummy Tiger Lady. So this is a question for all of you. Now, first question: what is she wearing? We were trying to determine what her actual outfit was, because currently it appears that as if she is wearing a half coat with either a push-up bra or like a mini skirt. And the second question is, where on the furry chart do you place her? I place her pretty high, personally. That's not skin, that's fur. I'm like 95% sure that's fur there. I'm like, that's pretty high on the furry chart. A shirt with a and broad vest. Yeah. 5'6", she's normal face. Yeah, okay. 5 or 6. Okay, I'm not going insane here. I just see the fur, like fur on the skin, like no. Yeah, that's always the thing with me, is fur is kind of like the tipping point. Oh yeah, don't forget about all the advanced combat action. This is how you actively can increase your AC. Your DC, sorry, by every AP you send. So a first level character, if they actively dodge their entire round, they can increase it by 15%, which is pretty damn good. You can aim and get more. This is where that action point system actually really comes in, and it's kind of interesting. Hey, you can, you need AP to break free. You can aim. You can do some active dodging. Here's some called shots, and it's like, okay, disarming, flying fucking tackles. Parry. This is an entire thing on parrying. It's not just a little thing either. This is an entire gigantic fucking thing of parrying. Slamming into targets. It's like, let's see. The parry attack must have at least 1 AP left during the first round of combat, provided that the character is not ambushed, have yet to take their turn. Characters attempting to parry must step pull their AP cost from the next turn. Characters who decide to parry an attack must declare so before damage has been rolled on the incoming attack. Once the declaration has been made, the opponent striking and the character attempting to parry roll in a post-combat skill check. Striking wins, they do it normal. If they win, they parry the attack. Yeah, going prone, trying to pin characters, reaction and reactionary AP. Slamming, tackling, full-on autistic tripping, which does factor in having different legs. Multi-wielding weapons. There's even an entire section about the nature of having to multi-wield double different weapons. And it was determined that if you do have another set of arms, you technically can two-hand two weapons and just go sicko mode. If you be a hero, monkey grip that shit, go bananas, cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. Is an octopus girl. So let's see. Target gains plus 1d10 to their coordination for every non-crippled limb they have past 4. So yes, octopus girls do have a chance of getting something like plus 4d10 or 8d10. Like, they can get a shit ton, but we'll get to that in a bit. Causing a free fall in case of wing, there's no bonus for having more than 4 wings. You can't do wheel pole arms, unfortunately. 0 out of 10 would not play. Yeah, it's like number of limbs. Classified incurs no benefits or penalties. Characters may wield a weapon up to double the amount of limbs the weapon is classified as. Doing so incurs a penalty of 10 per extra hand, but increases damage die by 1. Pole arms may be wielded, but with up to 3 times the amount of limbs it was classified for. They factor this in. You have improvised weapons. Now, mind you, this isn't, oh, this is improvised weapon. No, this is using a creature as an improvised weapon. If you have a small creature, they deal literal damage. They've statted out me grabbing a gnome and beating a man to death with the gnome. I'm like, holy shit. This is amazing. Yeah. Then we get to the riding mounts. Of course we got Featherfoot. These are animals. And again, I have to remind you, Zaquarius fucked one of these animals. Zaquarius had to have fucked an animal. We also have Nogs. We're just gonna look at the Nog. Don't say anything. He's just the humble, beautiful, elegant Nog. Hello, my Nagas. You think it's bad to say it with a hard R? Like, This is one of those unfortunate naming schemes. Yeah, come on, my Nagas. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just writing, have no fear. No, I can't say that. Can't say that. Yeah, no. We also have all our various environmental damages. There's an entire section for suffocation, entire thing for poison damage. Because, yeah, poison damage have... Oh, God, I didn't even realize that this is fucking here. This is buried in page 53 of coming up with all the different things to resist things. I didn't even notice this. I was too busy dying a little bit. All the various different sites. There's a big thing when it comes to weather. Seasonal weather, extreme hot and cold. Yeah, and ectotherms see no bonuses or hindrances during this weather. Ectotherms doing 1 free movement action during winter. Ectotherms lose 1 AP. Yeah, so it's like, depending on if you're an ecto or endotherm, you get different bonuses. You also have a full exhaustion thing. You have a full fall speed difference. Over encumbrance is a pretty big deal. There's a full thing on starvation and dehydration. Diseases. This is also a thing I want to club. These are chimera. Light levels, yes. Batgirls is Zato. What? I don't know. What are you talking about? That's not Zato. Now, are these disease girls? Did Zaquarius fuck the bacteria? It's coming in here. Now, interestingly enough, these are called chimera. Chimera are what you can kind of refer to as like one of the main animals. An animal, because all the animals are around anymore. They are all dead. Like, standard animals do not exist anymore. Instead, you have a lot of these chimeras. Chimeras are pretty much just fusions of different animals together, made by a literal god, because they needed more animals, because all the animals are now girls. He fucked normal animals to death. No, he didn't do that. Very bad, Luca. Naughty, naughty. It was just, hey, we don't want to. Let's do an example here real fast. This is actually a very important thing to actually note. In any furry game, in any Monster Girl game, in any of these things, you have to attribute one thing. How do people eat meat? Because when you walk into your adventure guild and you turn and you see the beautiful menu, you sit down at the menu, you open it up, and you pick that option number 1. A few moments later, they come out with beautifully crafted French fries, and you have your hamburger. Your beautiful, delicious hamburger. You grab it with your full, leather armor on, and you take a bite of that hamburger. It's so delicious. And you look up, and you just see across from you, staring at you, a cowgirl looking at you, that you're eating a hamburger. Is it cannibalism if you eat a cowgirl? Not that way. We also have an issue of, like, is it cannibalism if a cowgirl eats a burger? How this game deftly avoids all that moral and thought-provoking philosophy is chimeras. We're gonna see more chimeras go throughout. We're gonna see more of these chimeras throughout the entire game. I think that things went out the window and the bestiality began. Yes. But yeah, this is kind of how they kind of get around it. Also, here's the entire magic system. Magic is actually very much based off of the idea of potency versus versatility. Potency is the magical strength, versatility is the magical dexterity. There might be things which you need higher versatility for, or higher potency for. It's very important. Now, You can burn out if you burn all your MP, but there's also, this is an entire different setting for people who want to be magicians. You can't, everyone technically can be a magician, but you don't need to be a magician at all. Like, technically, anyone can be, but, magic is for losers, and anybody who practices it belongs on a cross. The end. Praise Aquarius. I can say this. Hello. Let's see. Cowgirl, it's a human. Is it Vor? Vor! Are there psionics? There are no psionics. I play as a brony dark magician, though. You can try to make a pony. I'm making a Monster Girl game, then including actual Sparkle Dog to page 50 plus. See, the thing is, like, they do clearly state, like, these are fucking beasts. These are animals, and they're just weird and abominations of God. We do not like these things, but you treat them like animals. I do like that fact of it. I think it's fine. But yeah, magic is kind of its own big thing. Now, you have the idea of, like, there are 10 main schools of magic. Imbuement, offense, defense, manipulation, medicine, perception, illusion, Helios, umbral, and necromancy. There are holy abilities and there's non-holy abilities. Now, you kind of see after school spells have been locked, casters may learn Helios and umbral spells as per normal. Acquiring these things allow a lot of work. You gotta learn your spells. There's an entire thing on blessing. Blessing is its entire different thing. Accoutrements, which are... This is an important aspect of things because this is how you get accessories. You may get a ring that grants you bonus defense. You may get a cloak that allows you to keep warm or something. This is but you have to spread it across your body. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna get toe rings because I can't put 2 rings on a different finger, but I can't put my cloak on my back because I gotta put a hat on. It's different. It's like, oh, wowzers. Wowie zowies. Enchanting. Yes, there's an entire thing on enchanting, which is very specifically tied to bronze weaponry exclusive, or bronze things exclusively. I want to pet it. I want to pat it on its head and then bash it. There's also the entire crafting system. Yeah, here's the crafting system. You want to learn about crafting? Everything is here. Everything. The wound chart. Now, this is the wound chart. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, wouldn't it make more sense to put the wound chart when they are talking about wounds and not after the crafting section? And the answer would be, yes, that would be smart. We're not thinking about this because you rolled a 43. And that means you get a sprained wrist, 1 per limb, -10 to resist being disarmed. Some of the weirder ones, you can get a concussion. You have a 10% chance of just getting a fucking concussion, which is pretty goddamn bad, actually. You can fracture your skull. Broken teeth. Can no longer eat solid food. Broken nose, ruptured eardrums, busted ribs, internal bleeding, punctured lung. You can break your fucking spine, actually. That is, if you roll, there's a 1% chance any attack you take will break your spine. Let's see some other fun ones. Dislocated knee, you just fucking rip your fucking knee out of its socket. Break your leg, sever your leg. When it said, oh, if you take a certain number of, you take a certain amount of things, no, you can actually sever your leg. Now, you may also be thinking, Notepad, this seems a little bit ridiculous because technically, these apply to anything. There's nothing in the rules stating, like, if you do blunt, like, here's the blunt weapons, or here's the sharp weapons. It is entirely possible for you to play Fistman McFist, and if you just roll enough crits on things and force them to roll on the wound chart, have no fear, everybody, I ripped your arm off. Or, have no fear, everybody, I broke all your fingers. Look at this wound chart. Remember, you have a 1% chance of breaking your spine. Look at the cover. There's a 1% chance that this girl right here will have her spine broken by a bad attack. There's a 10% chance this harpy girl will be brained. There is about a 1% chance that this woman will have her arm ripped off. Okay, we've got that in your head? Alright, cool, good job. Yeah, as you can see here, the wound chart is in the middle of fucking nowhere. Why is this not up here? Why is this not, like, why is this all the way over here? I don't understand it. Which spine? Does the centaur break? Yes. Stub toe breaks skull. I can kill. No, bad. No, bad. Well, technically, there's a more optimal way you can do that, Luca. Have no fear. We can optimize it. Now, yeah. You're also seeing some of the first bits of humor sprinkled throughout. There's a lot of reference humor throughout this. Like that's like I've been kind of going pretty fast through things. And this is actually going to be a big thing I'm going to actually send. I'm going to email them this. And I'm going to say, it's fine to have references. It's fine to make jokes in the writing. That's okay. Maybe tone it down a little bit. Maybe bring it down. And remember what you're writing. Because this is a big thing too. Curses and diseases have their own section on the character sheet. Oh boy, it's dysentery time. You know what? Yeah. I mean, if you like, we've got rock blistered, red river, magical transmute through wild chimera, attacks the blood and its ability to congelate. Rotting delirium. This is an entire fucking thing here. Lung rot, parasites, widow bloom infestation, lock joints, donkey fever, dragon flu, ghoul Eric's disease, iron bark sickness. This is an entire thing. Mage blight, insomnia, curse of sleep, hogsworth. You can just get cursed with depressions. Exploding bone disease. I have literally bonitis. Ancient mouth, feral delirium, dragon delirium, spine insanity. You spasm. You literally have. Why is this in the game? Why is you find yourself stricken with spasms, uncontrollable, a fearful, possibly dangerous affair? You have a fucking seizure every day. While spasming, the curse cannot move and are completely prone. During combat, while spasming, the curse cannot move and gain a bonus 10 DC due to her erratic spasming. You have a literal... There's a potential that you will randomly spasm on the ground for 6d10 minutes. 6d10 minutes? You could be spasming on the ground for fucking 40 minutes. Like, oh man, this combat's really fun. I've been having a stroke. Why is this here? Like, okay, dragon delirium, yeah. Greed, avarice, temptation, gold lust, the curse is vile and insatiable. Man body. This is an entire thing. Some say this is a blessing, but to the demi-thought consider a torturous curse. Those who's cursed with a man body will lose her racial traits at random every 3 days as she slowly turns into a human. After 30 days, the curse becomes irreversible as the curse has finally become fully human. Those who dispel their curse before 30 days shall regain their racial traits at a rate of 1 per week. Reverse order if they were lost until they all return. Man bodies are cursed of all demi-fauna live in fear of. For loss of fauntic traits, to them is a fate worse than death. Once the transformation is complete, it cannot be reversed as anything short of divine intervention by Zaquarius himself. Epilepsy. No, you just turn into a person. You turn into a real girl. Yeah, these are all of the various things. Now remember, we have 8 points to spend on these. This is the most... I don't know if I like this thing or not. Because you get some basic ones. Like, you can choose to have no eyes. Or you can choose to have antennae, a better hearing, increased color receptors, a better sight, better nose. Now, mind you, these are pick and choose. You can freely pick and you can freely choose anything you want. Secondary eyelids, color blindness, less eyes, dark vision, compound eyes, worse vision, worse smell, worse hearing. Now, interestingly enough, now, for our Chirigan here, I chose, for the head, I chose secondary eyelids, permanent goggles, a horned ridge, plus 1d10 to interrogation, a venomous bite, a tongue whip, and better sight. You have 8 points to spend among these traits. 8. And some of these are 2, some of these are 1, but most of the time they're not going to be very expensive. None of these are like super like crippling cost-wise. Even things like the tongue whip is like, yeah, cool. Like here's the tongue whip ability. Here's the regenerative teeth ability. And sometimes they have basic requirements, the basic requirements, and sometimes they have abilities that allow you to do things. But it's also like, oh, you have bad memory. You get a few, you get a few bonus points to it. Now, echolocation, spit and squirt. Yeah, it's a terrible, terrible way of thing. And then half sleep. You don't need that much sleep. Now, you notice an issue here, though. Yeah, you don't really need to... There aren't actually many of these. There are not actually many traits. Because all of these traits, all of these things, this is actually how you make your character. And you may be thinking, no, Pad, is there like some example ones? There are no examples. There is not a single example throughout the entire game of what you can choose. Of like, oh, here is how to make a cat girl. Here's how to make an arachne. No, you do it. Your fucking problem. Nobody else's. I understand what you're doing here. Well, we don't want to write in all the monster girls, so we're just going to add in a bunch of pick and choose. Problem with this, though. There's a very distinctive problem. Those 8 points, you can spend it on anything you want. And there's nothing stopping you from making a horrifying abomination of God outside of you. And then you also have some issues when it comes to just being a game master in some cases. Hey, I've taken 3 ranks of worse vision, so I can now, get a bunch of ability. I can get a bunch of fucking things elsewhere and get a bunch of abilities or whatever. Oh, fuck. You can become a vampire if you really want to. You need to drink blood. Or hood, frill, horned ridges. It's like, oh, horned and antlers. Like, you don't actually have many. Yeah, I feel, yeah. What do humans get from these? None of these. Roll 1% chance to break your spine. All right. Oh, that feels good, actually. There we are. See, my back's been all fucked up. Why would you take 0 eyes for 0 points when you take 2 ranks and less eyes for plus 2 points? Because there's literally no reason to spend to... The thing is, with less eyes, you actually, like, if you take one less eye, because you can only do it one time, you don't get any bonuses for it. But if you take no eyes, you actually get a bonus for it. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, if you have no eyes, better nose and better hearing traits are improved by 1 rank. The rank is at rank 3, gives an additional 50-foot range as if it were another rank. Because no eyes interacts with these other things. And you have things like antennae, not affected by loss or hindrance of your other senses. Senses. You have like worse hearing, worse smell, worse vision. It's very bizarre because you have 8 points. At ASMR, damn straight. Hey gamers, it's me, your boy, Notepad Anon. How y'all fucking doing? Also, 13 viewers. Hello, everyone. I have no idea what the point of some of these were. It's like, oh boy, magnetoreception. Okay, and some of these are actually restricted. So if you chose the wrong one, it's like, yeah, you're fucked, I guess. Fuck you. If you're an insectoid, you actually get a lot more options here to at least like play around with. But like, I have this, I purchased this because I was kind of going for like a toad girl at first. I was kind of going for like, oh, I want to play a toad person, but then I'm like, I can't play a toad person at all. So I just kind of started picking things that were not necessarily, how do I want, I think here's the best way. If given the chance, would you choose thematic but unoptimal, or choose practical given this situation, what would you choose? Thematic or practical? How do they balance flight? They don't balance flight. If you can fly, you're going to go gamer mode, and you're horrifying. A lot of people, you know, this was actually a conversation I was having with Manly the other night. And because the way that this system is actually built is that if you want to go thematic, you are actively hindering yourself. You are at an active disadvantage. Because those 8 points don't get reinvested into your attributes or something. No, they're just lost. You just lose them permanently. So why not invest in better sight? Yeah, of course I'm going to take sight times 2. It's not thematic. It's not, you know, I'm playing a fucking cat, you know, I'm playing a fucking cat girl exactly. You know, it's maybe not the most thematic thing in the world, but it's useful. It's like there's this weird thing of like, oh, well, I want to pick this not because it's good or not because it's thematic, just because it's like raw, you know, mechanically good, or like, well, I kind of want to play a toad girl, but there's just no options to play a character like that, so I'm not going to. We're gonna see this mostly down here when it comes down to body traits. I think body traits do a little bit, I wouldn't say better job of displaying it, but because again, you gotta remember, these do interact with other things. Each of these do almost. So like body traits, you get ectothermic and endothermic. Now, if you are ectothermic, you're cold-blooded, normal temperature, summer-esque weather, you see no change. In cold, wintry weather, your AP is halved. In hot desert or tropical weather, you gain +3 AP. +3 action points. That is being able to attack possibly 2 more times in a single round. Because every round of combat allows you to burn all your action points. You're better in that situation. But if you're endothermic, you're more susceptible to the heat and receive a negative 2d10 for resisting heat exhaustion. Like, it's... You have a very big issue here as a GM. 2 characters have chosen ectothermic, 2 has chosen endothermic. You will need a place where your campaign is going to be. if you say we're going to go into winter location, the ectothermic people are fucked. They are not going to work. Tell them to remake their characters because they are physically going to suffer. But the endothermic, but if you're going to go in the heat section, if you choose to select the heat exhaustion rules, the endothermic people are at a disadvantage. If you're going to a hotter climate, it's like this, like what? Because like some of these are like bioluminescent. You can change your color, but mind you, color change, it's not like a descriptive or anything. It's just each rank you get plus 1d10 to your streetwise survival when using stealth. This is pretty fucking good for just, you just get a raw bonus. You know, you could hold your breath longer, increase your carry weight, lower your body temperature to resist diseases. Woo, wow, holy shit. You have a pouch. Musk glands. Then you get things like prehensile tail. Question one, GM. I question what GM wants to run this game. Was that a head foreskin trait? I mean, you can play a crab in this game. Tactically tracking is more important than the theme because GM is out of your control. Yeah, and then you prehensile tail, sweat glands, dorsal sails, camouflage, balancing tail, anti-venom. Like, again, the body type is when I started to like slowly losing faith in humanity because I'm like, okay, anti-venom, I can eat anything. I'm ectothermic, but I also have armor plating. Cool, you have base armor plating. You also have regeneration. Like, yeah, because there's things like also, none of these are organized alphabetically, by the way. Ink, you can eat anything. This is a 2-point cost thing. Even though, remember, everything is only ranked at -1. It's what was it? -1, 2, and 4. There are some things which just cost 1. I don't know why. There are some silly Billy situations in this. But like, yeah, it's like I look at this, you're like, oh, I can eat this, but you also get 25% poison chance for ingested poisons. Okay, generate electricity. You get an attack for 3 AP that deals 48 electrical damage with a range of touch, while in water, that has an AoE of 15 feet. Aquatic family only. Aquatic family only. You also get this in this very rare situation. Mucus secretions. Like, if there was like a natural armor, like, this is natural plating armor. Like, thing is, if you like armadillos, you have armor plating, you gain +5 natural DT. Pretty much you have basic armor at all times. This does not prevent you from wearing armor. All armor must be custom fit, and alternatively, all armor is required to be one size bigger than you. Like, you can take this and get +10 natural defense. You're going to be wearing medium armor at all time, but you also have 10 defense. All the different natural defenses, and it's like, yeah, there's quite a few of these things, pheromones, poison, pressure, pressure sense, regeneration, tail bash, webbing, venom. Let's see, quick starvation was a funny one. It's while awake, if you don't eat a meal every 2 hours, you will starve. You lose 10 HP every 2 hours after your last meal. For clarification, you do not starve while you're sleeping. There is an entire thing with starvation. You can kill yourself with quick starvation if you just don't eat. So you always need to be eating. So if you take quick starvation, you almost need to have to eat everything. But here's an entire thing on the idea of water storage. Cool. It's like, oh, you could store water inside your body. You want to You want to be a... All I'm saying is, do you want to be a camel girl? You know, reptiles do not gain a hump, instead their tail becomes chubbier. Bomb booty. Bombardier beetles. Nothing, you perverts. Hollow bones, moisture dependent. Like, hollow bones is horrifying. Because you will get wounds very easily. You're just made of fucking iron. Cartilage skeleton. Yeah. I like, okay, leg traits is one of the first, like, you can replace things. You can, what was the one? You want to really, really optimize it. You can select that you have literally no legs. You can select you have 6 legs. Where was the one that I saw? Okay. This is how you, this is actually how you create a tentacle girl, right here. You're going to need is reduced to 1, you know, every rank past first. If you want to make a tentacle girl, this is, you know, this is the big one that you need. You need to get as many of those as possible. Like, even if down things like, yeah, if, you know, like, oh, you want to make an arachnid, you're going to have to build them using like 6 legs, but it's like, there's nothing really, how do I want, it's like, yeah, that's cool and all. However, it is possible for you to make a nugget. That is a thing. You, like, hooves, like, where's the 4? Like, yeah, you get, like, right there, you get hooves, increased jump height, tremor senses. You can walk on walls, have dexterous feet. If you want to play a monkey girl, the yeet kick. Maybe like the yeet kick. Yeah, let's see. 2 arms, hands, mixed limbs, flightless. Yeah, multiple sets of everything. You feel like having just more limbs. Have more limbs. Invest in every limb. You have thumbs. I don't know why having thumbs is a problem. Like, that's a thing you have to consider. This is also another instance of it's a family guy. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Flightless. Yeah, you get flightless, but this is also one of those other weird things. Like, if you have the hollow bones trait, you gain an additional +5 movement speed. Paws, gliding fins, forearms, paws. If you want to select paws, that's an option. Fish fins, flippers, pincer. There's so fucking many of these. You can also take no arms. That's also an option. 6 arms. It is possible for you to take 6 arms and 6 legs and have 12 limbs. Because if you really want to be fucking weird, you take 6 arms, 6 legs, and then you immediately take dexterous feet. You will have literally just enough to be able to manipulate every single one of your now 8 limbs. Actually, no, it wouldn't be even 8 limbs. It would be if you take 8 legs, 4 arms, you would have 8. You can have 10 limbs, all of which can operate independently of one another. Yeah. Remember, this isn't a game about abominations of God. You'd be a roadrunner girl. Like, here, give me one. You know, I will. Hey, it's time for drawing with Notepad, everybody. We're going to draw our new waifu. We're gonna draw our new wife, everybody. So, technically, and this is legal to do. So let's get a so well, new wife. we can do is we can here's the body. Okay, no, we need to extend the body out a little bit more. So she can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 natural limbs, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so technically we can optimize our waifu to be even more. We can just give her more limbs. Now, mind you, every single one of these would be an independent limb, and every single limb would be able to use a weapon. Every single limb is capable of wielding at least one weapon. Now, we give her spasms, and then we just throw her into combat. We throw our wife into combat with her 8 fully functional crab limbs and just have her go to town as a whirlwind of death. Yeah, I mean, this is new wife. Again, this is optimal wife. I for one, like wife Neo. We must optimize the wife. We can go farther. We can rebuild her. See, because that's like something you can do in this game. Why you would is another very big problem. Now, miscellaneous traits are luckily enough. These are kind of related to what you are, but more about who you are as a person. But also not. You get things like size 0. You can just be smaller. Or like, oh, you end up with like fast learner. You get a bonus to your skill checks. You can call animals. You get 17 gorillion fucking resistances. You can also... This is actually how you increase your attribute in this section. You have to spend 1 point. Mind you, you get 8 points in this. Now, I didn't really realize this right off the bat, that these were going to be important. Even in, like, Chirigan, she doesn't actually have all her legs set up perfectly. Because she has, I think, 2 points left in her legs, and I just couldn't find anything else that would be appropriate. No, it was her arms we didn't have enough for. Miscellaneous traits were kind of the same thing. But if you want to increase your attributes, this is the place where you have to do it. Let me see. You get one of these for free. Let's see. Your thunder resistance. Dude looks like a lady. Oh, my brother in Christ. You also end up with educated. This is your ability to read and write. Or you get courage, attunement, skill training. I ended up picking a lot of skill training because I can just get add plus 3d10 to skill of your choice. Now, interestingly enough, they never do talk about having like multiple skill training in different categories. So I ended up just taking skill training elsewhere. So I just took skill training in 3 different things because nothing is saying I can't do it, because fuck you, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, there's a whole colony, spell child, and 9 lives like a suri. What the fuck that is? But... yeah, so these are all the various things to create your ideal wife. Now, there's one big issue with these, and it really does boil down for the traits of, you are caught in a very unfortunate cycle. Oh no, dude looks like a lady. If we go all the way back down. There's some twist of fate and genetics. Others assume you to be the opposite gender of what you actually are. Good luck. Because humans, this is a big thing too, is humans can actually take miscellaneous traits. They can't take any other traits. They must take only these ones. So you have the option of doing that. I guess if you want to play like, this one would be like, I want to play a fucking princess who is masquerading as a knight or something. I guess that would be what it is. Or, hey, you can also have this gifted. various skill perks. Now, mind you, this is what I mean by everything. Every single fucking skill has a different set of skill perks associated with it. Now, we took Mercantile, our big one on Tiergan here. Way back down, our big one on Tiergan was Mercantile, Persuasion, and Street Smart. So, let's just take a look at Alchemy. You may now craft advanced tier alchemy recipes. Great weapons. Launch and special move, fastball special. For 2 AP, you may launch an ally through the air using your great weapon up to bod times 3 feet. You must make a successful attack roll to aim. The party member flung gets 1 free attack action. Because that's funny. Because remember when Wolverine did it? Or you get the thing with like history. You learn from past mistakes. 1d10 next 24 hours of skill, your first failed skill check of the day. Enchanting. This is an entire fucking thing when it comes to enchantings. You get investigation. Most of these end up boiling down to things like this. Like, oh, you can reroll failed investigation rolls. When they clearly didn't know what the fuck they were doing, they just added that. But like Mercantile, you can bribe local guards and get them to look away and perform small favor reviews for Chas nicely rounded down times per day. I have no idea why this is like a special ability for being Mercantile. It's like, cool. 3 times a day, I'm able to, or 2 times a day, I'm allowed to just bribe people with magic, I guess. Yeah, or you can exploit a course to target for money, bod times charisma times 20 quarries a day. I can get, let's see. Technically, if I get the level 7 Mercantile, with my body of 2, and charm of 8, I can do it, I can get $200 a day by just being in it, by acquire a trusty transport animal. Persuasion, you can re-roll this, but also here's like an entire thing. Or streetwise, small weapons. And these are actually fairly important when it comes to like small weapons, like you get more critical success chance, plus 10 to hit with all small weapons. And it's like, oh, you get pinpoint, empathy. Then we have all the disciplines. Now, most disciplines, you're going to get a basic discipline at level 1. Now, these disciplines, you get all of their active abilities. Is giving people money on cooldown? I don't know. I'm being actively honest with you guys here. I don't know. Now, these are the disciplines. These are your class. Now, every discipline has obviously got some requirements. A soldier follows orders and aims for the center of mass. Then you get like your bonus. So you end up with like, oh, you get +1 coordination, but only usable with ranged weapons. GMs ignore that rule. That's stupid. It's a fucking dumbass rule. But you get like, oh, bunt. You hit with the blunt edge of your crossbow using iron club stats. Cool, for 2 AP. Let's check. Overload your crossbow, dealing 3d4 bleed with the target within 15 feet. This consumes additional 2 crossbow bolt. Alright, kind of neat. Or you're a lancer who prefers pole arms. Interesting. Like you get some things here, you get things to kind of shift around your abilities a little bit. This is kind of neat. You know, Smith, Masterworks, oh, you can't go wrong. This is a fucking reference, something I can't remember. But what I believe is Dragon's Dogma. You know, mend, meld, mold, masterwork. Weapons of heroes are made with your hands for +1 AP. You add your smithing skill to your weapon damage. You can use spirit times per day. You put up a protective layer on a piece of armor, granting a +5 DT until someone crits on it. Cannot be using the same piece of armor again until the effect is worn off. Range of touch. Warrior. You're going to be amazed when you learn what the warrior does. Because they get a flat bonus to bod. But these ones only get this with a coordination roll. Like, guys, just make this. Yeah. But then you end up with things like this. Now, this is the Acha. Acha. You have to be level 3. You have to have level 1 martial or finesse discipline, and then you have to have ranged weapons of 6. When you do take this bonus, you get +2 coordination and +1 perception. This is actually how you increase your abilities. This is how you're doing it. And some of these go pretty good, Brawler, but you need these skills, right? You need to have the right body. Because I'll give you a secret. With Brawler, I can never become a Brawler with this character. It's physically impossible because I can't get 5 bod in any combination of things I do. If I do some things right, I might be able to take Archer if I really dump my points into that correctly, but generally speaking, that's not really going to be a possibility for me. I can become a Slinger. I just need 6. Cool. I have you bolos have +5 feet of range gain, plus 2d10 to their trip attempt. Yeah, bolos. Hell yeah. You throw a wad of dung at the target. Because Monster Hunter's fun game. Imbued fence spells. You get a bunch of things here. Weapon Master, Artificers. There's clearly some ideas that you can get a lot of different ones. You can really get some big ass abilities and skills and things. I do actually enjoy this, and the thing is, you're not really constrained to one line. If you go down a finesse tree, you can go back to a martial tree. That's an option that you have the ability to do that if you have the right things. Barrels, but some of them are clearly yeah. Beast mode. You become more monster than girl. Gain +1 in all attributes while this ability is active. Juggernato. Marauder. Now, mind you, you do get to keep all your active abilities between any class. So, for example, we go up. If we play a crossbowman, I get all my crossbow abilities here. If I go down to Archer, I get to keep all of my Archer abilities. And I get to do all the Archer abilities, and then let's say I swing all the way up for my level 6 one, and I want to become a next one. Nope. I guess we become a Sentinel. Yeah, there's some. Yeah. Level 9 ones are the big ones. All previous must be from the martials. 20 points spent warrior skills, at least 10 one weapon skill at 10. The level 9 ones are the big ones. Peerless Heroine. Everyone can always get Peerless Heroine. Then we have all the arcane ones. A lot of the arcane ones give you access to various spells, including Bag Mage. Level 3, 1 arcane tree discipline. 5 points into arcane skills. Have no fear, everyone. It's me, Bag Mage. If the GM is being autistic about weights classes and being able to transport things around, someone's going to play a Bag Mage. What's your special power, Bag Mage? What do you Bag Mage? Yeah. Man, what do you do from Bag Mage? Enchanters, Hexers, Mystic Knights, Necromancers, Shapeshifters. I'm a Warlock. Wizards, Black Knights, Bless Mages. Yes, Bless Mages. Very important, very different from everything else. You can be a Leper. I have no idea why you'd ever want to play a literal leper. But you can. It's already no match. Survival 5, Alchemy 5. You've probably got every known disease to Aquarius. The bright side is that you're immune to every disease known as Aquarius. You gain your versatility, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah. You can cast Acid Bolt. Your unarms have the percent chance luck of inflicting random disease on your target. Roll a D100. Every unarmed attack now has a chance of giving people fucking dysentery. Awesome. Maguses, sorcerers, the White Knight. The Knight of the Dawn, fighter of the Black Knight, champion of the sun. Praise the sun! I too played Dark Souls. Yeah, illusionists, runesmiths, sages. Then we get like the finesse one. These were like clearly an afterthought. You can become an acrobat if you want. Third again here. Scroll down here. As you, I didn't even write the actually didn't even write the talents down correct. This is your level 1 discipline. I chose to become a rogue. I get +1 charm and I get all these little abilities. I can freely do them however I wish. Rogue. These are all my ability. I get +1 charm. There was no Pocky class in this game. Pouch man. I mean, skill required to get leprosy. 5% seizure chance per hit. Damn, Zam. Yeah, so you get things like hide in shadows, combat reflex. You incredibly agility grants you +10 DC. And last coordination turn. So pretty much I can trigger combat reflexes to increase Chirgan's, DC to 27. Pretty good. You can shoot a potion in the air. You can hide in shadows. If you want, you can also just yeet a fucking weapon. That's an option. Yoinking. You may be wondering, what's the difference between a thief and a rogue? There isn't really any outside of what their abilities are. Assassin. Sneak attacks gain all this. Let's see. If I'm lucky, if I pick up the right things, I may be able to pick up Assassin next level. Or you can just pick up Chef. Being a chef is an option. You want to... But yeah, it's like also make sure you get +5 DT to slashing damage and take half damage from fire. Cool. 3 ingredients per person partaking in the feast, which grants those +25 temporary HP. Woo! Potluck! Yeah, potluck! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm in hell. Duelists. Duelist would probably be the best one that I could possibly maybe... Actually, no, I can't take Duelist because I can't get 4 body. Can't take Explorer. Maybe Jester. I could take Jester. Get more charisma and spirit. Yeah, cool. Jesters. Knife fighters. Poisoner. Ranger. Sharpshooter. If you want to kind of go down that right, you got to kind of pick up some things like this. Bards, dervishes, diplomats, ninjas, spy. Yeah, you want spies. They're like this entire fucking things that you gotta worry about. Tomb Raider, because we make Tomb Raider references. Jack of all trades. There's a chance that you literally can't pick up Jack of all trades because you're too stupid. And don't forget, seducers are here. Yeah, all previous disciplines must be from the finesse tree. Draining. You want to become a succubus? You can do that. Witch hunters. Then we have our various faith disciplines, which are different from everything else, mind you. Temple guards, clerics, inquisitors, monks, paladins, shamans, wise women. You can play one of these guys. Witch doctors, blood mages, chaplains, exorcists, mortis, healers, heralds, miracle workers, oracles, templars, zealots, astromancers. Or you can just play the pacifist. Yeah, using the power of pacifism, you can stop people. not to be mean, but the writing is pretty bad. Like, a lot of the class scripts, like, they were written thoughtlessly. The first day with no... We'll get to that. We'll get to that, my thoughts on what happened with this game. I have a few theories. But yeah, like, these are all of the talents. You get... These are the big things that you get for, like, leveling up. If you get a level, you're going to be able to take a talent. Where things like Healer's Grace, Pursuit, Soul Channeling. Oh, wow, cool. Stalwart. Jumper. Hell yeah, that's a thing. But the thing is, you will always need to take intense training. Always pick that up, because it's just 2 attribute points, which you're going to need the attribute points to get other things. But it's like, oh, well, I want to pick up Gold is Power. I want to pick up Tough. I want to pick up Danger Sense. Like, oh, now you're making me angry. Thin the herd, throw the gauntlet, rap. There's so many of these things, but so many of them also just barely feel like they're useful. Or they're like kind of like side things. Like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, with level 8 you can take half falling damage, or you can take Bloodlust, which isn't really even much better. Or here, take me, Spyro Expert Duelists. If you take the Duelist one, but here's the thing. To take the Expert Duelist, you need to become the Duelist Discipline. Like, is that like really what it is? Like, fucking with me. Oh yeah, I forgot. All of these are actually completely fucking different. Let's, yeah, like right here. 156. Yeah, you have to take the Duelist one, but that's not the Duelist Discipline. Which is completely different, by the way. You know, when the hero gets tough, temporary HP when you're not doing perfect defenses, Aquarius's Mercy. And then we have these, like, this is one thing I actually enjoy. These are like the boons. These are like party perks. You have bases, you have like minor nobility, you just become a fuck ton of money. Things like that. But then you have destinies, which are like bonus classes. Like your class but better. And don't worry, there's no introduction to equipment. You just get a bunch of equipment. It's like, here's all the equipment. Some things are like this. They're just broken. Now, I don't know if I have like just like an early copy. No, how come are those different stats? No. They aren't. Here's the thing. Now, they sent me this copy. This is an honest-to-God thing that they sent me. This was, they made a request to say, please go over my game. And I said, I just need a PDF copy of it. Nothing more, nothing less. They actually offered me compensation for this. They actually offered me fucking compensation. And I said no, because I'm like, you know what? You want honest God truth? I don't want compensation. I'm going to feel like a dick if I do. But then you send me this. And there are 2 options here. 2. Either A, this isn't the final version, and they sent me effectively a bad version. But if they sent me a bad early version, this is not a good showing. They should know, oh, this is what I do. They should know that I'm going to show to just 12 people, mind you, but I'm going to show it to fucking everybody, and I'm going to make a fucking video about it, probably in December, which is going to be like, hey, this game is kind of shit. And you shouldn't, like... I'm so mixed on this game. It's so infuriating. Because, like, yeah, there's so much shit here. And, mind you, this is just swords, mind you. You want to play a scimitar? That's a very different thing than anything else. Because then you get, like, oh, here's a bunch of ranged weapons. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. And all of these have fucking prices. Talismans. These are very different. Different talismans do different things. These are actually kind of an important thing. You want to have prayer beads. This is actually how you do, like, magic attacks. If you're playing a very spiritual character, you should pick up things like prayer beads. Or the Warren Handbell and things like that. I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Or just like a fucking flying... Have no fear, the flying guillotine here. You want to take a flying guillotine? That's cool. Here's staves. Here's, you know, great weapons. And let me just rip through a lot of these. You know, you get things like the light armors and stuff. Each of these are slightly different, and each give them different bonuses and different penalties. And there's a lot of stuff here. Like, there's a lot of things here, actually. And each of them do something, actually. You want to have fucking segmented armor. You can. Here's, like, yeah, Lamia need to have special armor made for them. Because that's it. Like, man, like, there's full art for everything. That's kind of neat. It's cool to have full art for things. You are now sans nudity. I don't know why this is written this way. Why? Great for water or boost, flint and steel. That's what I'm making camp. Like, some things are written seriously, but other things aren't. It's like, you have a barrel. Why do I need a barrel? It's a belt pouch. Cool. Because you notice, like, some things have weight, but other things don't. Like, barrels apparently don't have weight. Like, lanterns, you know, lanterns and all. None of these things have weight, but you can get, like, a grappling hook. Cool. Hello, phone. What's up, phone? Telling me about something cool going on? Food. Because, yeah, there's, like, this entire thing on, like, here's all the various, like, potions and shit. And then you have things like food. Each of these increase your healing rate. You know, because, like, yeah, hey, hey, it's, if you want to eat stem vegetables, you get healing rate. You want to eat bacon. Stem vegetables are different from fruit, apparently. Different from grains, even though they do the exact same fucking thing. Bacon. Want to eat bacon? It gives you good things. I am Alpha and I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that artist of the fountain the water of life freely. Revelations 2:16. Was this copy and pasted? Maybe. Don't ask where it came from. 1 mana per hour. If not, something for 6 hours. Fruit juice. Predator meat. Woo! Soup. Why are you buying clothes at the soup merchant? See, it's funny. Why aren't you laughing? Like, beer. Proof that Aquarius is not a myth and still loves his children. Roids. Streak. Drug made from beans, which leave the world looking slow and streaky. It's jet. It's fucking jet. Among religion makes them feel close to Aquarius. Z-weed. Z-weed, baby. Woohoo. Z-weed. Woohoo. Hee-hee. Hoo-hoo. Ha-ha. Hee-hee. Yeah, a lot of these are like things. All of these do the exact same thing, mind you. Nothing is different between all of these. Like, they say like, oh, well, this is a different... There's no difference here except like the location. But these are actually what you can do to get better things. Like, you can actually put, like, spells and effects on these. They don't do anything differently. But, like, you get all, like, the gathered materials. Smithing materials. And, like, yeah, there's actually, yeah, there's, like, special, like, iron, special, things you have to worry about. Furry hides. Chitinous hides. Oh, make sure you're harvesting all of that shit. Oh, don't forget about all the fucking ammo types. All the different ammo types, all the different sling ammos. There's just 2 special fucking rules, some very basic shield rules. And yeah, here's the entire fucking crafting system. I'm not gonna go over the fucking crafting system. I'm not. Fuck that. Fuck you. Basic medicine. Hey, you want to make beer? You need 1 grain 3 clean water, and then you just rub your fucking hands together for a bit, and congratulations, you've made it. Fuck you. Smithing crap. You want to smith stuff? You can. Mods. This is how actually you can mod every single weapon you feel like. Every single one. And have something different on it. Oh, well, I want to temper my weapon. I want to have a steel core on it. I want to have a bronze core. I want to have an electric dye on it. I want to have, fucking winterized gear. Oh, and yeah, I want to walk on the air. I want to explode. You explode, like... When you hit 0 when you hit 0 HP, you explode, dealing 1d20 damage in an AoE of 20 feet. Roll luck. If failed, you also take the damage. Fast food. Fast food. Hardening. Heat. These are all supposed to be, like, put on, like, abilities and, like, enchantments and shit. And then we have every single spell. Most spells are like this. Like Blade of Thunder. Duration is your potency. Your versatility is the ability for you to do things. If I uses, Blade of Thunder, I cast Blade of Thunder on something. It costs me 2 mana. Your weapon is whatever your versatility, D4 of electrical damage, and upon a critical hit, you electrocute and resist an AP. By 4. This is fine. This could be an entire fucking game right here of just managing your potency and your versatility. That could be an entire game. And every single spell is like this, mind you. Every single one of these fuckers. And it's like, don't forget about her. We all like those anime grills. We don't wanna touch anime grill butts. Helio spells, umbral spells, necromancy spells. Then we have the bestiary. This is pretty much the bestiary. Very simple stuff. They operate on the same rules you do, and yes, there is one for every single page. Box Wolf. I hate the Box Wolf. I'm scared of it. Go away. Let's see some other terrifying ones. Terrifying. I hate it. Globlin. They're not goblins. They're globlins. Globlin. Orcs. Man, I love orcs. Or a roger. A roger, everybody. Troll blights. Goose. Goose Lord. Goose Queen. Like, Wendigos, woolly scorpions, various familiars. Then at the very end, on page 341, there's a full TLDR of everything. The game itself is like all the formula lists, all the full glossary. There's a literal like note section that you can write in. Here's the thing with Dames. Do I hate this game? No, I do not hate Dames. I cannot in good faith say I dislike this. It's easy for me to go, blah, 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 I hate the game, bad game. Blah. No. I think the core foundation of it is fine. D10, it's a fucking D10 game. It's a D10 dice pool. The actual, honest-to-God game is fine. It works fine. It's unique enough. The D100 combat system is kind of an interesting idea. It's a different take on things. You're going to get hit a lot more actively than in most other games. It's harder to defend yourself. You want to be... So combat's a lot more... It's a slugfest. You kind of got to plan ahead. You have a lot of abilities to work with. So it's not just me hit you, you hit me, and we go bonk, we go bonk back and forth. Later on, if you hit about level 4, level 5, you have 2 disciplines worth of gear to work with. You have a lot of bonuses, a lot of penalties, and you can kind of shape how you want to do things. You have a massive fucking bestiary. Everything in the bestiary does have artwork and something associated. So that's never going to be an issue. They have no human enemies though, which I thought was kind of weird. There's no human enemies in the bestiary at all. Like that, I feel like that's kind of a weird. It feels like a weird omission to not like have just a person, just Bandit Man or something. Like, I guess if you want to be like, I guess if you want to have like the closest thing to just like a person you just stab to death, you can make an argument that maybe like a Hork would be it, but like Horks are like level fucking 5 and they get a shit ton of AC, I get. Like their AP, like one Hork has 135 HP, 135 HP, 14 damage resistance, and has the Berserker Discipline and 7 AP. Like, yeah, that's horrifying. Like, what's just a regular, I don't even know what you would call like a regular dude. This is one of the reasons I actually don't really like making like bestiaries and shit, because I like the ideas behind it. The game itself, the core game, is fine. There's enough interesting shit going on with it. You know what? I like the idea. I like the idea of there being kind of a lot of little things to worry about. It's this D100 game, but it's also kind of this, it's kind of a 10 dice pool game. There's a lot of little movement. I like the AP system. I think that's kind of neat. Even the fucking, abilities, even the skills and stuff, those are fine. Body coordinate, like there's clearly a lot of stuff there. Even like a damage and attacks. Very consistent, very interesting. Then you start getting into things like this, the trait system. At its core, the trait system is fine. Nothing wrong with it, nothing exactly great about it, but it's like, cool. Nothing is explicitly wrong. Nothing is explicitly wrong with it at first, but then you look at it more. Why are there so many trait points kind of spread around in weird places? Why are there no sample monster girls? Why are there no ability for me to kind of see what's being put down? I want to play a fucking cat girl. I don't want to go through all the goddamn traits to figure out how to make a cat girl. I just want to play a cat girl. This was also a big issue that Heroines of the First Stage ran into. Because in Heroines of the First Stage, you could kind of play whatever the fuck you want and nothing mattered. It didn't feel like you were playing really a monster girl at all. You just felt like you were just a bundle of things. Here, it's the same idea with traits. It feels like you're just a bundle of traits, a bundle of ideas that you always have to compete with the two sides of your brain. That primal monkey brain says, me want play cat girl. Me want play lizard girl. Me want play Lamia. Whee! That's what it wants to do. Really wants to play. It's that kind of more thematic brain. But that evil little lizard brain, it goes up and be like, hey, I know you want to play a cat girl, but those paws, That anti-venom seems really nice. Hey, hey. Maybe you should select the eat everything ability because it's really nice. Hey, hey. You get 2 extra points if you select this. Take it. Take it. And you look on it, you're like, because you get this such a rigid amount of points, but it's way too many points, but also not nearly enough points at the same time. And there just aren't enough trade options to really flesh out some of the weirder monster girls. Because you give us monster girls already. In the fucking lore section, they give you monster girls, but they just aren't there at all. Because then you get things like the lore. This is extensive lore. Extensive lore. But it has 0 impact on anything. There is so little impact of what's going on because of this. Like, yeah, here's the entire thing on Harpies. Here's an entire thing on Lamia. Here's an entire thing on Merfolk. They don't matter. None of this fucking matters. Oh, I want to play during the present day in Asstoria. Do you really want to? Do you really fucking care? I don't fucking care. I couldn't care less. It's like really dull to me. Because there's nothing like really interesting going on. And as you know, kind of me and Manly were talking about, because everything is separate from Asstoria, it's like you have to get on a boat to go to the, you know, Erebrisky Republic. You have to go on a boat to go to the Arthurian Empire. You have to go on a boat to the United Federation. There's like a separation between everything, so you're mostly going to be focused on Asstoria or like one little location. I'm like, cool, but the game is called Dames of Asstoria, so you're going to be mostly in Asstoria, and that's where the most amount of fucking lore is about. It's Asstoria. So you're like, okay, that feels kind of weird to you. It feels like there's something wrong going on. And it's like, none of this fucking matters. It doesn't feel like anything really happens there. But then it's like, oh, well, you have the shitty character sheet. It doesn't do anything, but it's like, oh yeah, here's all these. You have to pre-fucking plan your attributes. If you do not pre-plan your attributes, you're going to have to be forced to take talents. And those talents are going to influence everything else, and that's just going to be, it's a feat tax, effectively. Hey man, sorry, you didn't get the right feats, the right talents early enough, so you need to now take a talent, your 1 talent level, to get it. And it's like, oh, God. But why? But then you look at it, it's like, why is there so much pointless shit? Why in God's green fucking earth is the wound chart in page 64 and not in the combat section? Why is the combat section not kind of its own little thing? Because it's like, okay, let's, like, why are there 4 pages of diseases? Who the fuck cares? Why is there multiple pages of curses? You can shrink this down. There are over 20 pages of traits. I didn't care for a single fucking one of them. Skill perks, that's a completely different set of ideas. Discipline. Multiple disciplines can just be put together. That was the big thing. Multiple disciplines can just be shoved together rather than being like these really strict little classes. Like, yeah, does the thief and the rogue need to be separate? No, let me pick from a list of ability. You already have all these talents. You already have all these boons. You already have all these destinies. Would the game benefit more from more polish rather than a redesign? 2 factors on that. It's like, you kind of see it even in like equipment and like the fact that there's this entire crafting system. The fact that there's like a shit ton of spells and like the bestiary doesn't cover things. I think what this game needs more than anything is this needs massive polish. Someone needs to go in here with a fucking knife and just cut away the chaff. We don't need a full crafting system, guys. We fucking don't. Why isn't there a stealth skill? Well, we folded it in streetwise and survival. Why? Why is it folded into that? You have to make a separate note. Why? Like, I get, like, thematically speaking, but then just don't cover it. Say, hey, if you have streetwise covers urban stealth, while survival covers wilderness stealth. Boom, done. You never gotta think about it again. You don't need to put like different notes on it, like, oh, well, you gotta select this and shit like that. Because at the end of the day, you have to think about it like this. Each character has to not only worry about all of this, they've got to worry about all their traits, which are going to influence their skills, which are then going to influence their talents, which are then going to influence their disciplines, which is then going to influence their inventory, their spell lists, all the shit here. And don't forget about your entire wound chart, the entire curses and disease chart. What is this game? Because this entire game, I did not get a distinct impression about what it was trying to be. Do you want to be a fun Monster Girl game about going on magic fucking adventures? Why is there a 1% chance of me getting my fucking arm severed? Why is there a 1% chance of my girl having her spine broken? Why? I want to know. Oh, well, we all want to make it sure that it's hardcore. For what fucking reason? Why? That's just pointless rules. You're just adding shit for the sake of adding it. Well, we want a hardcore adventure game built around the idea that you are fighting for your life every step of the way. Okay. What's with all the jokes then? Remove the traits then. Just let me play humans. Because honestly, they're the most reliable. I don't want to min-max and deal with all the fucking traits because the game is telling me Monster Girl Adventures. The fucking game, like gameplay is saying, oh, but it's hardcore. But then there's like, don't forget about the crafting system. Don't forget about the Monster Hunter crafting. Don't forget about the fucking Skyrim crafting. Don't forget about all these weird game things going on that don't add anything. Underneath it all is a nice little core. But it's just shit piled upon shit, piled upon shit, all coming together to form a giant turd. It's there. There is something good here. And I can clearly tell there's heart behind this. The people who worked on this clearly cared. And I'm more than happy to say, hey, the system works fine. AP can get a little bit wonky-donkey, but generally speaking, it's going to be okay. But then you don't have things like a GM section. There's no GM section in this game. Like, how do I design an encounter to be balanced? You don't fucking know. Like even if there were just like, here's a page of crafting rules. If you want to craft something, it's going to be this difficulty. If you have the right talents, you can do it. Fine, there we go. That's all you really need in this situation. Why are there a bunch of, like, why, like, what am I supposed to be doing as a character? What am I supposed to be doing? Where in this vast, interesting world you built for us is the thing for me to do? Am I supposed to walk in and help people? Okay, what am I doing? What am I helping people with? You've given me so much lore, but none of it's useful. Bro, this is an issue for games, no pen. Yeah, this is a big issue with games. Not just this one, but I think Dames is kind of like a, how do I want to word this? Dames exemplifies a lot of the issues a lot more than others. And I think it's just because it shows, instead of just being like one or two, like this is a little bit bloated, it's like multiple things that are very bloated. That don't add anything. And it's so in your face about it. And it's like, oh, well, we don't actually have any Monster Girls. You have to like custom build every single one of them. Like this is why people play the big titles. Yeah, I know. Because there is a clear how to run it. Not actually, not usually. Because you get things like D&D, like if you just have the PHB, D&D doesn't really tell you how the fuck to play it very well. There's a lot of inertia. And the thing is, like, if you were to take Dames of Asstoria, let's say, just for example, let's say we take Dames of Asstoria and I want to run my own world in it, my own logic, my own rules, and as a GM, let's say as a GM, you custom build every single race that is available. You have the option between playing these 5 races. Then the game works a little bit better because Filippo can clearly see these are my traits, these are my abilities, and you can kind of more mold it around the adventure a little bit more. But players are encouraged to do this themselves. Make your own custom monster girl, but not feel very well. Like, this entire game, I think the best way to think about it is it's tone deaf. It's tone deaf. It's trying to be a lot of things. It's trying to be funny, for one. It shouldn't try to be funny. Just tell me what I want to know. It's fine to have jokes in the writing. I've made jokes before in my writing, and I make kind of sometimes humorous little jabs at things. I kind of poke fun at, other things, or I make references. That's fine. It's fine to make jokes. It's fine to make references in writing. That's okay. But, like, don't put it in, like, constantly. It's funny to see a little joke. It's funny to see a little reference of, like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. That's fine. That's a thing that people be like, get it, it's Arnie. It's Arnie, and we're talking about bleeding rules. So if it bleeds, we can kill it, so I can kind of mentally associate it. Cool. And it also helps you think about it a little bit, like, okay, bleeding rules are a big dot effect. Like, this is an important thing that are going to factor into combat a little bit more, is bleeding. Okay, we've got a joke, we're kind of rolling with it. Why is there a fucking quagmire giggity in it? Why did you name the main god your fucking OC name? Oh my god. The Build Your Own Race Workshop mostly gets unused. No, I think because this is an issue, is people are going to go into this game being like, it's a monster girl game, therefore I want to engage with the monster girl stuff. But I'm going to give you all a secret here. Now, this is I'm going to toot my own horn here a little bit, but because I can, it's my stream, I'm allowed to do that. This is Monster Girl Adventures, the Remonster Edition. This is my game that I worked on. And I have a strange and beautiful feeling that they probably saw this and be like, I can send them that. I made a very dedicated point to give players a very distinct set of abilities per race. If you want to play a dragon, you have these features. If you want to play an elemental, this was the hardest part of the game. This takes up a big chunk of the game as well. This is a very big issue that I had to go through. It's like, this is a big thing that needed to be addressed to give everybody a point, to give everybody a soul, you could say. And I even have to address it, being like, it's a bitch to do, but I also spend exactly, let's actually see, of my extensive lore. My extensive lore is a page, is not even a page. That's about a page and a half. And I even say, this is just this is bullshit. Do whatever the fuck you feel. I had to deliberately go out of my way because I realized players are lazy and they want a minimum amount of effort, but they want to play monster girls. But I also leave every single one of these very open. You can interpret centaurs to be many different things, but instead of having you have to build every single one, you get a few options and that's it. Hey, you can play any beast woman you want. You get some very basic ideas. So I'm not going to touch that. That was a very deliberate point on my part because it's very easy to bulk like these. Yeah, it's like even going into things like Monster Girl Adventures, like I had to go out of my way to make things presentable, but I also understood people are going into this because they want to play Monster Girls. This one is weird because you go into this and like your head is kind of like, yeah, a game like having this, this game having like disease rolls and crit injury table is tragic. If you were going along the idea of, hey, this is a hardcore combat game. This is a very tactical, very to the point. Fuck yeah, let's do it. I think you're assumed to have a grid in this game. I'm like 90% sure you're assumed to have a grid. Like, that's a big thing. And then you look at it, you're like, it's like Zam, like I'm supposed to have like a grid in this game and like move my little piece around and shit like that. I'm like, do people playing a Monster Girl game want this? I don't know. And this was actually a big thing. If you actually go back and watch the Monster Girl streams, especially the first two, or that, if you ever get bored, just watch that Monster Girl stream. You can find it on my channel. I agonize over this. This is a very big problem because I think the issue was twofold with this game. I think there's two major issues with this one. The first one is I think it was built off the back of Fallout. I think this is a major issue. Disease rules and crit injury tables are completely appropriate in a post-apocalyptic Fallout nightmare simulator. Cool, yeah, that makes complete sense to have. Fantasy Adventureland, maybe not. Hey, is it appropriate to have a bunch of weird mutations and kind of be a bunch of different things in a Fallout game? Yeah, that makes complete sense. That makes more than enough sense to actually. So it's like, yeah, you have a bunch of weird bits. You're developing weird things because you're a weird monster. If you're a pony and you have your head trait, you have your body trait, you have your hooves or whatever, you have all these different things, then it makes a lot more sense. In this game, it doesn't. I think one of the advantages of Fallout as well is the fact that you already have like this pre-established setting, and it's a lot easier to say, post-apocalyptic world, we need to survive, this is how we're going to do it. Hey, we're going to fight the Caesar's Legion. Hey, we're going to fight the NCR. Hey, we're going to do this. Hey, we're going to do this. Hey, we're going to do this. This one doesn't have that. It doesn't have that grounding as much. I think the other secondary major issue is that I think there was, Manly actually brought this up, and this is a very valid point. I think there was a lot of a bunch of people sitting around spitballing ideas at one another, and everything went into the document. Everything went into the document. And nobody had the wherewithal or the authority or the thinking about it to say, this is fucking stupid. This is dumb. Why do we have classes in this game? We already have enough shit going on. We don't need classes. We'll fold it into talents. Cool, we'll fold them into little talents or something, and then we can make we can have a shit ton of talents and enable characters to take multiple talents or something. Cool. Or just drop the talent system entirely and just like you can go into various classes, and that's kind of like how you level up, is you taking talents from your class or something. Like you have a very strict set of things. Cool, fine, easy to understand. But it was, well, person A wants X, Y, and Z. Person B wants ABC, and person D wants QRS. You got to put everything in the book because we can't say no to anybody. And I think there was a lot of that. I think there was a lot of people expecting things of each other. Like, well, I want to do my thing. Well, I want to do my thing. Well, we'll just put everything in. Rather than having somebody with a unified vision and say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. That is what this needs. This needs cut the chaff, cut it, and tell me what you want to do. And that's going to cause somebody to cut things out. If you want to go down that hardcore route, cut the traits. Cut creating your own monster girl. You're going to give me a list of maybe like 8, give me a list of like, maybe like, well, the 4 main, like the 5, I think it was like 6 main demi-fauna types, and give each one of them maybe a few options each to pick and choose from. Done. Never have to think about it again. Because this is a hardcore game where a single hit can decapitate you, and you're going to die, and you're going to need to make another character. Fine, easy. That's cool. That's fine. If you want to make it a comfy little adventure where it's all about the story, maybe cut the talents. Maybe cut the disciplines, or cut the disciplines down to only a few core essentials, because there's too much shit. Right now, there is no focus. And that ultimately, I believe, is the death of most games. A zero focus idea. And I am fucking praying to God this is not the print copy either. The thing is, I'm gonna email him back, and I'm going to send him this link of me going over this game. And the thing is, I'm going to go to him, and I'm going to ask you, is this the print copy? Because there's a fucking link in this book. There's weird errors everywhere. What the fuck are you smoking? Why? I think that's the issue with Dames. I like Dames. I want to love Dames. I really fucking do. Because all the parts are there for an interesting game. They just kind of fumble it at the finish line. In other places. Generally, it's like special ed soccer. We don't talk about it. But, okay. That's Dames of Asstoria. Good job, everybody. We managed to get through after 3 hours. But I want to talk about this one because it was such a unique disaster area of ideas. Like part of me was like, oh, it's only going to be a few problems, but no, it was everything. Everything was kind of various shades of broke as shit and wrong. So that's kind of the thing there. Now, if you give me a second, your boy Notepad needs to yeah, like I'm praying to God they haven't sent this to people yet. I am hoping, because there are some issues. The next game we're going to be going over is going to be Fabula Ultima, but I need to use the gentleman's room. Hello, I'm back. I'm alive. So, this is Fabula Ultima, Italian game. Now, before I begin, there's a few things I want to talk about. Some basic ideas that I think getting across now would be important. The first one, and a fairly major one, is I really like JRPGs. I really do. I enjoy them quite a bit. I can't play a lot of them just because they're very long games and I have a very short attention span, but I actually enjoy the stories presented in them. They're goofy, they're a little bit over the top, but I actually enjoy a lot of them. Now, I also really love JTRPG. I love Japanese tabletop role-playing games. I think they are very innovative. I think they're very fascinating. I think they're very cool. I think they are very unique because of just kind of a unique situation they were born in. One of my favorite was actually Ryutama. I love Ryu. I think it's a fucking art piece of a game. Being able to condense so much down to just a few core elements. And also have it so that, like, combat isn't actually very important, but you still feel like you're combating. There's still an antagonistic force. If you watch my review of the game, I actually go out of my way to really compliment it because I love it that much. I think it's a genuine treat to even read. It's a great game for people just starting out, as well as people just starting out to DM. It is a genuine, great fucking game. Fabula Ultima is a game. It'd be Memo-san. Fabula Ultima, though, is the game built off of Ryutama. That is a very important factor of me going into this game. I love Ryutama. I don't like Fabula Ultima. I really don't like this game. I do not. And there's a very distinct series of reasons why. But we need to go into this. We need to actually learn a little bit about the game. What are we actually dealing with? Fabula Ultima actually has been on my radar for quite a while. And it's been on my radar for quite a few different reasons. One of the biggest things, like, has been, let me see if I can find the on, because the guy is actually, you know, Patreon right there. He's been on Patreon for quite a bit. This is Emmanuel Galadio. He's a Patreon guy. He hasn't really done many super games. He's an artist, though. That's like one of his big things you kind of got to realize. He's an artiste. And you know what? More power to him. He's clearly done artwork. He clearly knows what he likes. You know what? I'm cool with that. That's fine. If we're looking at like what's like, it's kind of hard to find like things that he's done because he makes about 443 a month. But like, he's an artist, and I like that's fine. Sort of. Not my favorite thing in the world, but he's an artist. And this is a platinum seller already. Now, if we go to drive-through, if we do drive-through RPG, metal tiers, platinum means 1,000 plus already. 1,000 plus people have already purchased this particular game. I'm gonna hit this button and then bring it out here. What unread notification do I have? Somebody sent me a press copy, fun fact, of something on drive-through. Awesome. Yeah. Generally speaking, this guy is like Blood Red Blossoms, joke like Rooster Games, Fleshscape, Broken Binary. He's done nothing really else. Like, nothing really else has been like a mega big thing. The only thing like Broken Binary, I remember, was like kind of popular for like 5 seconds. But the problem is, Broken Binary isn't actually barely a game. Because Broken Binary is a fucking 2-page game. It's 2 pages. It's a goddamn barely a game. And if you look at here, he's just like, oh, yeah, critical conditions, business card RPGs. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, God. I'm like, okay. So even kind of going into that, I was like, oh, this guy isn't really doing it for me. This is Need Games, though. Need Games, if we go to... Need Games is an Italian company. These guys do Italian games. They publish Italian things, and they also publish our games in Italian. You know, Le Legend of de Single Jim Henson's Labyrinth, Le Ghiaccio de Venturara. I'm gonna butcher all of it, because fuck you, I can't. Journey to Ragnar. They've done quite a few different games. We've talked about them lightly before. Very lightly before. I can't read Italian. Yo, boys, do we have do we got an Italian in the chat? Yeah, this is what these guys do. They publish Italian games, and they translate things into Italy. This is a fairly, I would say, a fairly common thing that happens in a vast majority of other countries, where you'll have like in a lot of other countries, what'll happen is you'll have a singular company who dominates a sphere of bringing games in. Usually there's about 1 to 3 of them in one. Like France and Germany, there's a few different companies that kind of compete with each other. Places like Italy may only have like 1 or 2. Like Spain, Spain has, I can't even remember the fucking name. They have like 1 company that does a lot of things. Russia, I knew, had a few. Vericord here would be able to confirm me a little. You'd be able to confirm, but this is like a lot of games end up going through these various little companies. Fabula Ultima got published through them. And they've been doing quite a bit of things. Japanese-style console RPGs. This is the official website, too. Press Start. We got Press Start books. We've got 15 classes. Mix everything. Game Master and me. 360 pages of color pages. Wowzers. Wowzers. Very, very pretty fucking amazing looking game. Doesn't mean I gotta like it, though. Yeah, so $17.90. It's about as, I don't think there's a physical version. I think if there is a physical version, yeah, I don't know about it. They've really only got 2 games in English, Journey to Ragnarok and Fabula Ultima now. But now that we've kind of gotten like a basic idea of who this guy is, we need to go into the game itself. Now, first thing that I saw that immediately made me want to kill myself more than anything, that literally just made me want to just put a fucking revolver in my hand and blow my brains out, was partially based on the tabletop role-playing Ryutama, which I love, by Atsuhiro Okada and published in England by Kodama Heavy Industries. This game was written and produced under advisement with permission from and complete final approval of both Kodama Heavy Industries and Atsuhiro Okada. That's so great. He's got the guy. Okada fucking follows me on Twitter. Like, but this is a countless source of inspiration. 13th Age, Aegis, Anima Prime, Apocalypse World, Area Hood, Blades in the Dark, Burning Wheel, 4th Edition, Fate, Kamagakari, Tenra Bansho Zero, Sword, Soul, and Sex from Ron Edward. This is a fucking Forge game. He can claim all he wants, but it's a Forge game. That's one of the issues here. This game is very much based on Forge products. He can claim it's based off 4th Edition and all these other JRPGs. There's really nothing similar to them, though. This game owes a lot of its DNA to Blades in the Dark. That is a very big thing. A lot of DNA from this game comes from Blade in the Dark. And remember that initial bit, I love Ryutama. But Ryutama is a game built for very specific purposes. Very specific ideas behind it. Pinged already. But yeah, so special acknowledgement, playtesters, blah, blah, blah. Publishers forward, yeah, just talking about stuff. He introduces things, then we have the basic table of content. One thing to note about is some of the most beloved JRPG franchises, such as Bravely Default, Bravely Second, Grand Blue Fantasy, Ni no Kuni, Octopath Traveler, and Final fucking Fantasy. Grand Blue Fantasy. Grand Blue Fantasy. This isn't really based off things like Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger or anything like that. This says a lot that says JRPG. I'm going to give you right here, right fucking now. JRPG is a fucking SEO term. Fuck you, you Italian fuck. Fuck you. I can say these things. Tell fantastic stories. Now, one of the issues, growing heroes and powerful villains set fantastic worlds. Tells you what role-playing games are, kind of tells you roles. This is a very friendly game. I'm going to say that right now. I'm kind of going to zoom past this right here, but this is like babies first. Like they assume you're an idiot and you just do not know how to make things. However, this is a very interesting bit right here. Fabula Ultima has no default world, and that's on purpose. Your group will collaboratively create a custom world in which your tales takes place. You have to do the 8 pillars. If you're not familiar with classic tropes of Japanese console role-playing games, you can find a useful collection of inspirational worlds starting on page 16. I fucking despise anyone who says, this is Final Fantasy. Hate it. I hate you for anyone who ever cites Final Fantasy as a thing. Because what happens is, Final Fantasy is probably one of the largest, most diverse fucking works out there. Because every game is unique. Well, roughly. And because, like, if you were to say Final Fantasy, to me, the first thing that kind of comes to my mind is Final Fantasy 6. Is actually Final Fantasy 5 and 6. Those are the two games that I adore the most. I love Final Fantasy 5, and I love Final Fantasy 6. These are two of my favorite fucking games of all time. But then I also kind of think of like, oh, well, fine, you know, I kind of liked Final Fantasy 10. Yes, I'm one of the few fucking people in the world who liked Final Fantasy 12. I liked Final Fantasy 10 too. Very different, like Final Fantasy 10. Very different game. You know, very, very fast. Final Fantasy 10 is a weird fucking world. I love it. I think it's really bizarre. Final Fantasy 12 is actually very interesting. Maybe not the best game or story around, but I actually grew to appreciate it over the years. You know, even things like Ivalice in general. I love Ivalice, but Ivalice to me will always be Final Fantasy Tactics more than anything. You know, that's kind of the thing that appeals to me mostly about Ivalice. It has a very unique tone to it, unique feeling, and unique purpose. But that's not Final Fantasy Tactics fully. That's more. Then you get things like Final Fantasy You get things like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I never played really Advance 2, but Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is a completely different world, different feel, very different ideas behind it. All of these games are very different feeling, very different ideas behind them. But their world actually is the reason why their story works so well. Final Fantasy V doesn't really have a very defined world. Like, it doesn't. That's not really the point. But it's more about the characters, more about, you know, the story of Bart and his friends as they try to save the fucking world. 6 is very dependent on its world. Which, to the point where it's such a fantastic idea and very tragic at the same time. There's some sad fucking things in that game. Final Fantasy X, Spirit is insane. Like, has anyone actually read half the lore of fucking Spirit? You know, better dead than Al Bhed, baby. 12 is fucking Ivalice, but it's completely different from other Ivalice. All of these have very unique flavors, unique ideas to them. JRPGs are not defined by their setting, but they are essential to them to get the right flavor. Final Fantasy VI does not work in any other world except Final Fantasy VI's. The problem with like this, and the thing that kind of like I immediately kind of cringed a little bit internally, yeah, it's like, it's one of those things like, I kind of cringe a little bit at it because I look at it, I'm like, oh, fuck, there's no race. You can't put races in it. You can't put, you know, nothing. There's nothing canonical about this. That's one of the issues here. Even if there was like a very base, loose setting to work with here, I could get maybe a little bit more behind it, but there's really nothing here. And this is a very distinct issue because everything else has to now build around the idea that you can do whatever you want with it. You can set this in any world, in any time, in any place. Well, it's based off JRPGs. We're playing Wild Arms now, bitch. Well, that's not a classic JRPG. Bitch, we're playing Wild Arms. Why the fuck not? Sorry, we're playing Resonance of Fate. You know Resonance of fucking Fate? The one where Gat, Gat is an option? Yeah, we're gonna play that. Nothing can stop me. It's a JRPG. And it's gonna fit everything, right? Right? Come on, baby. You know it's true. But it isn't that. It's fantasy. Fantasy. And that's kind of like a... I gradually over time my feelings on the matter begin to kind of wane. It hurts. Ancient ruins and harsh lands, a world in peril, clashing communities, everything has a soul, magic and technology, heroes of many sizes and shapes. It's all about the heroes, mystery, discovery, and growth. The problem is this fits literally everything. Every single game I just went over does describe these pretty well. You can be high fantasy. This is what it is. You play any of these. Natural fantasy, if you just want to appeal to those Ryutama SEO, fuck you. Techno fantasy. Or you want to like the three, like, I don't really like that. Large, yeah. Now, of course, we need somebody to help us out here, and I brought the only man able to do it. Say hello to Jabibi Von Cooney. He's ready to show us some Kino. Now, Jabibi Von Cooney is a hero without a story. And he's got his... He's ready to go. He's ready to fuck. He's ready to die. He's ready to go on there. He's ready to show us what real Kino is all about. Now, this is our character so far. This is a very simple character sheet. Now, there are other characters, like more, like there's like a second character sheet. They really don't matter. This is all you need. And you may be wondering, Notepad, this seems really light already. And the answer is yes, it is. It's a very light game. So, you will need tokens. You have fucking Fabula points. I love metacurrencies. I love metacurrencies. I love fucking metacurrencies. I hate metacurrencies so fucking much. Yeah, so these are kind of like our basic dice. This does use Ryutama's system. Like that's a very important thing. We're gonna have to kind of create your hero character, collaborate, contribute to the ongoing story, play as a hero. Read this book, follow all the rules. Now, literally the first like 30 pages of this game aren't actually like rules for anything. It's just like how to play the game, otherwise known as like how to run an RPG. But then again, I see this like, why is it so good looking? Why does it work? It's amazing looking. I love the way this game looks. I think it's a very pretty game because there's an artist working on it. Draco, you don't understand. You have to live. Yeah, like, this is, like, I really like the artwork, but even here, you kind of see it's a little bit of everything. Now, if they kind of kept to this, like, it was kind of like, arguably, if you just said it's Final Fantasy XIV, kind of schizo tech everywhere, yeah, I'd be fine with it. I think I wouldn't have harped on that at all. But you don't. So, basic core rules. Probably the most important chapter of the book. Useful advice in changing the rules. Given the broad scope of the game and many possible scenarios, the rules must be flexible. This also means that you will learn how and when to use them. That's why plenty of advice is included whenever possible. I want to give you a secret what this is. This entire first section, we've not learned how to roll the dice yet. Useful advice in changing the rules. Like, hey, anything doesn't work. This optional. Just use the optional rules. Bruh. You want to know what I called it? You want to know what I do when it comes to anytime I have to put something like in this in? Anytime I have to put something in, like, you can change the rules if you want. I put it after every single rule. Put it right at the bottom. You want to know why I put it at the bottom? I say, hey, all these rules up here that you just read, if you don't like one, you can change things up a little bit. But kind of, this is the intent. This is why this is the way this is. You tell me this first, I'm immediately not giving a shit. The rest of your rules, I'm like, not caring. Like, my enthusiasm dips. Because what happens here is, this is a criticism blocker. Well, if you don't like the rule, why don't you just change them? Why don't you just change them? Well, I bought a fucking book. I expect these rules to be decent. Yeah, it does look like Grand Blue quite a bit. I think Grand Blue Fantasy had a much stronger influence on this game than anything else. Is this guy a gacha freak? Yes, I can, probably. Basic scenes. Because yes, we have scenes. Game Master introduces the scene. Player characters do what they want to do. Scene ends. We like scenes. You might be a conflict scene. Might be an interlude scene. Game Master scenes. And I love Blades in the Dark. I love Blades in the Dark. So much fun. I fucking hate that game. Villain in action. Oh wow, cutscene. Wow, you can be a game master scene. You can literally make a cutscene. Oh wow, cool. I love cutscenes. Sessions and campaign. You kind of go with the session. This is like one of the weird, typical session will typically last 4 hours. This is the weirdest thing. Now, this is the campaign, join multiple form campaign, overarching story. When you sit down and play Fabula Ultima first time, how long you want to play. This will help plan a schedule. That being said, Fabula Ultima is designed to shine over the course of 20 to 50 game sessions. 20 to 50 game sessions. The fuck are you smoking, you Italian moron? This is hilarious. 20 to 50 sessions? Jesus Christ almighty. And again, I want you to remember this going forward. This game is designed to be played over a literal 20 to 50 game sessions. Everything we go over now, you must understand that. The most important thing, even as like Flowjam says, 80 to 200 hours. All I'm saying is they want to get that real JRPG experience. Come on. Some purpose. Allies, always round down, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Specific beats in general. Like, for example, a player character cannot equip 2 shields at the same time. However, skills dual shield bearer allows you to do so. Timing stuff. Generally speaking, players go first. Anatomy of a character. Now, this is the trait section. Each character has a total of 3 different traits. This is your identity, your theme, and your origin. Jabibi is a hero without a story. He is, in general, his identity. After you've built your setting, you have to give them an identity. I'm a sky pirate. I'm a princess without a kingdom. I am a dashing hero, or I'm a... What would be a good one? I'm a treasure hunter. I'm a thief with a heart of gold. I'm a mystic knight. Haunted by her kingdom, hunted by her kingdom or whatever. That's your identity. Your theme is just a single thing that identifies who you are. My theme is anger. My theme is loyalty. My theme is, strangeness, is belonging. Your origin is your land, where you're from, which has a lot less impact because you have to determine where you're from. Everybody has to determine where their origin is. Which, again, if there was a more detailed setting, being like, my origin is from the Sky Islands. Because I am from the Sky Islands, X, Y, and Z is more prevalent. Hey, because I am from the Empire of Galatia or whatever, I have X, Y, and Z to worry about. That's not a thing, so your origin is all about where you're from, is very vague and very... Yeah, so... No. While playing, you'll be able to invoke your character's traits to improve your odds when rolling dice. Because don't forget, we're playing Fate too. Man, I love Fate. I hate Fate. We also have bonds. Heroes need connections to grow stronger. Bonds represent exactly that. A bond can be tied to 1 to 3 emotions, each belonging to 1 of 3 different pairings. So for each emotion in the bond, the strength of that bond increased by 1. For example, you have a bond of inferiority and loyalty toward the Sapphire Princess. I think that bond is 2. Just like traits can be evoked to improve your die rolls, they can also boost your ability to help your companions. With the 6 bonds at the same time. You can only have 6 bonds at the same time. Now, to kind of give you an example here, Jabibi has loyalty toward Pro Tutor. However, he has inferiority and mistrust toward Chippy, a toad. But he has a deep affection for Manly Salmon. You don't start with bonds, you have to actually forge these bonds naturally. And these bonds can be with anybody. You want to have a bond with a villain, you want to have a bond with a nation, you want to have a bond with an organization, that's a thing. But you can only base it off these very basic emotions. Because I know for all my JRPGs that I enjoy, each relationship can be always broken down into 6 different categories, with absolutely no problems between them. Absolutely not. I don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. Arguably, this would have been a lot better if it was just like a written thing. Like, like you have to assign like a different word to it. So instead of like, Pro is like, I have loyalty toward him, but I'm afraid of him. Like, okay, I have loyalty, but I'm afraid of, or like, oh, but if I'm loyal to him and I am devoted, That's very different. Like, that's kind of like, you have a different idea that you can invoke. And like Chippy, I'm not inferior to Chippy. Chippy just scares the fuck out of me. And we cannot trust him. He is a horrifying Dutchman. We cannot trust that man. Manly is not affection necessarily, but we're best friends. I view Manly as my best friend. He is a good man. Like, I enjoy his presence. And you might be like, he's a friend. He's a close friend. He's my blood brother. So it's kind of like you increase the intensity of certain emotions. Like, yeah, that would make a little bit more sense here. It's just what I would do personally. It's a little bit, wishy-washy, but it makes a little bit more sense. Manly is, no, he's just a soon. He just wants to kill me half the time. Manly has sent me multiple death threats. Multiple death threats. Mostly when I make Tiger Ball edits. He does not appreciate the Tiger Ball edits for some reason. I feel kind of sad about that. So, Fabula points are the next major thing. Like, these allow you to invoke traits in bonds whilst feel a variety of special effects. Overall, these are your big things. You gain Fabula points when you have none. You gain when the villain makes an entrance, when a villain makes an entrance, and when you fumble a check, and if you surrender at 0 HP. We'll get to fucking how dying works, and I hate it. Now, spend 1 Fabula performing a check, invoke a trait, reroll 1 or both dice. Spend 1 Fabula point performing a check to invoke a bond, add its strength to the result. So if I invoke my bond toward Chippy, I get a +2. If I invoke my bond toward Manly, I get a +1. To alter the story, if you alter an existing element, you need permission from whoever introduced it. These are Fabula points of the game called Fabula Ultima. They're fate points. These are fate. These are just fate points. They're mushy gushy lovely. The mushy gushy points. They're good boy points, effectively. Level of abstraction. Characters generally begin their adventures at level 5 and climb all the way up to level 50. If you want to know where those like 40 fucking sessions come from, it's this. You can climb up to level 50 in this game. Classes and skills. One of the big things is there are multiple classes. These are your classes and skills. At first level, level 5 effectively, you can distribute these among either 3 or 2. I chose to go down 2, which I have Sharpshooter 3 and Dark Blade 2, because I wanted to become Dark Blade. Every time you put a point in the class, you get one of their skill. You get one of their skill bonuses. Range Weapon Master 2 is Range Weapon Master. All it is give +1 to accuracy check, but it's plus SL. Since I put 2 skill levels in here, it's +2. I get a +2 to all of my accuracy checks. Pretty simple. It's because I put down here. It's like Agony 1. After dealing damage to a bond target, recover. SL. I think it's SL. Times 2, I think. SL times 2 HP and MP. Cool. This is just how I want to build my character. This is fair. This is fine. This is a lot more in-depth. Here's the thing. I actually like this bit over Ryutama's system. But we'll get to why that's maybe not the best thing in the world. We'll get to that later. Yeah. Basic attributes: Dex, Insight, Might, and Willpower. You've probably already seen these before. Let me bring up the Now, if we take like the basic Ryutama character sheet, in Ryutama we have Strength, Dex, Intelligence, and Spirit. These have pretty much remained unchanged by their nature, otherwise known as Dex is still king. Invest in Dex. Dex will save your life. Always invest in Dex, because 95% of things you're going to be doing physically are going to have Dex involved. It's great. I love it. Because remember, this is a combat game. This is a fighty game. Yeah, so we go here. Each represents die size. Generally speaking, you don't have very high fucking inventory points. We'll get to you, inventory points. We have defenses, magic defenses, initiative modifier, our equipments and all our stuff, and our currency, zeniths. Because there's a currency name, but nothing else. So if you've ever played Ryutama, I'm going to teach you how to play Fabula Ultima. Normally what's going to happen is you're going to have an attribute. You're going to take one attribute and you're going to take another attribute. Let's say, for example, with Jabibi here, Jabibi needs to make a dexterity willpower check. Let's say he needs to outsmart somebody. I don't fucking know. He's going to take a D10 for his dexterity. He's going to take a D8. I say he's going to take a D8 for his dexterity. He's going to roll, and he's going to add them up. I rolled an 8 and a 9. I rolled 17. That's it. I've taught you how to play Fabula Ultima. But no, Pad, there has to be something. Nope. You're just going to play. That's just how it's played. 40 to 60 sessions. 20 to 40 sessions. Thanks, strikes again. I want to avoid abuse of the dex stat. Yeah, that's pretty much like Ryutama is a very simple game. Like, people don't quite understand that sometimes. Ryutama literally is take 2 attribute die and roll. 99% of the time, that is all you're going to be doing. Even for Jabibi saying he wants to take a pistol shot. His pistol shot is going to be his insight plus his dexterity. He's going to take a D10 and he's going to take his D6. He's going to roll, and he needs to beat somebody's defense. I rolled a 10. I rolled a 6 and a 4, but I also get a +2 to my accuracy. So congratulations, I've hit 12. I've hit you. I've hit you in the face with it. Go me. I did it, everybody. Yeah. Rule when asked by the game master. This is very simple. If you've ever played it, it's fine. Like when to perform checks. We already know how to do this. We know how the modifiers work. We know how difficulty levels work. One of the weird things that introduces the concept of the high roll. So let's say, for example, I make my D8, I make a D6 plus D10 roll, and I roll a 4 and a 3. Not very high, but my high roll, as you can kind of see here, my high roll would be 4, not the 3. So for my damage with my pistol, let's just roll again, just for sake of completeness. I rolled a 7 and a 5. My full damage would actually be 7 plus 8. I would do 15 damage with my pistol. I go bang, I shot you with my gun. That's it. Some things are like, but for example, with my Raging Fist, otherwise known as just my unarmed attack, I would just do 7 damage. This high roll does apply to multiple different things. That's a pretty big thing. Pretty simple to understand, though. If you roll a 6, or if you've ever had the fucking crit systems here, that's just how it goes. Same number, and the number is 6 or higher, the result is critical success. This is a really odd one. I do like it a little bit more than Ryutama's system a little bit, because Ryutama's system was very bizarre. But generally speaking, how crits work in this game is if you roll dubs of 6 or higher. You have 2d6, roll double 6s, you've crit. If you've rolled double 7s, crit. This does mean that with like a d6 and a d8, you have 1 chance of scoring. You pretty much need to roll double 6s. That's all you can really do. In Ryutama, it was actually a lot harder to crit in some aspects because you needed to roll max. That was the idea. You needed to roll max on it. But crits were a lot more rare. I did like that. Fumbling, if everything was all run, cool. This shit's fucked. Opportunities are one of those weird additions from the PBTA, the Blades in the Dark, the Forge era. I'm just gonna call it the Forge. Pretty much an opportunity allows you to gain something. There are strict opportunities to do things. You can spend an opportunity and you pick an option or something else that kind of comes up. Mostly it's going to be picking an option. So for example, I roll well and I've got an opportunity. So I could say, I earn their favor, or I get some information, or I get a lost item, or it's like, a plot twist, or it's a scan, or I unmask somebody, or something like that. That's kind of the idea. One of them being bonding. You can actually build a bond with something with that. It's pretty simple, generally speaking. However, you can also get these as a negative as well. You might give them an opportunity to fuck your day up, or you might commit a faux pas, or you might lose an item, or you might divulge some information you weren't meaning to. Or they might discover a secret on you, or fill a clock. Yeah, we're gonna get the clock. Not exactly complicated. Typically not exactly complicated. On deck, go with 10. Checks in play. Very simple. Now, we're going to talk about the system right now. This is the optional. Turn failure into success, but it's a success at a cost. Oh no. I don't know why this is here. Doesn't need to be here though. But we're going to talk about the system here for a second. Mostly we're going to use Jabibi as an example. We use Jabibi as an example and the idea of Ryutama. Ryutama was designed for two things in mind. Two very important things, actually. And we went over this in the stream talking about it. One of the most important things Ryutama was built around was the basic concept of being able to run it in a cafe as a one-shot. A lot of JRPGs are actually built, JTRPGs anyway, are built around one-shots. You can play an entire game of Ryutama in one session and still have fun with it. That's fun. That's fine. That's how the game is actually built. Long-term kind of Ryutama games do exist, and you can play for a long time, but the system is mostly designed for shorter campaigns. Maybe 5, maybe 10 sessions at most, but you can still play just one-shots with it. Plus, you can just play a one-shot and be perfectly happy with it. Even more happy than some. But. This game is designed for longer. Much longer. And the system is very light. Very light, in fact. I describe this as balsa wood sometimes. Doesn't matter how much stuff you add. Doesn't matter how many things you add, how many ideas you choose to put into a game. If your core system is too light, too basic, too simple, there's one little thing that's going to happen. Everything around it's going to feel a little bit basic or a little bit simple. The range of dice are very simply, you have a D6, a D8, a D10, or a D12. Those are all the dice will we ever be rolling. Do we ever add a third die? No, you will never add a third die. You're always going to take 2 die and you're going to try to beat a target number. That's all you're going to be doing. The entire game is built around that very simple concept. Nothing else. In Ryutama, that worked very well because the entire game was built around it. This one wants to be a hardcore adventure game. All the little notices and all the little notes. One thing about Ryutama was that it never outstayed its welcome. And that was actually a big thing I actually said in the video about it, the little opinion. Ryutama doesn't outstay its welcome. It stays just long enough, you get your fun out of it, and you leave. You're okay, you graduated up. You've done something else. You can always return to Ryutama. It's always there. It's going to have this big blanket. You can get under the big blanket with it, and it's going to be like, hey, we're okay. You want some cocoa, and you're like, oh man, I've got under my big blanket, I got my cocoa. It does exactly what it wants you to do. Not going to outstay its welcome, though. Too long, though, a very long Ryutama campaign doesn't really work. Too simple. The ideas aren't really there unless you're really building it with the GM. GM kind of builds a campaign around that, but you're not really about the system at that point, about the journey, about the story you want to tell. This is a very complicated game, trying to emulate something very... using a very, very, very light system. I think it outstays its welcome just a little bit. It's good. I like the system, but because I like Ryutama. So the optional success, yeah, if you want to put something in it, you want to have... I love success at costs. See, honestly, that's just how I would do... That's how I usually do failures, anyway, the success at cost. Invoking a trait... Yeah, this is the idea of the invoking trait. This is like a way that they try to bump up the value of these. Where it's like, oh, well, because Jabibi is a hero without a story, he gets to re-roll this. He gets to re-roll his dice. Oh, because he's trying to be Kino, he can re-roll his dice. Because he's from the mystical land of Belarus, he can re-roll his dice. These aren't really going to be changing much. These two can change a little bit more actively. Your origin is never really going to change. because that's where you're from. And because it's not like a race or something. This is your origin. Unless you try to like make it that way, unless you like rewrite it to be like, oh, it's your race. But even that's like Kino supremacist. Yeah. So it's like, okay, but if you invoke a bond, you just add the flat value to it. Invoking to fail, like that's the idea. You can, if I just need a +1, I can invoke my affection toward manly salmon and get a +1 to it. With such small ranges, these are actually somewhat valuable. The problem is, this does turn bonds into ablative, bonuses. And you're going to get your fucking fate points pretty much a lot more actively. I do not like the idea of the fate points. I think it's dumb. I think it's a weird addition that doesn't need to exist. And like, you could rewrite this entire section up here to make it a little bit more accurate. But the problem is, that requires a setting. Like, this I would make a lot lighter, and this one I would make a little bit deeper. But like, kind of, it's like, oh, you can do whatever the fuck you feel like. Open check, like, yeah, generally speaking, like, critical successes will always win and critical failures will always lose. Kind of an important thing. Open checks are, we need to get something to do. That's pretty much it. Little situational modifiers, +2, -2, group checks. Group checks are pretty simple. Because what you have to perform a support check, and every time that you successfully perform it, you get a +1 bonus. So everybody's trying to support each other by just rolling. And like, if you're just doing a support check, don't, like, this is a really weird way of doing it. With everything else here, like, this is kind of very Japanese way of doing it. It's just like, don't do this. Just add a +1 if it's relevant to being able to help. I would say either just add your bond with that person, or add a +1. Like, not really that big, yeah. With the difficulty it's 10, they both have strength 2. Thus the leader's check will have a total of +. Frequently used checks. This is almost taking one for fucking all this. Also, shared attribute choices. Wow. Clocks. Yes. This game does have clocks. Clocks are actually a fairly major part of this. Because in Ryutama's beautiful elegance, what we needed to add in was a fucking clock. Hell yeah, look at it. Right there, clocks. Yeah, gamers, fuck yeah. I don't like clocks. I think clocks are boring. I get the idea of clocks. I've always got the idea of clocks. I understand why people like clocks. I'm just like, really? Another game with clocks? There's nothing you can do with it? Maybe like a bar. Maybe like, maybe interpret it something different. Maybe give it a little bit more flavor to it because you're a JRPG. Maybe like an ATB bar, active time bar. Cool, that could be fun. Just call it something different, please. They never do. But yeah, if you've ever played Forge in the Dark, if you don't, watch the stream on it. It's clocks. If you fail a check, bad things go on. If you do well, you advance it more. Clocks. Like, if bonds are a source of our heroes, emotions, and strengths. Because this is literally all. Remember, these are the core emotions that you feel toward everybody. The Dark Knight Belphegor. Creating a bond. You're going to be creating bonds pretty usually. But remember, you only have 6 of these very specifically, so you just can't use them for everything. And because we only have a very certain amount of these, because you're going to eventually run to a point where all your bonds are going to be about the same thing. Strengthening bond or changing emotions, erasing bonds. Bonds are stronger than death. The role of bonds. Not shy away from complex bonds. Wow! Role-playing is hard! I've never been a fan. Like, I like bonds and stuff when they have a little bit more going for them, but bonds really don't do anything outside very certain situations. They feel weird. Also, in case you're wondering, like, Notepad, why did you break these? This is just how the character sheet is. Like, I don't think people quite understand. The actual, like, fillable character sheet for this game is broke to shit. I have no idea why. Like, shit is everywhere. Just download it right. It's broke. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's my PDF reader. This is the conflict scene. Yeah. Now, structure of conflicts. Determine the characters. Discuss the goal. Perform an int check, which is a dex plus insight, because it's usually the best one. Consecutive rounds. Until teacher take an action, the round ends. Combat continues. Go back to step 5. Gotta determine the participants. Gotta discuss our goals. Gotta do our initiative. Very important. Initiative. This is actually, it's a group initiative role, weirdly enough. Like, I would think it would be kind of like an individual initiative role. Generally speaking, I would just have everybody roll this initiative differently, because I think that would be the simplest way of doing things. But yeah, you just kind of go back and forth with it. Because this is, each turn is a single action. You cannot choose a pass if you're already outnumbered, but it's back and forth. I go, enemy goes. I go, enemy goes. I go, enemy. Hey, everybody. You know that, you know ACB systems, that's very common in Japanese Japanese role-playing games. Fuck that, who needs one of those? Because this isn't a JRPG. This is a Blaze in the Dark game. Remember that. He's saying all these things because of the art. Nothing else. Again, there could have been something interesting here, but he deliberately chose not to do it. And I don't know if they're stupid or they just didn't know what to do it. But you're like, oh, they might have enemy initiative as well. It's like I genuinely don't know. Like, conflicts are able to reach each other quite equally. Actions and descriptions, attacks. Weird thing here. Weird thing here. Now, this is where things get really bizarre, and one thing I don't like about the combat one bit. Right here, space and distances. A true console JRPG, the line in which games cinematic approach, conflict scenes assume we can reach each other easily. Actions, descriptions, attacks. Oh, well, you can attack foes wherever you are, roughly. Wherever you are. Doesn't matter where. Okay, but don't overcomplicate things. Sometimes experiment or things like that. You want to attack a flying enemy. You can't attack a flying enemy if you're in melee because he has the flying tag. But you can use a ranged weapon against him. But you can target a ranged character whenever you want. It's just having a ranged weapon enables them to do different ranged attacks. Now, time for a clock. Now, I want to give you a secret here. One thing they do not have in this game, and one thing that made Ryutama, again, a superior game. Like, Ryutama being just the superior game in all ways. I'm going to show you one thing. This is the Ryutama battle map. Right here. The Ryutama battle map is a abstracted area in which allies can be either in the back or the front. If you're in the front, you can't target enemies in the back. You can't target your allies in the back. And if everyone collapses in the front area, everybody moves up to the front area. But if people are in the front area, that means you can't target enemies in the back. Now, I'm going to also show you something else. This is Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI has a very simple system to it. One of the ideas is that you can put characters in the front or you can put characters in the back. A character that's in the back does slightly less damage with melee but does full damage with ranged attack. but they're going to take a lot less damage when it comes to actually getting hit by melee attack. So it's kind of a back and forth. Sometimes you want to move allies to the back, make sure they can't get hit, but if they're rangers or magicians, that's something beneficial to them. But you want to put your your melee guys up front. Interesting thing to note, however, is a very core idea, which is your melee guys will always have priority to get hit by certain attacks. They're always going to get hit first. It's actually it's a very simple system, actually. Very simple, very to the point. There's nothing really too complicated about it, but it doesn't need to be complicated, and that's not the point of it. Very simple way of kind of looking at things here. Ryutama emulated that. Ryutama emulated this very well, which to the point where it did it almost flawlessly. Because this is how a majority of things actually end up looking, where you have people in the front, you have people in the back, you're trying to protect some of the weaker characters with your big melee fighters, but like a single melee fighter can really hold the front line if he's got the right defenses. If he's able to hold the line, he can defend his friends. You get things like this. This is a very classic scene from it. There are four allies in the background that aren't really good at melee combat. They're going to get their shit rocked, so you have to have one guy up there tanking blows, but you have those four supporting him. It works very well, in fact. It's very good, it's very to the point. But Fabula Ultima, for some godforsaken reason, removed the line battle system from the JRPG game. I don't know why. Can somebody explain this to me? Is there a reason? Did a line battle system kill his mother or something? You can make an argument and be like, well, that's not very cinematic, but you're trying to emulate JRPGs. You're trying to emulate JRPGs, wouldn't you want to be doing that anyway? Like, that's pretty consistent, unless you're going for, like... The only other option that I can think of, actively anyway, like, this is the only other option I can think of, like, actively in my head, is... It was deliberately chosen to be that way to emulate, like, Final Fantasy 12, like Final Fantasy 12 and 13, or even 15, and be a lot more actively moving around, being able to hit people. But that's not the inspirations it's kind of drawing from, because even Grand Blue Fantasy has a battle map. Like, even Grand Blue fucking Fantasy has it. Bravely Default, I believe, has it. Like, you can't just move around everywhere. Unless you're going for, like, oh, it's narratively appropriate. You've already abstracted the battlefield out, my friend. Because remember, this fucker cited goddamn 4th edition and 13th age. Yeah. This is... Yeah, I'm really digging this already. I'm like, oh, no. Like... Ryutama's battle map served a very distinctive purpose. See, this doesn't even have things like the items. In Ryutama, one of the big things to really spice combat up a little bit is everybody could have items on the field. I need a range attack really fast. I'm going to grab a pot and yeet it at somebody. Cool, you've burnt an item to do a ranged attack if you don't have a ranged weapon. Final Fantasy 14. No, I don't want it to replace Final Fantasy 14. No, Final Fantasy fucking... Ah. But it's like, or, hey, I'm going to get behind a wall and aim my crossbow better and get a little +1. That brought a lot of nuance to a game that didn't really focus on combat, because it enabled players to really get into the fight all of a sudden. And they actually even talk about how to use that map in different situations. Hey, an enemy is flying. You gotta shoot it. Hey, you're on a really tight bridge. You aren't moving up or back. You can't move anymore. Hey, you're in a really wide open space. You can move anywhere on the map, really. You know, anyone can attack you just as much as you can attack anyone. But it's like you're trying to, like, put yourself in between things. then why? Like, but why? Like, this is one of those bizarre things of like, why did you remove this? Did you remove it to add something? But they don't. Because your basic ideas, you got your attack, you got your equipment, you can guard +2 to opposed checks, you gain resistance to all damage types. You know, you can hinder somebody, you inflict a condition upon them, inventory objectives. Which is, in case you're like, well, you can remove clock. There's literally an action, like clocks are an essential part of the game. You can't avoid the clocks. You know, do a spell, you can attempt to study somebody, but studying is, you need to study an enemy to get their stats, because that's a really cool JRPG thing that nobody likes doing, and they do it to make sure that you don't just game the fucking system and have perfect knowledge, because it's a fucking video game and you can do that. You know, you will perform not covered by any of the above. Attacking, you choose an enemy, you do an accuracy check, you try to beat their defense score. Your defense score is like right down here. It's pretty simple. Like normally nothing is too high. Normally going to do damage, depending on if you're a vulnerable or resistant or absorbing or whatever. Not really complicated. Sometimes you get free attacks. Multi-property lets you target up to two different creatures. For a single accuracy check, compared against that, you can hit everybody. You're 2-weapon fighting. See, the thing is, like, I like the idea that you do add more things to it. I like the idea of Fabula Ultima adds things to Ryutama. The problem is, it takes more things away and then, like, staples weirder shit to it. Like, stop it. Go away. I'll choose a cover creature. A cover creature is already covering someone. So generally speaking, it's like you want to guard if you're kind of in your protect yourself. Which they even outright say like, oh, wizards should just be guarding, even though instead of doing things. Nobody likes doing the guard action. The guard action sucks. Nobody likes guarding. Guarding is what you do if you're going to get slammed by an enemy attack after they clearly signaled it. It's like, okay, we gotta fucking do this. Shit. Ow. Now, one of the big things is that if you do end up getting a crit or any of these opportunities, you need to inflict one problems on them. That's like a big idea. You also can spend your inventory points to do things. We want to accomplish something. You want to make a gold clock go up. Click, clock, 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 clock. You know, gold clocks, spells, studying. That's really... Generally speaking, you're going to do this if the GM is a dick. No woman's desire. Because you have to remember this, which is a weird thing. Is that technically this is a not just strictly for, you gotta remember, this conflict scene isn't strictly for conflicts, it's for conflicts, for everybody. You know, back and forth exchange at rapid places. You know, midst a narrow city hallway, infiltration scene, skirmish, a large-scale battle, a tense audience with a powerful figure, a duel between two ancient rivals. This isn't combat, this is conflict. Like, oh, well, we want to do all these things, which is like, no. What the fuck are you on about? Like, I think that's like one of the reasons like they don't have the map or anything. It's just like, we'll just use clocks and shit. Because they decided to put the combat section for fucking everything. I don't know why, they just did. Dialogue and tactics, skill, like pretty simple stuff. Like if you already kind of know what's going on here. Ending a conflict. Everyone find agreement, you know, a different one. A brutal battle turned into a chase. The conflict ends last night until it ends effects. Turn later effects, pretty simple. Like, yeah, like this clock, you should use clocks to bring it down. You got to do actions to do things. And it's like, why are you doing this? You don't need to add all this shit. We're like, it's narrative. I don't give a fuck if it's narratively appropriate. You've corroded the fucking combat of a very elegant game for no gain. Nothing is gained by doing this. You just put clocks in because you're too incompetent to write something else. Ugh. I gotta be calm. We gotta be cool. We gotta be, you know, instead of using basic checks or, you know, you actually playing a game, we gotta use a stupid little clock. Go tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Gotta start a combat scene. It's not a combat scene, even though you explicitly tell us how to do an attack. Even though you explicitly tell us to go in there and stab somebody to death. But you can't help yourself. You never can help yourself. Yeah, like even things like, oh, ambushes, like outside of conflict. They even add the fucking, like, there's a superiority rule for some reason, which is anytime you deal, this is Persona. I don't know why they add this Persona system to things. This is a pointless system. I do not know why. It's like, okay, if you are immune or absorb damage, you get some superiority points. If if you hit someone that's vulnerable, you gain superiority points whenever you roll critical success or whenever they fumble. Cool. And spend superiority points to perform additional actions. Cool. However, important thing government is you can only spend 1 superiority point per turn. As 1 or more superior points instead will gain no superiority points and they will lose. It's a back and forth. You go forward if you have them, or the enemy is going to go forward if they have it. It's a constant push and pull. Now, this could be like a way to like spice up combat. Like if you put this independently, if you kind of like work this more into the rules instead of adding a dozen goddamn clocks. Like it's the idea of like you have this push and pull of you're trying to push superiority, you're trying to push your advantage up more, but you're trying to push or like trying to rail back their superiority. Cool, that could be an interesting system. That could be an interesting idea, but it's a fucking side note. It is like a weird side note that's like, yeah, you can do it if you feel like it. You don't need to. Yeah, I feel like this is what happens if people play Blades in the Dark and not about how revolutionary they're being by making a narrative game when everything about their game betrays the fact that they want to make a bonking slime sim. Yeah. Hit points and mind points, like, generally speaking, you're going to actually have quite a bit of HP. Like, you're going to have a decent chunk of hit points. I wonder, like, mind points are just your mana points. You can call them whatever you want. They're mana points. Like, one of the big things is the idea of entering Crisis. Once you enter Crisis, certain effects hit with, generally speaking, you're going to have your might die times 5 plus your level plus any other effects. Like, on half of whatever your value is going to be your Crisis. For example, I have a D8 in my might. Therefore, I have a decent chunk of actually health, and I'm going to be able to add other things. I have about 55 health, which is not a lot. I have a pretty average health because there's only 3 different stat states you can have in this game. Remember that. There's only 3 different variations of stats you can have. Your Crisis, when you enter Crisis mode, it's not necessarily like you're bad, like something like you're not dying, there's no effects really, but certain effects actually enable you to do things when you're in Crisis mode or allow you to kind of trigger things. For example, with the Dark Blade, like if I am in Crisis, I gain resistance to dark and poisoned. Like I'm able to resist things if I'm being like actively kind of my shit beat. I like MP, it's MP point. Now, we're going to have to talk about 0 HP and why it's stupid. Dumb. Stupid. Moronic, even. Now, one of the ideas, some villains a bit more important now, these are villains, the main antagonist of story, and more. However, you have to choose 2 options, in most everything, which is the idea of escaping and surrendering. Because villains have a special thing called Ultima points. And when they can burn their Ultima points to safely disappear from a scene, or they can surrender, in which they no longer become villains, because, that's how that works. Player character, like villains, player characters follow their own special rules. They can sacrifice or surrender. This is the only way to actually die. Is this method. When you reach 0 HP, a player character may give their life in order to accomplish a seemingly impossible deed. Typically taking away a demigod's power, single-handedly holding off a small army to ensure their allies can flee. Details of sacrifice are negotiated between, and you will die. You can't really resurrect anything. However, these 2 things have to be true. A villain must be present. You believe your sacrifice will make the world a better place, or your sacrifice would benefit a character with bonds towards you. This is the only way to die in this game. Is this thematically appropriate? Yes, I believe this is thematically appropriate. However, there's a distinct caveat here. What I would do is make it less like this weird mechanical, like, do I sacrifice? Do we crunch the numbers enough, and make it a little bit more, I wouldn't say like hard and fast, but more like arguably narrative. Like, you dying in a JTRP, like a character dying in a JRPG, is usually a big deal. It's usually something bad has gone on. Something, story-wise, this has occurred. There should be moments of crisis or something. Like, you're in a crisis. You are in a certain situation where the villain can kill you. And, cool, that should be a threat. And it's kind of a clearly signaled threat. Like, this villain is spending points to change the nature of a fight, to allow you to kill you. Change the fight. He's not going to knock you out. He's not going to do anything. He wants to hurt you. He is going to kill you if you fuck up. And that could be a very dramatic and very sad scene of, like, yeah, you've lost something. You've surrendered, or something has happened to hurt you in a way. Sacrificing is sad. But if you can also just surrender, fall in combat, unable to act, and cannot kill a character who surrenders by impose a narrative consequence. Since if multiple characters surrender, or worse, all, the entire group gets wiped out. May impose separate consequences for each major consequence. It may also decide to bring consequences of your surrender into play later on. Now, in general, the mood of Fabula Ultima, however, permanent or crippling injuries should be avoided. Yeah, I say fuck yeah, because these are the sample consequences. You have to change your theme. You have despair. Decisive move. The hero loses faith and approval of a certain person. You lose something precious. You have resentment toward one of your bonds. Don't really do anything. You're separated. Oh no. Yeah, this is yeah, this is a thing when you surrender, when you just fall unconscious. This is weird because last time I checked, anytime I fucking fall, anytime I let poor Era's health reach 0 in Final Fantasy VII, she just falls over on the ground unless we lose. If it was more along the line, like everybody wipes out and you can choose to surrender, and like this is the option of like what happens, like you have to do this, you're gonna lose, you lost narratively. Even down to things like, yeah, here's a permanent like always lose state. Something is always bad's gonna happen because you're just gonna get your ass kicked. Fine, that could be its own thing, but it's not for some reason. And these are what they give you. These are the sample stuff, like resting in the wilderness. If you rest, you're allowed to recover your HP. Cover all your fit, recover status effects. You also get the forged bonds. You want to forge bonds with people. The more bonds you get, the more bonds you get, because these are not actually like character development or anything like that. No, this is actually just, we're having a conversation because I want to get a +2 on my next roll. And because if we ever take it, we can just reduce our bonds. We can just get back later. Yeah. Rests and pacing and activity should never be without consequence. Basic damage types, you've already kind of seen this. Damage affinities, extra damage might occur, changing damage types, improvising weapons. Yeah. You technically, yeah, player characters, unless they choose to sacrifice themselves, this should be portrayed as sudden stroke of luck or consequences for characters' heroic resolve. Technically, if you just die, or never going to die if you don't feel like it, dazed, enraged, poisoned, shaken, slow, and weak. This is a big thing from Ryutama, which is like, oh, I'm slow. If I'm slow, I have to reduce my dexterity die by 1. If I am dazed, my insight goes down. Oh, I'm weak, my might goes down. If you're enraged, both of these go down. If you are poisoned, both of these go down. I'm gonna see right here. These do somewhat stack. Now, Ryutama had actually a far better version. I'm going to keep bringing Ryutama up because this is very good. Because the idea behind Ryutama was that the bigger the effect, the more you'd actually have to deal with it. If you had a D12 in that, you're pretty alright. But if you're really fucked up, if you're really bad, like there's a chance that you may not be rolling anything. You might have a D4 your die, or you might have a D2. You might have some cripplingly low effect. But these things happen. You got bit by a poisonous snake, and now you're poisoned. You woke up wrong, and now you want to die. It happens. I do enjoy that a little bit. I get this is this is simpler, but it doesn't really have the feeling to it. It doesn't really have a very good bite to it. Interestingly enough, there's also no buffs in this game. At least in this section. I would put buffs or something, because buffs are usually fairly important in these, I guess. Fabula points. You already kind of know how Fabula points work. They're your currency. They're your fate points. Just use fate points. That's all. Now, villanos. Yeah, you woke up feeling like shit, and now you just want to die. That is a very valid threat in Ryutama, and I do enjoy that. I like the fact that you can wake up one morning, your back hurts, your body, like your limbs just aren't getting clicked into place really, and you have to walk across Death Mountain. It's like, man, fuck. Like, I don't, like, guys, do we have to walk across Death Mountain? We're gonna be late to get to Appletown if we don't. I'm like, alright. Make sure to drag my ass home. Yeah, and then when you're half dead, being carted in a goddamn cart, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, this is thematic, because it's a journey. The main antagonist of Ryutama is the journey. It's Mother Nature slapping her cock on the fucking table and telling you to go fuck yourself. It's like, oh man, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, Interestingly enough, in Fabula Ultima, villains are a fairly major idea. A corrupt baron, a legendary dragon, a regretful sorceress. Usually are connected to one of our player characters, or usually it's going to be thematic. For example, since Jabibi is from the mystical land of Belarus, there might be a man from the the cursed land of Poland after him or something. It's kind of that idea. Or because he's a hero without a story, there might be a hero with the story. He's opposing the guy who's like taking over his adventure. You want to introduce literally a villain entering in, like literally a villain entering a scene gives you points. Everything is by you have a gang of people who want to help him out. It's a hunchman or something like that. It's like, haha, I am here. I'm going to be evil. I'm going to be evil. It's like it's an actually very big thing, and they have these Ultima points. Depending on the villain scale, they can be either a minor villain, a major villain, or a supreme villain. Because all villains are broken down into 3 very simple categories and have no sense of escalation. So if you're a minor villain, you only get 5 of these magic. If you're a major, you get 10, and supreme 15. Now, anytime you can spend Ultima points to do things. You can escape. You can use them to invoke their traits. Because villains are built the exact same way as characters, pretty much. Or you can try to recover 50 mind points. This does technically allow certain characters in this scale to just escape problems very easily, unless you are actively trying to defeat them. A villain with no remaining Ultima points is no longer a villain and becomes the equivalent of any other NPC. Alternatively, you may choose to escalate. This is the idea of escalation. Any villain at any time can transform into a new version of themselves. Rejects a chance of redemption and grows even more obsessive in the pursuit of their goal. Heroes are forced them into a corner, and the results have proven catastrophic. What? I get where you're going here. It's like, I revealed that I have the sword of evil or whatever, but it's like, oh, that's every week of my life. That's every week of my day, even on the weekends. I wake up in the morning and shine. Got a fucking cart of apples I gotta haul on. should this villain escalate? Generally, they tell you, like, you shouldn't escalate too many villains because it's a stupid mechanic. Multiple identities, multiple villains, back-to-back villains. And yeah, this is the entire section on villainy. Till we get to, like, how to create them. Yeah, inventory points. You get inventory points. You get 6. What do inventory points do? They allow you to buy things. Oh, I want to buy 2 remedies. I want to buy a tonic and a remedy. You can restore your inventory points for money. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, like they, instead of having like appropriate items, like I wish there was like a little bit more detailed, but like this is the inventory system. It's if you have inventory points, you can burn your inventory points to get items. It's like, oh, I can get a potion. I can get a potion I need, or I can get an ability, or I can get an elemental crystal and do damage or whatever. I just have it. I can spend it. It's going to cost you 10 zenith for every you want to charge. So if you say spend 6 inventory points getting all your health pots, you have to spend 60 zenith to get everything back. Yeah, you cannot redistribute that. Instead of being gear autism, you don't have gear autism. That's just adventure. It's just inventory points. I think it's not good. It's a fine idea. A little bit wonky, but it's fine, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and then you're like, I can just spend inventory points to get stuff, journeys and travel. Because again, this is still a Ryutama game, but they took out the entirety of the traveling system in Ryutama. They did, for some reason. If you travel across the world map, you have to kind of do basic travel days. You have to roll on like a threat level of an area. So it's like if you roll a 6, or higher, it's danger. On a 1, makes an unexpected discovery. So, let's say, for example, oh no, if we're, traveling from a village to another village, I'll say, okay, it's going to take you about a day. We're going to roll once on the travel die. I rolled a 5. Nothing happens. But oh no, we're going through the vast forest. Oh no, we're going to roll a d12. That's a d10, if I can fucking blind. Roll that. You rolled a 9. We rolled a 9. So you've encountered something. Oh no. Because you've encountered something, you're going to have to fight some brigands. You're going to have to fight a thing here. Kind of more random encounters, but it's again, combat doesn't really feel that impactful. Yeah, or if you roll a 1, you might find something beneficial. You roll a 1 and like, hey, you roll a 1 in an open sea. You find a shipwreck full of stuff. Hey, that shipwreck is going to point us in the right direction. Or hey, you roll a 1 in the jungle. You find the ancient temple. You find an ancient temple complex. There is like there's the item list, but the item list is at the very back of the fucking game. Danger series of checks. Generally speaking, yeah. Discoveries are good things. We like discoveries. They're fun. This is the dungeon system. Okay, we're gonna feel really sad here. Okay, everybody, dungeons? Yeah, fuck dungeons. Common trope in any type of RPG, tabletop and digital alike. But not always labyrinth. Term dungeons usually indicate somewhat complex location of worthy of being explored. Exploring dungeons, you have dungeon scenes, detailed exploration, and you have an interlude. Danger clocks. That's it. This is literally the dungeon. How you do dungeon. You've got these three main ways of doing things. You can either go into a dungeon scene, which is literally like point to point to point in a dungeon till you get to the end goal. It's like, hey, here is like a map that you can explore around. We're not going to tell you how to do any of this. It's just you can do it if you want to build one. Or you do an interlude, which is like group check to establish whether encounter obstacles or dangers in the depths of the dungeon. I love danger clocks. Magic works exactly the way it kind of does in Ryutama. You have a various set of magical abilities, and you need to make the check. If you make the check, congratulations, you've done it. You're cool. You know, and the genders of the genders of magic are arcanism, which are normal people, chimerism, which are furries, elementalists, which are dumb, entropists, which are evil, and ritualism, which is the do everything else. And spiritism is kind of just there. This is your magic TM option. Yeah, ritualism is the do everything else. Yeah, you have our basic spells kind of like this. Yeah, each target hit spells over HR plus 15 fire damage. You're going to be making a roll. You have to spend it. That's really all it boils down to. If you can't do it, you're going to miss and you're going to hit and you're going to die. Free to move your body, free to speak, must mind points, casting spells target. You must be able to see your target. Player what? Choose targets, perform magical gestures, and acquire mana points, then do the thing. Normally, you're going to be performing a magic check, which is going to rely on pretty much one of these big ones. But that's really it. You have Ryutama already. Smash this X14. Probably. I played a little bit. I played enough of 14. I'm like, I got my fun out of 14. I thought it was fun. Describing your magic. There we go. Rituals. This is the idea of rituals. If you have ritual magic, you can just do anything you want to. Actually, no, I forgot. Arcanism isn't that. Arcanism is being Una. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. The idea of rituals is like, you can just do something. I need a ritual to do a thing. Oh no, I need to shatter glass. You're going to spend 20 MP. It's going to be that difficult. I need to treat an illness. Going to do that. As long as you have it, you can do it. That's fine. Well, during conflicts, you can do it, but guess what, everybody? It's a clock! Economy. Zeniths. 5 Zenith pays for a decent meal. Rent a room for a night in town. Can fetch you a bronze shield. You can have pretty much equipment operates pretty simply. You have an accessory, armor, main hand, and it all. That's really it. And you have one thing for that's really it. Anything not equipped goes in your backpack. How to get new items? You buy them. Anything rare you need to actually find in the. But you can also sell items, but not really else. We also have the various travel. You can do terrestrial. You can do submarine. You can do flying transport. Cool. Yeah, mounts required have no stats and will not fight. If you want to ride a creature in the battle, take a look at Wayfarer skill, Faithful Companion. This is how it works. Travel services, terrestrial transport, vehicles, equipment. Yeah. Depending on your classes, you actually get the ability to unlock martial items, which are pretty good. This is like what a basic item looks like. Like, you get a +1 bonus to your accuracy checks. Neato burrito. Like, yeah, these are pretty simple. It's a little bit easier when we're going down there, like, just to explain it all at once. Like, we'll do like the Iron Knuckle, for example. The Iron Knuckle is one-handed, it's melee, has 0 qualities to it. You're going to be rolling your dex plus your might. That is the accuracy check. That's what you're going to be doing to hit somebody. Whenever you roll, you're going to roll. Highest die is, you're going to do that much damage. That is the entirety of the damage system. That is combat. That is not complicated. You're going to pick the weapon that does the best that you want to do. If you choose to invest heavily into willpower and insight, then you're going to be picking more magic items. If you want to do dexterity and might, you're going to be picking more up. So I say dex is really valuable because almost every like basic weapon uses dex in some capacity. The ones that usually don't are things like it's like, oh, I want to hit someone with a hammer. That uses might. Like, yeah, heavy weapons use might, but a spear uses dex and might. Like, what was the one? Like, yeah, a great sword. Great swords technically do less damage. Do about as much, a little bit less damage than a heavy spear, But the advantages that swords have is they get a +1 bonus to things, otherwise known as easier to hit with it. And in case you're wondering, yes, a katana is the exact same as a greatsword. Fuck you, weebs. We win again. You may also be wondering, why in God's name would I ever want to use a rapier over a katana? It's one hand. It's the dex insight, one versus dex and might. Technically, if I wanted to be really precise, I wouldn't have gotten a gun. I would have gotten a weapon up here. If I wanted to be really specifically, I would just brutalize people with rocks. Dex plus might, baby. Basic armor. Armor works the same way. Because the idea is, if it's your basic defense is going to be your dex size versus and your insight. So Jabibi has a base insight of 6. So his magic defense is normally 6, and he has a base dexterity of 10. So his defense is 10. Armor is either going to increase it by increase it to a flat amount, or increase it or give a bonus to whatever it is. I have a combat tunic on, so it's whatever my dex is +1 and whatever my insight is +1. Most of these actually give you an initiative penalty of some variety. Combat tunic kind of just does everything pretty well. I initially wanted to get the travel garb because I thought that would be most appropriate, but I didn't want to suffer an initiative penalty. Fuck that. Yeah, so it's like, some of these are like, if you want to, pretty much if you have a really low value when it comes to your like might, when it comes to your dex score, you want to pick up something like this, which just gives you a flat defense bonus. But if you have a decent dex score, you may want to pick up something like this. The combat tunic is what I think a vast majority of people are going to pick. Sage robes if you kind of want to do it, but runic shields just give you a flat defense. Like, shields give you a flat bonus. That's all. Projects, exactly what. Come on, you fucking projects work. Come on, come on. Sample projects. You want to build a big old boat, flying boat. Then again, the gacha has an actual interesting battle system. You want a Gatling Golem, mag boots, Magitech suit. You want to do inventions and shit. Safe play environment. Cool. Player character versus player character. Don't worry about it. Secrets. Don't think about it. Leaving the group. Don't think about it. Absent player. Don't think about it. Very pretty artwork. Why does it have to be in this game? Now, then we get the press start for like rules for starting your Fabula Ultima game. Commitment, tone, rules and challenges, tones and themes, safety. Gotta go over the safety. World creation. Yeah, they kind of like have a secondary like world creation thing of like, here's a bunch of random tables. Here's a bunch of group options. Because there's actually a group sheet. Find the mind you, that isn't the full thing. Yeah, there's actually a full group sheet. Let me down fast. This is the group sheet. You can spend your IP to get these, and you might be able to put in like dragon dildo or whatever. Dragon dildo, and it's like the magic effect of the dragon dildo. Or it's like, oh, my clocks. These are all my clock options. I can fill all my clocks in. Cool, look at me. I'm super cool. Here's all these things that we've noted in our journal. This is it. That's it, really. Because one of the big ideas is you got things like you can be guardians, you brought together by fate, or you're like, oh, we're the Brotherhood of the Griffin. Yeah, these don't do anything. Like the groups, I was hoping like these would maybe do something, give a little bit more like beat to it. You learn how to make a character on page 150 fucking 6. Kind of give you an idea. Here's your identity. Here's how to make things, adjectives. Don't choose create your theme. Choose create your origin. Quick 2 to 3 starting classes. These are all the classes. every single class, when we go over, there's a little bit more detail, but you get some free benefits for simply acquiring the class. 5 classes unique to the class in question. Or if you have 11 class, acquire one of its skills. Cool. Simple. Current ability, non-impacted characters roll in the narrative unless you want them to. From base size of all your attribute. These are the 3 things that you actually have the ability to do. Now, in Ryutama, this worked very well because generally speaking, you weren't actually going to be doing much. Again, these are very short characters. You might only play a character for once, so having like a very simple set of simple spread of attributes is pretty, simple, pretty easy to understand generally. Like, yeah, okay, we're not going to have a lot here, and I'm okay with that. This game, it's kind of weird because, hey, we have 3 sets of we have 3 stat distributions for all of this fucking game. Yeah, and generally speaking, I would say average is going to be that. Jabibi's average. I didn't want to make him too exciting. I would say that you have like, let's see, it would be if we count D6 as 0, you have 4 points to spread, with each point going up. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty much all you get. You can do some things to increase it, but like, there's Camilla. She's calculate your hit points. Total character 5 times base might. Your crisis is half rounded down. And calculate your inventory points. 6. Calculate your defense. Pretty simple stuff to do. Purchase starting equipment. You get $500 to spend on it. And here's all your basic ones. Pretty much as long as you take a single level in something, you can actually equip everything. So if you take a single level in Dark Blade, you can equip martial melee weapons and martial armor. You take a level in Sharpshooter, you're allowed to range weapons and martial shields. It's very easy to get martial melee weapons, I've realized. But weirdly enough, like, the Fury can't equip martial armor. But martial shield, but the Weapon Master can't equip martial armor. So you're just going to end up investing like a point in something else to grab it. That's just... Bronze swords might become a scimitar. Silk vest might become a kimono. Oh, same shit, different. Then you roll for your initial savings. You're not really going to have a lot of savings. Gain your Fabula point. That's really it. These are the basic weapons. Generally speaking, it's already what we kind of went over. And there's nothing too exciting. Generally speaking, for Jabibi, I chose a gun because I wanted a gun when I saw a pistol. And he just uses his offhand. He literally shoots you with the gun and then punches you in the face. There's nothing elegant about it. That's just what he does. I thought about investing in something bigger, but I didn't feel like it because I wanted money. And you may be wondering, nope, Pat, there's the pistol, $250. It costs you half your money to get a gun. But I can use that gun wherever I feel like. God, this game is such a boring slog. To a degree, like, shopping advice. This is some good shopping advice. Name and finishing touches, character names. Then they kind of give you some, like, very basic characters. And the thing is, this kind of, how do I want to word it? This really did kind of highlight to me how simple each character actually is. Like, at the end of the day, this right here is a character. This is a full character right here. You can start playing the healer right now on a fucking note card. All of the rest of this shit is secondary. Like, generally speaking, this is not a complicated game. Almost to a fault. But it's like, but no, Pat, it's 362 pages of nothing. It's like, okay, you're a magic technician or a monster mage. Woo, monster mage. A pirate? A pirate if you want. Pugilist. For sure. A samurai. You want to be samurai? Samurai. Cool. Fencer, summoner, thieves, doors. Valkyrie. That's cool. This is Yuna. Human characters have more influence. Let me open up a not like I'll get to it a little bit more. Like there's the skills here really what make the game the game. Like the idea behind the Arcanist's main thing is that they summon these entities. Again, they're Yuna, they're the summoner class. They they go around and they try to exercise their ghost footballer boyfriend. Congratulations, we've done it. Now, anytime you see a little marking right here, you can take it multiple times. So if I say put 3 levels into Arcanist, what I can do is get Arcane Regeneration 2 and Bind and Summon. Generally speaking, if you're playing an Arcanist, you're going to pick up Bind and Summon. This is a mandatory, by the way. You need to pick up Bind and Summon. Everything else is kind of secondary. But yeah, you always get this benefit for just acquiring it. So it's like, okay, and like after you willingly dismiss an Arcanum and you turn during your conflict, Arcanum has not been summoned during this, during the same term, and you have an Arcane weapon equipped, you immediately perform a spell action for, cool, this is neat. Here are your basic Arcana, summon Arcana, you get its merge benefits, then you get its dismissive benefits, oh neat. So yeah, some of the like powerful dismiss effects, 10 damage, bonus things, do demands. So let's say Arcanum of the Forge. You summon the Arcanum of the Forge. You have resistance to fire. Any fire damage you deal ignores resistances. Dismiss it. You can dismiss it. You can choose Forge or Inferno. Forge, you can create basic armor, shield, or weapon of your choice. Option again, the previously created item banishes. Create an item this way. It deals fire damage. Inferno. Choose any number of creatures you can see. Each of them suffers 30 fire damage. This damage ignores resistance. Cool. It is very valid for you to summon the Arcanum of the Forge and then dismiss it next turn and just deal a bunch of fucking damage. Arcanum of the Frost. Arcanum of the Gate. Okay. Choose any number of creatures you can see. Suffer 30 dark damage. Or teleport yourself from 5 nearby willing creatures to a location you previously visited. Cool. This is neat. You bonus your magic defense. Or you get, neat. That's Arcanum of the Grimoire. You treat your inside 1 die high. Ooh, understand all language. Now, there's actually quite a bit here, and I do actually think the Arcanist could be its own thing. This is the idea. Like this could be its own like entire like gimmick behind the game. Is the idea of like you managing your your Arcanums. No other class really gets as much benefit as these. This is the Chemerists. Druid shapeshifters, they're wild mages, your Gaus of the world. You kind of see right here. This is what you can do. Feral speech can communicate with this. Pathogenesis, ritual chimerism, spell mimicry, and that's how you get it up. I'm gonna give you a secret here. Cast Ruin through. Basic idea of Fabula and tying it to active. Retime active, better equipped to handle it. Taking the basic idea of Fabula is trying to achieve is Retime better equipped to handle it, or rather is it better to play Retime with Fabula's concept or no? I will go over that at the end. Stick around. If you can't stick around, it'll be uploaded to YouTube. Don't worry. One of the things to note about each class is you have 5 skills. There are 5 skills for every class. No, Pad! The classes are the main thing! They are! Because you're going to notice a lot of these. You can put multiple points into the individual things. So, let's say consume for the Chimerist, for example. You deal damage to 1 or more creatures with a spell, you have an arcane dagger or flail weapon equipped, you recover SL times 2 mind points. If you put 3 points in, you recover 6 mind points. Cool. That's kind of weird that you're like eating people, but that's based in red pilled, I guess. Okay. The Dark Blade. Now, if you notice, the Chimerist gets 2 pages. The Arcanist actually gets a lot more because they actually have a gimmick. The Arcanist actually has something going on with them. A lot of them are like this, though. Like, the Dark Blade means there's going to be edgy, and, like, this is how, actually, it's kind of broken because of how my thing is set up, but, like, yeah, cool, you can equip these, and these are your abilities you can pick up. Yeah, painful lessons. Neat. Shadow Strike. Cool. Yeah, the gimmick behind the Dark Blade is that like they're evil. They're like more like tragic evil. You learn to channel your vital force into attack. You may use an action to perform a Shadow Strike. Might die and lose that amount of hit points, but you also get to add more equipment for. Cool, that's pretty easy. Elementalists, you just get a bunch of elemental skills. Elemental magic, neat. Or offensive elemental abilities, spell blade abilities, ritual elementalism. Kind of neat. You get some very basic elementalist spells here. You can kind of select any of them you want. So you could say, for example, you know, learn one elementalist spell, offensive Okay, cool. I want to learn. I want to learn some elemental spell. I want to learn Flare right here. HR plus 25 magic damage. Oh, vulgar wave electricity. Entropists, chaos mages, gamblers, dumbasses. Don't deal with it. Mind points, ritualism, absorb MP, entropic magic, lucky 7. If you want to get spells, this is how you do it. Fuck you. Gambling, woo, fury, punching. Bazaka. Get your shit, go fast, hit hard. That's literally what you want to do. If you want to make a character that fucks, you make a Dark Blade. You go into Dark Blade and then immediately go into Fury, and you just kill yourself to go faster and kill everybody. Indomitable Spirit. Yeah. Don't take Indomitable Sphere because you gotta spend your magic points to do it. It's like, yeah, Frenzy, and like trigger a critical success if both dice show the same number and the check is not a fumble. Like, okay, that's, yeah, cool. Or Adrenaline, as long as you are in crisis, you deal SL times 2 extra damage. Ugh. Or you're trying to withstand something, or you're a guardian, you know. That's a budget. How many classes are in the game? Let me double check. How many classes are in the game? Swing back up here real fast. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15, exactly 15 of them. Guardians allow you to just big paladins. You're a paladin. This is literally, I think, just the paladin art from Final Fantasy 14. You get some bonuses. Most of the bonuses, like if you pick it up, you just get like a little bit of a thing, like defensive mastery. You want to have dual shield bearers? Wow, you can. Cool. You can have 2 shields, and you can be the meme option from fucking Dark Souls. That's cool. Wow, cool. I love it. That's neat. Invest in defensive mastery. Do a lot of damage. Fortress. Oh my goodness, you can increase all your HP. Woo! Because the thing is, I'm not investing in Guardian. Like, here's the weird thing. I wouldn't be investing in Guardian, be like, oh, I'm going to take a new class. No, it's like, I'm going to invest in Guardian to get more HP, because that's all it's worth. Lore Master. Get more things. Like, here's the thing. This is the big thing you're going to be doing. Orator. Yeah, cool. Condemn, encourage, I might trust in you. Persuasive, unexpected ally, wow. Rogue. Always look the greatest. I will find my own justice. Maximum inventory slots by 2. Literally, you take Rogue so you can get more potions. Hell yeah. Oh man, I'm in desperate need. Guess what, everybody? Ding! Looks like someone needs a potion. Dodge, see you later. Soul Steal. Sharpshooter. I took Sharpshooter. Maximum, more hit points, more range weapons, because I want to shoot somebody with a gun. And the problem is, like, a lot of these end up with, like, right here, which is like, yeah, just get a bonus or something, or like, hey, if you do this, you can do things. If you do a warning shot, like, here's spiritualists who do spiritual things. You can hear, like, if you want to play a cleric, you're going to be playing a spiritualist. Spiritist. Tinkerers are, me want more inventory points. You ever want to play the Alchemist from Final Fantasy Tactics? This is how you play the Alchemist from Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, my favorite part of Final Fantasy Tactics will always be taking a potion and fucking yeeting, like fucking fastballing that at my friend and cracking a glass bottle over him to heal him. Being like, oh my god, I'm bleeding out. I'm in desperate danger. As the glass shards embed in my body, the healing juice pumps them all out. It's agonizing in pain, but god, I'm alive. I've never felt so alive than when I'm rapidly approaching my death. Emergency items, gadgets, potion rains, and shit like that. They also get a little bit more because you have to choose what kind of inventions you want to do. Hey, you want to do more alchemy stuff? Yeah, you can do alchemy stuff. Cool. This is kind of neat. You gotta choose what you want to do. Like, hey, let's each creature affected by the poison. Like, my room's complete black. Let's see. It's a 3. Double check me. Top 10 games that deconstruct the RPG genre. Undertale. Yeah, so I rolled a 3, so I would end up doing suffer 20 air damage. The magic is a 30 if you are level 20 or higher, 40. Yeah. Fusions. I want to coat my ammunition with a poison, which is very illegal, but or it's vampires, or it's magitech, magi cannons. 3, create a firearm weapon that was a magi cannon. It will crumble to pieces as soon as you create a new magi cannon. Cool. Technically, if I want Jabibi to be most efficient, he's going to need to take Magitech at advanced to get the magi cannon, because this is going to do a decent chunk of damage to allow him to just shoot people with a shotgun. Never been this hard. Yeah, and then we have the Wayfarer, which is kind of like your ranger. They get a little bit of inventory. This is their gimmick. You invest in this, invest in faithful that. Then you can get like, oh boy, get some of this. Resourceful is very useful because you can just spam potions for everybody. Because it's not like you can't get potions for other people. Then Weapon Master allows you just to be a better fighter. That's it. You did it. Brought together by fate. Here's some starting bonds for everything. They don't do anything. Now, XP. XP is pretty simple. If you get pretty much, you can go from level 5 to level 50. Every 10 XP you go up by 1 level. If you play in a session, you get 5 XP. You get equal to the amount of Ultima points spent by the villain. So, cool. You might get a few Ultima points worth of XP. Equal to the amount of Fabula points spent by the group, divided by the number of players that took part in the session. You might get like 1 or 2 because people keep spending points. Cool. Adopting the Blitz embodiment or MVP rules, because they're optional rules, of course. Anytime you take 10 XP, you go up in level. That's it. But you may change the character's identity theme, increase maximum hit points by 1 point each. Yeah, 1 point each. You reach 20 or 40, choose one of your attributes, increase the base die size by 1 step. And you can increase your character's classes by 1. You have to advance. You need to get 150 XP to change one of your stats by 1. 1. Because you can't change anything more. Because if you change anything more in the game, there's one distinct issue. The game doesn't support that. That's just not how the game works. Yeah. This is one of the weird issues, like you can never have a class with more than 10 levels. You have to have 10 levels in a class to master it. Once you master it, you can't invest any more levels in it. There is a distinct chance, if we go back up to some of the, like, let's say, for example, the Wayfarer. If you kind of see here, there are more than 10 levels in all of these abilities. Yeah, so it's like, okay, if you choose, well, if you say go for like 4 resourceful, 3 tavern talk, and 3 faithful companion, you cannot take treasure hunter or well traveled anymore. You've already spent your 10. But if you take well traveled, 2 treasure hunter, tavern talk, and resourceful, you are locked out of faithful companion. You have about 15 points. You have 15 abilities to actually build there. So you only get 10 per actual rank, but you're going to always have more. Like, fuck, the Tinker gets like, say, 15, 16, 17, 18. They get 18 abilities they can invest in, but they're only going to get 10 of them. So choose wisely. You can just get fucked out of them if you feel like. That's cool. That's neat. With levels and character classes. Yeah, it's just this kind of how you do it. Like, you're always going to get the free benefits. I would say only invest in 2 classes to begin with if you don't quite know where you want to go. I'm used to it. Is there an option to make your own class? No. How can we sell expansions later down the line? But like, generally speaking, like, making your own class isn't too difficult. You would effectively need to just do this, but there isn't already that many rules to kind of work with. So it's like not impossible for you to make your own class. It's just weird to do it and not kind of harder to balance. Now, one thing about it is, yeah, changing identity of theme. You do have the option of changing identity of theme every level. You don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. Increasing your attributes, like, yeah. Putting levels into character class is pretty simple. Changing identity theme. You can create another one, but you just get more money. That's all that really happens, plus whatever benefit you would get, but you don't really get that many benefits for just leveling up, so it's not very difficult. You can make I could have made Jabibi level, like, I could have made him level 19 and not much would actually change. You would still just be Jabibi with a bunch of different abilities spread around. You can do, like, weird characters, don't have to start, but seemingly strange and unforeseen combinations. Wow. Optional advances rule. Blitz, again, it's one of those things, like, I don't understand why this is an option. End of each battle, all enemies fled will reduce to 0 HP. The amount gained by each character will equal to 5 minus the number of rounds elapsed during the battle. You can get 5, 4, you can get XP for, like, finishing fights quicker. I'm like, no, that's stupid. Why? I feel like your battle's really intensely tactical. No, it's just going to be, okay, how do I nuke the enemy faster? It's literally going to be the first turn, everyone huddles around, we're going to look at the numbers, we're going to click, 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 okay, we know how to do this. And then bang, everyone's dead. Booster, automatically gain a level at the end of each session. Like, what? Embodiment, like, you can get extra XP if you do things. MVP is like if you do well, if players like you, everyone gets bonus experience. People can actually, get different values of XP. Don't put these ones in here. I get why it's going for. It's just really dumb. If you hit level 10, you actually get a heroic skill. You only get 1 heroic skill. And if you hit level 10, you actually get something. As you can kind of see, a lot of these are tied to various ranks or various abilities. So, for example, like, hey, you can check adversary. As long as you have suffered from 1 or more status effects, you get plus one bonus on all checks for every status effect you are suffering from, plus 2 extra damage. Okay, it's easy, Some of these are, like, required for things. You get, like, masteries, you get abilities. You learn Trompus, you can just fucking throw a comet at somebody, deep pockets, disarming rhetoric. This is mostly the way that you're going to be doing things to actually, this is the encouragement. If you master the Dark Blade class, you can do 1 Dark Blade thing. You hit a creature with attack, you only target this creature, you have a bond towards them, you choose to spend half your current HP rounded down. It's 10 times multiplied by the strength of your bond to the target. So it's like, yeah, I can do a shit ton of damage if I want to, or you can just take a generic one. I master the Dark Knight, I can say, hey, also here's to equip 2-handed weapon, Monkey Grip. Hey, I want to take, something else. See, a lot of these are actually tied to various immunities. This just takes away an entire mechanic, I guess. Unbreakable, upgrades, vanishing. Quite a few different options here to play around with. Then we have just the Game Master section. Ask questions. Learn how to play the fucking game. This isn't very difficult. Character classes. Learn how to make fucking character classes and how they work. Wowzers. Art of the villains. They do things. Everyone's got clocks. Clocks. Yeah, let me see. Dramatic entrance. Dungeons are like really kind of lame. Pairing dungeons, dungeon archives. They kind of tell you how to do it, but it's like, this is really minor, and this is how you make a dungeon if you don't know how to do dungeons. Ha ha ha, dungeons. Rewards. Most people aren't really going to get very high rewards. Rating interesting rewards in Soul Steel. Designing rare items. Careful with bonuses. Avoid copying accessing spells or skills. Buying qualities. This is like where you actually bulk up the game a little bit, is like this. As you can kind of see here, choose an existing basic weapon, or by default deal physical damage, but you can change it by increasing the cost up. Oh, well, this is just how you do things. Just increase its damage by 4, or increase it by this. Ooh. Like, you kind of see, here's some defensive qualities you can have by just putting more money on it. You can do more damage. Ooh. If you want to have the, where is it? Simple bows. Where's the gun? Give me a gun. Knife. There we go. I can invest in a revolver, which I'm going to allow to roll 2d10 for all my things and just shoot somebody. Or I could invest maybe into, Calamity, a two-handed range attack, must have, attacks with this have multi-2. I deal a lot of damage with it. And the bunker cannon, cool, bonus to defensive attacks. Or maybe I invest in something to change this game to something else. I don't fucking know. All these usually just do the same thing. If you're kind of noticing, a lot of them are doing the same thing, or just have like a single thing on top of it. Yeah, Alchem Musket. Oh boy. Or, hey, cool, you do 1 and you use the dazed. Some of them are named after it. There's one. Let's see. That's what we do stats, ignored it. What if there's just one clock and everyone got a little piece of it using sequence? This is Art Pug. This is heresy. Old whips, Duskstar, Salamander, this fucking nunchucks. You can do that. Nunchaku. Artisan's mallet. You kind of see here. The thing is, anytime you see a little star next to it, that means like half the classes can't use it. Unless you take a rank in that class, in which you can just fully use it whenever the fuck you feel like. Nobody can use swords, by the way. Fuck you. Rare throwing weapon, throwing axes. Yeah, a throwing axe is considered to be a sample rare weapon. Chakrams, dark orbits, hive darts, armors and shields, kind of the basic ones. Slimy jackets, fox garbs. A lot of these you kind of see that's like, you have a very basic idea, like you're immune to this, cost this much money, because this is the main way you can advance, is just buying better equipment, but you have to design all the equipment. Hey, cool, you want to invest in a maid uniform? That's funny. Cool, that's funny to invest in a bandit jacket. Oh, that's funny if you have this. Wow, that's funny. Black belt, it's funny. It's funny. Cool. Because there's no helmets or anything like that. Like, you can't really go, like, full autism with it. Elegant gloves, weak gloves. Because, like, one of the things here is you see, like, gloves elegant, gloves rough, gloves silky, gloves warm. What these do is prevent you from suffering from these. Which is, like, one of the few ways that you can inflict status effects. So it's entirely possible for you to actually just kind of, like, game it a little bit and have items that kind of ignore things. Like, oh, geez, that's cool. A lot of items that don't do much. Let's see. Home of the game. These are like your art, like your artifacts and things like that. The special one. Designing battles, relevant battles. How many battles? Party level. They kind of tell you like how to do things. Yeah, let's see. For instance, 15C Cactrol would be approximately as strong as a level 15 player character. Those rank foes are roughly on par with your characters. Easy battle number of characters -1. Soldiers are your most common one. If they're an elite creature, 2 soldiers for the same level. So, hit points, double creature's maximum hit points. Skills, in 1 skill of your choice. NPC skills, turns. During conflict, elite performs 2 turns per round. Creating a champion, same fucking thing. You kind of see here, it just changes it. Now, the idea here is that any enemy can become any type of enemy. So a basic little dragon newt here can become a champion dragon newt, or can become an elite dragon newt. That's the idea. Pretty simple, nothing too exciting there. You know, levels and ranks and sliders. So when designing a battle involving 3 level 10 player characters, 2 level 10 soldiers make an extremely easy encounter. Well, level 20 you play 4 soldiers. Ideally, a conflict should last between 3 to 4 rounds. Yeah, if you want to think in terms of damage, this means an average successful enemy attack should do equal to 1/3 of an average PC's hit points. That's really weird, the amount of damage they're like expecting people to do. It's like everything is now suddenly becoming like you're going to enter crisis after like 2 attacks. That's how they want to design the game. Is that after 2 attacks, it's usually in crisis, or like your 2/3 of your health is gone. It's like obstacle. It's literally just gimmicks. Like they give you a lot of things here. I do like the fact they do give you a lot of ideas here. You know, it's like here's how to make challenges of boss battles. Here's ultimate points. Here's multiple parts of how to make bosses. I like this idea. Teens, be prepared. They'll reskin, create from scratch, and this is how you make NPCs, by the way. This is how you do it. But the problem is, here's the thing with NPCs, is that they're just built the same way characters are, almost to a T. Like humanoids. So let's go down to like a very basic enemy. See, they have some very like this is the fire mage. This is the fire mage lady. But this is how she actually looks. She's a level 20 humanoid. This is all her abilities and what she can do. How she operates. That's it. It's the thorn shark. Oh no. It's a big shark. Ooh, all these abilities that are going to do the exact same thing. As a man, kind of like here's just some basic like beast here. Like clearly, here's the thing. Starting non-player, you know all its basic ability, you know all its traits, you know all its basic attacks. Cool, that's that. And so let's just do like a very basic idea. Go down to let's say the caterpillar, large centipede that can roll itself in a ball and fend off attacks, and only springs up and bite afterward. This is a basic enemy in the. They're going to have about 60 HP. But it's a level 5 monster, so these are something that you should be pretty much on par with a standard level 5 character. You can fight one of these guys per. And it makes about as much sense as you would think. So about, let's say if you have 3 PCs, you're going to fight 3 caterpillars pretty reliably. And it's like, oh, cool, well, it's mandible slash or cutter ball, and they can do a little bit of damage, a little bit of here, and you're bashing each other, and you're using your abilities, obviously, or giant rats. Oh, rats. Vampire bats. Ooh, bombard ants. But here's the thing. Let's go down to a big enemy. We want a big scary enemy. Cragboar, level 20. Cragboars look very similar, don't they? No, status effects reduce the die value by 1, not -1. Die value by 1. This guy's studying me fair enough. Weather phenomenon, yeah. But yeah, you get things like this, which does genuinely about the same amount of things. They just have a higher base attack damage and some bigger basic spells. Because, again, you can't change this at all. You can't change the foundation, really. You can just edit things. So it's like, oh, well, we want to do wind attacks against the crag boar because it's a crag boar and it's full of rocks, so we have to... Yeah. Now, here's the brigand. Brigands are scary. They have 60 HP, which is technically more than a level 5 character. But they only have 2 abilities. They can only do this, which is, if their might is 10, they're going to be rolling a maximum of 20 damage a round. And cool. That's kind of how they operate. As long as they are in Christ, the brigand becomes immune to all status effects. Cool. That's neat. That's really cool. That's fun. And you got your basic guards, kind of the basic same idea. Yeah, generally speaking, like, there's kind of a lot of options and a lot of ideas here, but it's like... Because you're going to take some of these and you're going to have to enhance them. It's like, if you want to make a brigand boss, you're going to have to you're taking the brigand and then apply the elite template. That's what you're going to do. And again, there's a lot of... I like the idea that every single enemy does actually have artwork associated. There's a lot of things I like about this game, a lot of things I don't like about this game. But here's the thing. Let's be brutal about it. Let's be honest about ourselves here. Here's the thing. Special attacks. Kind of see here. Proved initiative, proved health points, get all the bonuses, all the C skills. Ooh, starting skills. Ooh, you get some basic ones. Ooh, very, very special. Very special. Here's the thing. Let's take a second and think about it. What is Fabula Ultima trying? Lamau, yeah, pretty much. Party of none. Oh god, more people showed up. We're just about there. God damn it. Why do you always do this? Hello. Hello everybody who decided to raid. How are you all doing? My name is Notepad Anon. I usually write games for fun, but today we're going over shitty games. And I just went over Fabula Ultima. Cool. This is a tabletop game. It's neat, I think. Here's the thing with Fabula Ultima. This is a big, exciting, lovely game. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. That's just how it goes. Fabula Ultima is trying to be Final Fantasy. It's trying to be a JRPG. It's trying to be all exciting and be like, oh, you using the magic power of Japanese katanas, we'll save the day or whatever. The issue with Fabula Ultima is twofold. One, it's trying to be Ryutama, but the Ryutama system is too simple. So it's kind of, it's built on balsa wood. And it kind of collapses in on itself at certain points. The other big issue is it's so imprecise about what it actually is. It's nothing at the same time. It is nothing, but it is trying to think it is something. It tries to add in a lot of context for not a lot of anything. Because, like, let's say, for example, like, there's no race or anything. Let's say I want to be an elf. Can I, where's the... What if I could find? Yeah, right there. Wonder, where's the fucking thing here? Yeah, not even here. There was like a single line about like different races in fantasy. Those don't exist. You can't be another race. You can't be an elf in this fantasy game. You can't be a dwarf. You can't be any of... Yeah. I think that's a good way to think about it. It's a sandbox full of rocks instead of sand. Now, the weird thing about Fabula Ultima is that, is this going to be somebody's favorite game? Yeah, I can accurately say this is going to be someone's favorite game. Someone's going to love this game because they have all the ideas, they have all the things together, and they just kind of want to tell their story with all the very basic rules on it. Will this game last you a very long time? Abso-fucking-lutely not. You are going to be high on coke if you actually even pretend to think that this is going to last a long time. Unless you have like a really dedicated group who is more than willing to not play a really hardcore game and just want to tell the story. But what's the point there? That's not really the issue there. Somebody asked earlier, can you take Fabula Ultima's concepts and put it into Ryutama? And does Ryutama does it better? And I think that's one of the core things that I kind of was trying to emphasize throughout. That's kind of like a thing I was trying to get throughout. Ryutama was a game built to be played in a cafe by a cafe owner for one-shots, a very Japanese way of doing it. That was the point. That was the intent behind it. Why are characters so simple? Because it's meant to be played in a cafe. Why are characters a little bit, why aren't there a lot of options? Because it's meant to be played in a cafe by people who have never played games before. Why does the GM have to play his own little character? Because it's made for people who've never played a game before. And even if you're playing pickup games, a GM can be like, I want to play my character. I want to play my Ryujin. Because that's fun. The issue with Ryutama, one of the reasons I actually really like Ryutama, is that Ryutama does everything in its power to make sure that you tell a very simple story. It is a story, ultimately, about a group of travelers going to a location. Well, we're a bunch of traders going to Appletown to sell our wares, and we have got a wagon full of goods, we've got a fucking horse, and we've got 3 other dumbasses following us. We're going on an adventure. There's people who want to steal our shit. Okay, we gotta fight them. The bridge is out. What do? We have to go around. There's oh no, something is, we're in a place we don't quite know. We're going to get lost a little bit. What's going on? You don't really need to add anything more to it. It's just a nice little contained thing, but it doesn't outstay its welcome. That's a big point of it. And you may be wondering, well, Notepad, Ryutama doesn't have a setting. Ryutama doesn't have a setting. But the thing is, this is very important. There's 2 very important things with Ryutama. Ryutama's setting is already set. It does have a setting. It's natural fantasy. And that Ryujin, you've set a very important thing with the inclusion of the Ryujin. What the Ryujin are doing is they are telling a story to an adolescent child dragon. They're telling a story. Well, it's not very well, the setting on Ryutama isn't very well defined. Because the Ryujin is telling a story to a child. Well, I want to know more about the lore of the world. What lore? It's an adult sitting there in his chair, rocking back and forth, being like, and these are how these fucking idiots nearly died in the mountains. And the little dragon's like, oh my goodness, this is hilarious. I love this. This is fun. I like listening about suffering. But if you're playing the blue dragon, it's more about, this is a story about how these adventurers went home. If you're playing the red dragon, this is how a band of soldiers got their way home. The setting is morphable, it's a little bit flighty, but you have the context, you have the floating story at the end, being like, hey, you are telling a story. This is a tale that's kind of a little bit weird, a little bit mystical, but that's fine, that's the point. Fabula Ultima wants to tell a JRPG story. The issue is, it's not telling any story. You're playing a Japanese role-playing game with all the things that say Japanese role-playing next to it, without the very core idea of having an identity. Do I hate Fabula Ultima? No. I'm just apathetic toward it. It's hard for me to hate this game. Because it's so milquetoast. And, favorite game they won't play as is, instead they will play a weird, incoherent version of it. Yeah, pretty much. People who, it's so light and so easy to understand that they just want people to buy the book, they're going to look at the artwork, and then everything like that. But here's a thing that I want to have you all mull over. If this book didn't have this artwork, would it be as popular? Would it be as popular? If you replace the look, replace the aesthetic, would it actually get anywhere else? I don't know. I genuinely don't think it. I do not think that I would have gotten a bunch of people asking me about this game. I got multiple people asking me about, like, when are you gonna go over Fabula Ultima? You're gonna go over Fabula Ultima. I knew you need to go over Fabula Ultima. And it's like, there are people who are like, well, you know, it's kind of like our PBTA 4. It's like PBTA. It's not really PBTA at all. I don't really get like PBTA out of it. I guess like rolling 2 dice, but like, wow, you're rolling 2 dice. I guess fucking, you know, Call of Cthulhu's PBTA inspired now. I get more the impression that it was, felt cheated myself. Yeah, I think that's a big thing about it, is that it likes to promise a lot. Because I think there is a world for, I want to make a JRPG, a nicely written, beautiful JTRPG. And you may be wondering, well, what about Sword World? We don't have an official translation of Sword World. We do not. We do not have a fully fleshed out, available translation of Sword World that I can go to a store, that I can go to Amazon and purchase. I don't have that. There's a fan translation, and there's a very good fan translation, but it's not official. There's a distinct thing that a lot of people, the second they see fan translation, they're going to write it off. The second they see all these things, they're going to write it off. I just feel sad. Another game that goes hunting for the white whale, Final Fantasy VII Hunt. I don't think, like, here's the weird thing with Fabula, and like the thing that I am like most like, there's a scene in one of my favorite games of all time. It's Lisa the Painful. One of the first times you actually encounter a joy mutant is you see a man there sitting there staring at it. You talk to him, and it's more like, he killed my best friend, but I can't feel hatred toward it because it's just looking at me like it doesn't understand what it did. Fabula Ultima is that joy mutant. It's a mangled mess that took something I really enjoy and mangled it, but I can't hate it for it because I look at it in just pure fascination. Fabula Ultima needs something to bind it together. Fabula Ultima is like, hey, here's the JRPG game, but you have to make your own game. Yes. And I think that was a part of it. I think there was a distinct part of it, which is like, well, I like all the things, so I'm just going to make a very generic thing about it. There's no commitment to this game. I think that's the thing that bothers me the most. There's no commitment. There's no, hey, this Fabula Ultima is a TTRPG. You're going to be setting in the magical world of Bayoria or something. In Bayoria, you are able to, you know, it's a land of airships. It's a land that's kind of been going through an apocalypse currently. You're a bunch of heroes banding together to do this. You're a bunch of nations. Here's a bunch of things, with a note at the end being like, all of this is bullshit. Just like all of, yeah, like the thing is, like, it works perfectly. Here's the thing, it works perfectly fine because buried underneath of it is Ryutama, a lovely, elegant, beautiful game, a game I adore. But instead of trying to elevate Ryutama, and this was kind of going back to that original question of, can you use Ryutama for this, and can you use Fabula, you know, can you just add a bunch of things to Ryutama? I don't think you can, unfortunately. If you were to tell me this is just Fabula Ultima, this is just a big-ass fan expansion of Ryutama, adds a bunch of new combat options, adds a bunch of new stuff, allows you just to kind of like flesh out your character a little bit more. Cool, you know what? I'm good. And that's what it originally started as. But, here's the problem. What it is right now is an amalgamation of Ryutama, there's Blades in the Dark in there, and it's like adding a bunch of things that independently people like. It's like, it's adding in a bunch of things that they like. Obviously, clocks work. People obviously like the clocks. They're going to keep putting the clocks in. People like the class system. Class system is pretty simple. It's fine. It's like, okay, this is easy enough to understand. people like, people have like a really, it's a, the system is fine because it's a Ryutama system. But instead of saying, okay, we're going to have to redux this to make sure that people understand, like, hey, this is a game of like, let's expand it out a little bit. And this is now a, it's bigger Ryutama. We have more stats. We have maybe some skills in there. We have some abilities to kind of work around with a little bit, because we're expecting you to play this for, what was the number, like, what, 60 to, what was it, like 60 to 200 hours? Or some unholy number like that. We're expecting you to play this a very long time. Because if you play a lot of those old JRPGs, some of those things get really fucking in depth. And they are, but if you really pay attention to them, this is the thing, if you really pay attention, all of those old JRPGs, every single one of them has something important to it. They've got the thing. They've got the thing. Final Fantasy VII, for all its things, has materia. Materia is a fundamental part of that game. Materia autism is what makes that game work. Final Fantasy VI has this massive, thing with all the various characters, all kind of interacting with each other. There's a lot of different nuance. Each character in Final Fantasy VI is very unique. And again, like Magicite, being able to do the various summons. That's another very important thing. I completely forgot about Magicite, yeah. Final Fantasy 13 has the, what's it called? Phase shift? Is that what it's called? Paragon shift? Is it Paragon shift? Yeah, they have like the weird combat thing where it's like you can like Paragon shift into different attack forms. Okay, that's kind of neat. Final Fan, like paradigm shift. Yeah, that's it. They've got that entire thing. Persona, for example. Persona's got this entire thing with the element combat system. It's you have to use your tools in front of you to do that. Playing Persona is just like, I'm gonna hit you with my biggest attack damage. You're gonna get rolled. You need to plan ahead. Chrono Cross, like Chrono Trigger, even Chrono Trigger's got a lot of shit going on in it. Fucking Chrono Cross has got a huge amount of shit going on with it. But each of them are unique. Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the most in-depth fucking job systems ever. You can mix and match a bunch of different shit. I remember my fucking cleric who kept, somehow she got a bunch of Lancer Dragoon experience. And that bitch would just fucking power slam people. Oh no, there's an archer in the back. Time to leap. Time to, fucking power jump my way over that. She, delivers the people, the people's haymaker, the people's elbow right to his fucking face. Yeah, she can heal people, but she can also drop kick you. Cool, that was fun. You can mix and match things. Ramza being the fucking god of death with his 2 fists of fury, because I just played monk all the time with him, because being able to get a free range attack is hilarious. That's fun. That's interesting. Fabula Ultima quite literally takes all of that, takes the basic understanding what a JRPG is, and then shaves off all the unique bits until you get JRPG TM. That is, I feel, to be the ultimate sin of Fabula Ultima. It is a JRPG TM. Like, Final Fantasy VI doesn't even have any races. I don't even though I can't remember if it. Wow. Like, even if there were like options for like races or anything like that, that's not a thing. But then you have like the entire thing of Final Fantasy X. Yep, no focus, no. Yeah, like even like so you read, even the fact like they remove things from Ryutama which would have benefited them. Humans and espers, but like espers were their own thing. But like, you could have replaced the battle map from Ryutama. The Ryutama battle map is incredibly thematic. That is what makes it a really big, good JRPG, even, and gives you that feel of standing in a line and bapping each other over the head with sticks. Why not use that? You deliberately took it away to this this anomalous goop. Why? I feel that's so weird. That's such a straight... This game confuses me by all its little things stacking on top of each other. And I know people are gonna... When I do the video on this, people are gonna be like, well, you're supposed to make your own. It's supposed to be fun by yourself. And that's valid. Don't get me wrong, that's valid. But here's the thing. What does this game do that is unique? At the end of things, what is the game that does it unique? Final Fantasy X had fucking cat people. I can't remember. You know what I mean. Come on. Fabula Ultima really doesn't do anything mechanically unique. Ignoring all the JRPG shit. Let's just ignore it. So break it down core elements. Mechanically, it's Ryutama mixed with Blades in the Dark. Is there anything else to this game? Absolutely not. This is 360 pages of telling you you're going to be making Ryutama with Blades in the Dark, but also just bulking things up with random shit. Combat sucked in Ryutama. You want to know why combat fucking sucked? Combat was terrible because you weren't a combatant. You were a fucking dude with a sword. You're like, yeah, I can fight this goblin. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're fighting a fucking goblin. You're not a trained fighter. Very rarely are only really the noble has like very concrete fighting ability, but he's useless in everything else. And that's kind of the gimmick with him, is like he's an actually trained individual, but he's still not good. You're a bunch of travelers. This one is like, I want more identity to this game. I want him to say, this is what you're going to play. And I think that it would benefit from that. You can keep all the tropes, you can keep all the things there, that's fine. But generally speaking, it's stripping it down to its core component, stripping it down to its bare minimum. It's a game that already exists with a very pretty wrapping around it. And it doesn't even really do that particularly. And that is... We're going to go to Kickstarter. We're going to welcome to Kickstarter, everybody. Oh, gotta do the thing. Give me a second. Like pitch black in my room, by the way. Let's do it. Oh god. Why are people funding the goddamn tabletop game. Let's see what's here. Model kits, model bases, model kits, print your world, model kits. Solitaire game. I like solitaires. These are fun. Civil War. That's kind of neat. That's kind of cool. Coolio. You're fantastic. Transhuman spacefaring roleplay. You've morphic. Wait a second. So actually I'm getting reports from let's see. Is he trying to like monetize? Let's see, Atomic Punk. Let's see. There's Ben Shapiro. Oh gee. Let's see, can we get a link to that? Boys, lads, can we get a link to the neck beard yet? Have you gotten any info? No, I've got nothing on how that's faring. Neckbeardia. Neckbeardia is actually an interesting duck. No, it's I was getting a report into my server that apparently Neckbeardia is trying to monetize Night Shift. For those who don't know, Night Shift, if we do Night Shift RPG, if we, what I have to do right. If we go to 1D4 Chan, you know, we go to Night Shift. Where is it? Shift. This is Night Shift. I actually went over this game a while ago. The entirety of the idea of Night Shift is that you work at a gas station in the middle of the night, and unfortunately, things are going wrong. In this gas station, all the uncanny, preternatural, supernatural, and paranormal events happen at once to you. But you have to complete your job just as much as you're trying to deal with the fact that you have an extra-dimensional creature living in your fridge, and he wants Snickers. So it's like, okay, we gotta feed the Snickers, but we also need to make sure that we have to mark it down on the logbook to make sure, yeah, it's fed Snickers. Apparently, Neckbeardia, for those who don't know, Neckbeardia is a guy. I believe he's a YouTube guy. Oh, this stupid fucker. It's right here. This is it. Yeah, no, this is just Neck... Huh. Interesting. Yeah. This is, Neckbeardia... How do I want to word this? Neckbeardia is who we would like to casually refer to as a, Oh, how do I do that? How do I say this nicely? How do I say this nicely? Fucking moron. He's the kind of guy, what Neckbeardia does, in all honesty, is he goes on TG, he finds screen caps, he makes videos of the screen caps, and then he says based and red-pilled things, and he's really, I'm funny, ha ha ha, I'm laughing, subscribe, also here, let me run 15 ads. This is what this guy does. He pretty much capitalizes off of 1D4 Chan shit, and apparently now he's trying to, like, monetize it. Yeah, you kind of see already, Chads, you see all the Chads, you see all the fucking Wojaks. Like, I know exactly how this kind of people work. Oh, gee. Also, Neckbeardy, if you're tuning in, fuck you. Fuck you, I guess. I don't really give a shit. It's kind of weird. Like, yeah, this is kind of a weird thing that he's doing. But okay. Like, this was actually a thing. This actually happened before. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? I can't find it. There was another one. Actually, let me see if I can find it. We're going on a magic adventure, everybody. Yeah, I can't remember where it was. But there was actually a homebrew game here. Let's actually go to homebrew. It was Giant something. What was it? I can't for the life of me remember. It was like it was called like On the Backs of Giants or something. If I could find it, I know what it would be. I know exactly what it looks like because I distinctly remember it was literally created because a fucking dude posted an image of a golem like fucking a giant lady. And it was like, make a setting, and then people did, because that was when TG was TG's like, yeah. If I look hard enough, I could probably. Yeah, so cool. I have a prime, Mr. Notepad. Hello, Shintash. Oh man, if you're here, join VC. We're watching spooky movie. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy who goes on like 4chan and stuff. He like takes green text and then reads them on YouTube for Reddit bucks. That's all it is, really. It's Reddit bucks. Wait, this is Sanguine? Hell yeah, it's Sanguine, baby. Sanguine are the guys up. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so yeah, Sanguine Games, for those who don't remember, these are the guys who do Iron Claw. These are the Iron Claw guys. Apparently this is a game that's never come out. So apparently they're doing a new one. Had this game ever come out? Oh. Yeah, apparently it finished. Cool. I'll have to see if I can't find that. Yeah, no, these are what these guys do. Apparently they're making a new game. Design. Oh, it's furries, alright. Yep, we got furries. Clear character cameos. Oh boy. It's furries. It's furries, everybody. Shine on. Shine on, you lovely creatures, you. I like Sanguine. I like Sanguine. They're actually pretty good people. 6 hours of stream. Yeah, fuck you. Very common. Let's see. Age of Admirals, Blood of the Nile, Monster Kegger, Paranoia, Perfect Edition. I was hearing about this. The new Paranoia game by Mongoose is publishing this? Yeah, Mongoose is publishing. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is Paranoia is an interesting setting. Interesting book in general. Very much a comedy game. You can play it in a variety of different ways. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on. It's a pretty detailed one too. It already made its money back twice over, so nothing to keep your eyes on, at least. Hobgoblins. Eat Putin. Eat a board game. That's cool. Horticulture. Knife to a spoon fight. Zombied. We already got cool zombie games. We don't need anything more. The fashion game. That's a Japanese game. Project we love. Layer the die cut outfit shapes and pattern to create lots of outfit. Japanese board game creator. What have you made? Never heard of anything else, but like, okay, that's fine. You just cool. I guess that's the entire idea, is that you're trying to like match up the exact outfits perfectly with all the associated problems because of it. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's a gimmick. I mean, cool. Neat. That's all I can say. Neat. I might review Paranoia. I might not. I really don't know. Principal Armies, Hyper War, Cyberpunk board game. Lots of board games. Dragon Town, City of a Billions Lost Souls. Oh no. Oh no. This is a fantasy noir teacher built on the Breathless SRD. You need... nope, I'm gone. See ya. Deadball Jr. Deadball, that was the, this is the tabletop game, yeah. So now you can play, yeah. It's the baseball. Deadball's the baseball. Yeah, I need to do a sports one, because there are actually sports tabletop games. There's actually quite a few sports tabletop role-playing games. They're just really weird and really autistic. I love them. Second edition, entire Battle of Gettysburg, 15 square foot map. Jesus. This is a 15 square foot map of the entire Battle of Gettysburg, made by, oh, he's perfect. Look at that man. That is a boomer. Yes, his boomer energy. He powers me. Oh god. Okay, everybody, post sobbing emojis. Post sobbing emojis in the in the chat. The heck is Breathless? Breathless is a SRD new thing. Rules light, you know, the rest. Sobbing, yes. Sobbing emojis, everybody. Let's try to interpret oh wow, we've got the whole variety of lollies here. Oh goodness. Yeah, looks like you're trying to like build a spaceship to fight other people's spaceships. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Looks like you have like character boards. You're supposed to like build your spaceship. There's the characters trying to just beat the shit out of each other. That's cool. Eat. Think. For international visits, thank you for coming to see my project. It's only shipped to Japan. Let's actually see. Unfortunately, I can't actually read any of this because it's none of it's text. It's all images. Like, good to I'll translate. Come on, baby. Mock images and terminology under development. Yep. All right, gamers. Okay. I mean, looks like it's you have to build like a spaceship or something. That's cool. Space. Neat. Tumbling dice. Varric. Somebody get Varric on the phone. We've got Pathfinder. Why is this in the tabletop game section? Why? This shouldn't be here. It's Pathfinder inspired apparel. What? Why? Varric, get on the... Give me that Russian on the phone. Heist. Okay, cruel criminals. Stroke reverse. Cool. Bada bing, bada boom, we can do it together using the power of friendship. I have a gun. Okay. Quintessential mods. Now, Tanto Kira, Memento Mori, Twilight. Yeah, Tanto Kira is actually the maid RP, is like the maid card game. I keep trying to gaslight my friends into playing it, but they keep saying no. Here's the legally distinct ones. Okay. Ice Society card game. Tesseract cooperative dice manipulation. This is just spooky looking. Dark Elf Assassin STL. Queen's Dilemma. The King's Dilemma. Oh, the Queen's Dilemma. King's Dilemma was interesting. I think it was a cool idea. Burn the Witch. Boglands. Battle for Boglands. I get backpack board game. Cool backpacking. A lot of board games. But I guess that kind of fits. Here we used to fly about abandoned theme parks. How's that going to be? How are you going to do? How are you? Please tell me how. Forbidden snacks. Why? Why are you here? Get out of my... no. Merchants of Euro Games. Oh boy, Mutant reprint extravaganza. Okay. Kinda neat. Kinda neat. Why? No. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Lucky or none. Yeah, Pompeo, clean energy. I'm going insane, by the way. I'm just lost. There's nothing left. It's Jover, everybody. It's Jover. Here's the yeah. Here's the Cowboy Bebop RPG, and here's the yeah. These are the two that have been just kind of like blasted up, even though not a single person I've ever seen ever like, yeah, I'm super excited to play this game. Be like, are you like, why? Like, what are they selling? Like, I'm curious. What are they actually selling? Here's the core book. Here's the Swordfish edition. You get all the dice sets. GM screen, risk point chips. You get the stupid tab system. Deluxe hardcover. Yeah, it's hard to really care about this. Yeah, I've kind of went over to like the pre-release. I'm like, this is kind of a unless they do some major unless they did some major changes. I might go over it. I might not. I might go over this one when it comes out. I might not even bother with it. Nostalgic tabletop games I used to love. Oh, about a group of friends nostalgically exploring an abandoned theme park. 2 to 4 hours. The GM list. Questionnaire style playbooks. Oh, so it's like one. Okay. I don't get these games sometimes. Actually, so let's see. Tanto Kira expansion. Love that. Yeah, Tanto Kira's getting an expansion. Yeah, diapers and dick. It looks like it's a parody game for adults. Like it's about like haha joke. Poker deck and resolutions playbooks. Like the weird thing about this is that it's a game about exploring an abandoned amusement park. It's like, why is this tabletop game? There's nothing exciting about this. You're like, oh, well, it's about nostalgia, about the story. Why don't you just do something nostalgic then? Why don't you make a short film? Short films are fun. You all like short films. Like, yeah, you can do it like an entire thing. There's probably an abandoned theme park somewhere in what? Once and never again. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is actually, we went over this last night a little bit. Stokerverse role-playing game. You stop him before it ends. See playable characters. Parker Mina Seagrove, the story of Dracula. Vicious beasts playing the game. Distant vampire hunter, local Bobby, a member of the gentry. Focused on toolbox, will keep their own one-shots. What's the game? What's the game? SLA Industries doing the Terminator. Yeah, I forgot the Terminator RPG exists. Yeah. Luca, my beloved, you know what you must do. Yeah, it looks like it's okay. That's cool. It's something at least different. Like, I like the idea that Nightfall Games is at least getting like stuff. SLA Industries, like they're getting things to kind of do stuff with. Like yeah, you see in like the Terminator game, a lot of SLA Industries. So I'm like, you know what? Cool. Like you're getting work. Obviously, you care about it. Obviously, like this is something unique. Clearly, it looks pretty fucking good. If anything, it looks amazing. So, you know what? Shine on, Crazy Diamond. Heist. Save their life. Okay, what's your score? What could go wrong? Keep this dust auf Deutsch. Pick the plan. Heist provides room for interpretation. Ooh. 2 10-sided dice. Hit a target number. Looks very simple. About the booklet. Carefully edited, look at all the facts you need to know about topics. Single double page. Demo adventure. 4 acts of heist adventure.
looks interesting enough. It made its money. It looks a little rough around the edges, but payday RPG, fuck it. I mean, I'll follow it. The Christian Dom. Oh Jesus. Oh God, he's very German. I will need to call upon my. Luckily, I do have a German to assist me. Let's see, is there anything else really? We've kind of been over a lot of these already. Engine builders, yeah, pretty standard. Like, a lot of board games. A lot more board games than I was expecting. But board games are popular. I think board games will always like stand the test of time. And that's one thing I will always say. Like, board games are going to be around for. There will be a day when tabletop role-playing games no longer are really a thing, but board games will continue to be pretty popular, if only because there's a very distinct human element, which is fun. Did you ever? No, I have not reviewed the Terminator RPG. I didn't know if it came out or not. I think it did. Let's see. They can be made adventure in any system documentation. Oh, fuck, did you review? It is bad. I can try. I mean, here's the thing. As I've said a lot before in like the franchise games cases, like franchise games really do show you kind of like where things are going, kind of like what's important, what's not. Okay, no, new and popular, Stonewall Uprising. This was actually a game that came out a while. I remember them talking about this a long ass time ago. Stonewall Uprising was actually a very interesting thing. 2-player asymmetric deck building game. The Man or Pride. Or against equal right. This hand to demoralize 10 people from the Pride's deck, take the window of the Pride's movement, shift the overturned window, and organize protest demonstrations, sit in the way of the public. So yeah, it's a Stonewall Uprising, the bisexuals, the basics, the transgender, the LGBTQIA. That's a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, questioning, intersex, asexual. Right? Isn't it LGBTQIA 2S plus? Isn't that the full one? Maybe you're the wrong people to ask this. I believe this is the wrong chat to ask the specifics of the LGBTQA movement. Okay. Thing is, this is the, I can bring it up here a little bit. This is the Stonewall Uprising. These Stonewall Uprisings back in the late 60s. Kind of give you like a very basic kind of idea. There was a place called the Stonewall in Greenwich Village. Greenwich Village was a very gay neighborhood in New York. This was a very well-known thing that was going on. What happened was the police raided this pretty much this inn, this kind of this bar, very early to try to catch people. Because you got to remember, being gay was illegal. It was kind of like a very naughty thing, and you shouldn't have done it. Very naughty. And this led to pretty much the Stonewall riots. It was kind of like a very massive thing of you kind of see here, this was kind of like, you can argue to be like one of the first major gay rights thing. Like, there's been a few other, like, this was like a very televised one. I don't know my gay history all that well, but this was actually a fairly major thing back in the day. And kind of see all this stuff. Yeah, it was kind of a big thing back in the day. And there were 2 games that were coming out. There were 2 games. One was strictly Stonewall Uprising. Yeah, it changes on whom you ask. Yeah, I'm just giving you the basics. There was another one that he caught flack for. I remember that because someone blocked me and called me a bad person because I'm like, you just fucking at the dude already. Fuck's sake. Heavily frowned against. Yeah, you could. Sodomy laws did exist. Let's just say that sodomy laws did exist, and that was a big no-no in there. Like, you weren't really supposed to do that, and they were. That is the one. I thought it was like an RPG. Oh, weird. Well, Let's see. The asexual supplements to monsters. Yeah, that sounds about right. The baby game. The Shatter Rain. Wow, that's Shonen Sports TTR. Another one. Another one. Princess Die, a Halloween one-page game. Compatible with Cyborg. I love Cyborg. Dungeon defeated list, dungeon extra damage, Caltrop solo. How do you fucking make Caltrop solo? I can make my own No, don't. Breathe. Breathe, notepad. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. V-Killer. VibeCon. Group chat. Short horror comedy. Plays streamers and VTubers at VibeCon, a poorly managed streamer convention. It even has a zip line. They meet the Vita, heart-filled hail and people start dying. A simple D6 horror scenario, voice lines by that produced during play. Let's look at her. Popular VTuber Kana. Look at Jack, creative, queer as fuck. Chinese. Oh, she's Chinese. Oh, she's Taiwanese. I mean, she's Chinese. Mr. G. Yeah, here's yeah, VTuber RT. ReYoutubers never, everybody. I hope you know the second ReYoutubers comes out, I'm going over. That there's nothing you can stop me. There'll be no. Was there a Carthagam? Let me see. I'm seeing, this is the second thing I've seen of Carth. The Blind Abyss. No data about this game. Devil Fruits and Hockey. Lasers and Feelings. Have no fear, everybody. It's One Piece. Because the One Piece is real. One Piece is real. No One Piece. Yellow plates it. I gotta stretch. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have 3. Can we get much higher? Oh God. So high. I saw, was Gilla mentioned? Let's yep, Gilla card game playtests. Nova co-op game, cooperative card game where you're sparks from the Novaverse. Gods, fast-paced card battle. Be the last god standing. Hello, Gilla. How do you do? We meet again from the Novaverse. Fuck, the Nova. What's next? I'm from the Novaverse. Guys, you don't understand. I'm from the Novaverse. Novaverse. ReYoutubers. I can go over ReYoutubers for a second. Somebody asked. ReYoutubers is a fucking astounding. Let me see. It's Silvervine Public, right? Yes. This is an astounding fucking name. Yeah, this is Summonscape. We went over Summonscape. ReYoutubers is Dragon Shaman streamers. The literal idea is that you are playing as shrine maidens who are VTubing for a dragon. I'm not lying. That is literally the pitch. Live out your fantasy of being a virtual streaming star, allows you to play any kind of zany situations you and your friends can dream up. Plus, the built-in sense of how do you incorporate viewers into the game, you could even turn it into a real-life stream sensation. Yeah. I need this game. I need this. My indie TRPG. I don't know if this is like a thing that's like I need it. Yeah, they made Summons Gate, unfortunately. But you want to know why I need this? Because what I can do is that I can take this game and then I can start collabing with other VTubers. I can be like, hello, sheep wife, it's me. I also have assembled the Avengers of Autism, and we can play ReYouTubers, everybody. Have no fear. This is gonna be it. I can... many videos, much content. I can convince the VTubers to join me. Bring them into the fold. I will become VTuber. You don't understand, sir. Notepad add-on will ascend beyond God. I want to play with the Welsh waifu. She is sheep wife. This is how things go. Sheep wife. She's playing the Chronica too, which I'm like, hell yeah, based in red pilled. Fucking sheep wife. Let's see, is there anything else? Liminal horror. What's liminal? I remember that came out. It was liminal horror. A liminal horror jam. Yeah, this is the... Let me see, SRD is covered. Of course there's an SRD of this fucking game. A fucking course. Man, you don't even got a cool fucking name. You fucking lame. 0 out of 10. Not cool. Not neat. Not based. 0 blue pilled. Fucking 0. Yeah, it's exactly. They make shit for you. Yeah, it's... I hate SRDs. Only my SRDs are good because I'm the best game. It hurts being this amazing, guys. Yeah, there's jack shit in here. All right. Seeing women. That's a DocX. Nope, that's a DocX. Fuck that. So, that is that for today. Do we have any final questions? Do we have any final questions for before I check stand-up? No, I'm not. I don't want to. Tired of it. It saddens me. It hurts me. It burns my soul. I feel sad looking at it. I'm seeing no questions of relevance. So yes, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Addon. Hope you all had a fun. A little bit longer than I originally planned for this micro case. 6 hour. I am losing my mind. Thank you all for watching. So this is a big thing. What's going to be going on? There will probably be no more videos or streams for a while. I'm going on my trip. I'm going on my big old trip-a-reno, so I won't be available to stream. All of the streams are going to be slowly getting uploaded to the YouTube channel, though, so you kind of have something to kind of go off of there. Follow on the YouTube channel. I might, like, replay a stream on here if you want. I guess I can, like, set that up so you can listen to me again. Can you stream on YouTube yet? I don't believe I can. I am technically a not a partner, but I can stream on YouTube. I'm a partner. I'm partnered with Twitch, Any design thug? No, I'm gonna be leaving on Monday, so it's kind of like a weird time to kind of get everything. Like, it's gonna be about a 12.5 hour flight. It's gonna be about a 12.5 hour if fucking odyssey to get to where I'm going. It's just gonna be a long. I'll be on my phone. Obviously, I can like just yell at people from there. I might be able to do that. So I'll be available. That's the thing. I'm gonna be available, but I'm not gonna be like making videos or whatever. But I do have stuff planned on the YouTube channel. I do have a full video out. That's about 11. That's going to be about 11 minutes. It's going to be a classroom. So, a lot of fun. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun trip. I think it's gonna be entertaining. Generally speaking, though, everything seems to be pretty solid. When I get back, it's gonna be late. It's gonna be late November, but we're gonna start back on the grind a little bit. I will say most likely, we're going to have a pretty standard one. We're only going to be able to do a few more little opinions. I'm going to try to hammer out every little opinion I can and probably do another detox week or just probably mix the detoxes in with everything else. I'm going to try to get everything uploaded today and tomorrow, site and YouTube, and get everything kind of fixed up there. It's going to take time more than anything. That's the issue. So, thank you all. You've been all great. The YouTube channel has been doing, actually, you know, I can do that. I could shill my YouTube channel's been doing pretty fucking phenomenal. I got 729 subscribers. Feeling how I am just an internet schizophrenic. That's pretty fucking good in my book. Kind of see here, everything seems to be pretty solid. This is what I mean by like things that need to just get posted. Yeah, here's the a lot of things are just kind of getting scheduled. I need to unprivate. I need to upload all these things. It's just going to take time more than anything. But yeah, things are going good. Things are going solid. I hope you'll have time. I will see you all next month, pretty much. And during that next month, we'll most likely be doing Catboy Thule. So yeah, that's my life. Catboy Thule for money.